Welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Cancerous Internet.
Thank you for having me. No, I'm never on here.
Also, Reese 2753. Okay.
I'm still crying from you calling me a retard last week.
Random 11 is here.
Hello, everyone.
And B. Davis as Alice. Green line is muted. Okay. So as soon as I hit go live, I moved the mic closer and it muted me and I panicked. So forgive my rocky intro where everybody wasn't able to talk over me. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Also forgive the fact that I didn't close the editor on the website. All right. Okay, not off to a bad start at all. How you doing?
This is not the Ass Eaters Anonymous podcast, by the way.
Right. Definitely not that podcast.
No, we're not anonymous at all. We're public.
Yeah, this is the Ass Eaters known podcast.
Yeah, clearly.
So it is very likely the final podcast of the year. It is certainly the final podcast of the year.
Very
Unless you want to do a surprise news stream.
I mean,
That's
I don't
what I
know
wanted
people
to
do
do.
one
It's like,
tomorrow.
oh, people
so-
would have a New Year's plans. I'm like, who the fuck has New Year's plans?
We're not allowed to have New Year's plans up here.
Let's fuck those guys. Have spend your New Year's with us.
Yeah. Well, if you'd like to support us, as I sip this G Fuel.
Buy us all a bottle of champagne to open on New Year's while we spend it alone.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'd be down for that. I'll spend my New Year's alone just for some champagne. So there's the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon. There is also, for non-podcast related content on the channel, the Anime Collector Patreon. And there are many more ways you can support the Rape Squad, such as raping us. So I'll just tell you guys. Today being the last podcast of the year, I can't help but notice that we need $17 in donations to top last year. So I'm just throwing that out there.
And I thought you said you weren't going to throw it out there.
No, what I said was I don't want to throw it out there and have somebody feel like they have to donate all of that.
You missed the part where if you would like to get involved by submitting things for us to cover or just to chat, you can also check out our Discord.
Yes.
I believe that's pinned.
Yes, that is something I'm secretly trying to work out right now. Why can't I see the
I
top?
am secretly managing that behind the scenes.
The invite link should never expire. Does it change the link? And do the old links no longer work once you do that?
If they expire or if you delete them from that list, then yes, they will not work.
List?
Yes,
List?
he's never seen a list in his life.
I have never seen a list.
There's a list of invite links, and if you delete them from that list,
Where is the list?
it's in the server settings.
Well, we're okay with having 500 links that are all permanent for the exact same.
Yeah, apparently.
I think the one that we have.
Where the hell is it? Invites?
Yeah. Server settings at the very bottom of the left panel, invites. There are, looks like about 10, 15 links currently.
Okay, so the expires that say 0, like, okay.
The,
all right, cool.
the ones with the infinity symbols never
I
expire.
ain't worrying about it right now then. Okay.
Oh.
We'll figure that out later. Okay,
I never
so,
knew there was a list.
yeah, I didn't know that either.
You're on the list.
Oh my.
Apparently, I at one time created one that does expire in like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
I was dumb.
and I'm just gonna go ahead and pin message. Man, it so is nice that those porn bots show up in the middle of our show.
Oh yeah. That's
Boy.
the best part.
previously I could just kick them after the show, but now it's like it's a whole new frontier. All right, anyway, so I saw this. I don't know how I saw it because I'm blocked. That's why we're looking at it through the Wayback Machine. Jamie Markey, who I have never once added or interacted with on Twitter, said, quote, "My favorite person to be sued with and I have decided to share our side of the story. Spoiler, refusing to answer the door is not against the law, even if the angry man on YouTube says it is. Coming soon, the podcast, In Touch with Monica Rial and me. Merry Christmas, y'all." Now, first of all, thank you, Random 11, for the $20 Canadian. I'm sure.
Holy crap!
I'm sure that will cover.
I meant to put Merry Christmas on the thing, but obviously YouTube. I messed up.
YouTube is against Christmas, so I just used it out.
No, I thought I had to enter the text after.
Wow, I
Apparently
still
did not.
appreciate it. I'm not exactly sure how much $20 Canadian is, but I'm just gonna hope that it will cover our.
I don't know. It'll probably get you really close. You might need one more super chat to get you past your.
Well, you
goal
heard
there.
him, folks. All right.
Well,
So anyway,
thank you, Random 11.
I do
we really
appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you,
So
brother.
I feel like this might be a troll, and they're not actually starting a podcast, because the name of the podcast is In Touch, as in we'll
Thai
be
beard.
in touch. Yeah. So I don't know, and it wouldn't be the first time Jamie Markey has drunk tweeted or idiot tweeted. Anyway, so if something comes out of this, it will be something we cover in the future. Now, so we got a couple things here, and I would just like to note real quick. So lately, the podcast has gotten a little bit difficult to manage in terms of I don't have enough time for everything. So you are so goddamn loud on your phone, Reese. So I've been pushing articles from previous podcasts like 2-3 weeks before we end up covering them. And I would just like to acknowledge that we have gotten some article submissions, quite a few article submissions this podcast, which is already a pretty heavy podcast because it's 10 days since our last podcast. So I'm approaching things a little bit differently than our normal modus operandi, but I would like to address something here. So following Galco Chan's child pornography arrest, publisher suspends manga and removes the back issues. So this is about Comic Walker. Previously, we reported that the issues were still on Comic Walker at the time of last podcast when we reported on this. They are now removed. Okay. I think Tell Me Galco Chan is going to become the next what do you call it?
Rurouni Kenshin.
No, what's the other one? The butt slap guy. Act Age. It's going to become the next Act Age. Probably going to become a collector's item and difficult to obtain. So, if you don't yet have it,
From Seven Seas.
I don't know who's released it because it's not on Right Stuff. But
Oh,
now
what?
here. This was submitted by Mirage Leonardo. I hope you're doing well. And it pretty much is already all the stuff we covered. But I found it interesting. I highlighted this bit because it paints a slightly different picture than what we previously perceived this incident as being, right? Previously, we reported that when the two photo albums or whatever the albums were that he received came over from Germany last year at like, was it? I think it was September, October of last year when they arrived in Japan, that Japan was tipped off to the existence of these back then. Comicbook.com has a different take on it, and I'm not sure. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. So here's what they had to say. According to current reports from Japan, Suzuki is suspected of Hold on, I've got a delivery. Thank you.
I'll see you later.
All right, enjoy your snowman party or whatever it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sorry, my kids are going to grandma's house to throw snowballs made out of paper at each other. Okay. So I totally lost my train of thought. So according to current reports from Japan, Suzuki is suspected of importing, not important, 6 books from Germany, which all contained underage pornography. The books were trackable as the post was registered internationally, and police searched Suzuki's residence back in July, where they found the books. Authorities were visiting for unrelated reasons. But after finding the 6 books, Suzuki was investigated further. Reports suggest 40 more illicit books were found at the residence, and Suzuki considered them part of his personal collection. And he said, quote, "I couldn't get my hands on nude photo books of foreign children, and I wanted them no matter what." So, and also he couldn't control himself. So what's different about this from what we previously reported is that they actually stumbled across these and not found them due to the, what was the phrasing? The import, not, what do you call it? The improper import. Like he violated import customs or whatever in Japan.
So what was the other reason why they were there in the first place then?
That's what I'd like to know. So anyway, that's a little different. So, but getting back to the topic here of the amount of articles we've gotten, I've talked it over with the other guys, and we've decided to start curating the articles that are coming in to try to keep them on topic to things we actually have something to say about.
So
and,
basically anime, Japanese culture, that
right,
type of thing.
Which this one definitely fits that criteria, for sure. So we're going to be covering a lot of stuff tonight that has been fan submitted, and I don't want to discourage you guys at all from submitting things, but just for the sake of being able to keep the shows running smoothly, because I can't tell you how much I rack my brain over when the fuck do I bring this article up, you know. We're just gonna try to curate things a little bit, and if we have nothing to say about something, or the title itself is all there is to say, well, we may skip it for time. But I do appreciate the submissions, and I hope you will continue to freely submit whatever you feel like we'd have a.
And if it opens up discussion in the Discord and brings
Precisely.
conversation, absolutely. We're
Yeah.
not going to discourage that at all.
Anyway, so continuing here, because I made it awkward. Pickups. So last podcast, we discussed the concept of utilizing the Discord to showcase pickups. So this is also a way that I will from now on never fuck up on remembering to do pickups. So starting here, FDDNM, do you want to talk about these?
Well, actually, this isn't a pickup because I opened it live unboxing.
I know,
last
but
podcast.
this is a photo of the other one that you already had right here.
Yeah, I think it's the the one on the right.
The one on the left
old
is the one that he just
Okay.
got.
Well,
Yeah,
I had
I
a 50-50 chance and I failed. So
I think that's the 2019 10. So it's not even the 2021, but yeah, the 2021 10 is on the left, and you can see that there's this like lip. It's like the typical tin on the right. So
Mhm.
that's why I really like this new one, because
I do too.
It's flush, and I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, it's like a real sarcophagus. No, yeah, that's all I really have to say about that one.
Right on. Okay, so we got more. Go away.
Oh my god.
Got it.
God, I don't know. Got it. Okay. Oh my god. All right. So Danny picked up Rose of Versailles / Lady Oscar and Dear Brother. Good on ya. Also, the Vinland Saga. Is this a
Book 12.
book 12? Is this a hardcover?
They're all
Just-
hardcovers.
The 2-to-1 hardcovers.
I didn't know that the hardcovers had like a color picture on the front. I hadn't actually seen them yet. Oh, that looks like maybe it got dropped in a puddle.
I've
Oh no,
found.
is it in
I've-
color inside?
No. It's all black and white.
Okay.
But I found that I've had books that have had that. It's like the humidity will make the pages warp a little bit.
Yeah.
Just have it. I mean, too dry it'll warp.
Yeah.
Have it too humid it'll warp. I mean, it's just
So here is a tip from the anime collector. What you can do.
Get cut.
You can put it in the freezer. Dead serious. Put it in the freezer. Then take it out of the freezer. Put it in like a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag. Stick it in the freezer. Let it freeze overnight or whatever. And then
Freeze fully?
or I don't know, like an hour or two. I don't know. Let it freeze, right? And then take it back out and put it under, like while it's in the bag or whatever. Still, like load it underneath a bunch of really heavy things to keep it flat,
like
right?
a couple of dictionaries or phone books.
So it's the point is you want it to be flat with along the whole surface area, right?
Yeah.
And then let it thaw while it's doing that, and it'll actually straighten out the pages pretty significantly due to the fact that and this tip that I'm giving you, we cover this on podcast. It has to do with if you drop a book in the bath or something. Okay, so normally you're going to freeze it before it's got the water damage or whatever, but I'd like to see if it would actually work. So, Danny, give it a shot and report back to us. Post in this channel. We'll cover it next week.
So you have to drop it in the bath first for it to work?
No, I think it might still work if he just does it like this. So, also, RHYS decided to get all snippy. Go ahead, Snippy.
It's a it's like it's consistent. I don't care if it's a movie. It's consistent. It's the same size. That's all.
Yeah, but you'd also have consistency if you didn't get the limited edition of the movie and just wait for season 2.
You didn't get the joke. It was a joke. Okay.
I know it's a joke. You didn't get that. Mine was a joke too.
So hold up. So Cock 11. How do you feel?
You guys don't understand. It's a movie.
I'm just gonna move on and not antagonize our latest super chat.
All right. So these are the pickups I got over the week. I got Mugen Train and
Spoderman.
No Time to Die. I got the fourth Christmas, and my sister got me a $50 Fandango gift card, which I have no idea how I'm gonna use it. I don't use Fandango. I buy my tickets through the local chain and get points through that. So yeah, I don't know. And my nieces got me some candy and Spider-Man movies.
So those
Well,
Spider-Man
funny.
movies, are those books?
Yeah, the
yeah.
the books. Yeah.
So funny you got that for your candies, because my grandma got me something that's it's spelt like the same way but with 2 E's. I don't know why, but I got that for my grandma. So we're twins.
What are you talking about? The Tofife?
Yeah, mine was like Tofifi or something.
Well,
It was a different flavor, so maybe that's why. Unless
I don't
it's
really
like
care for them for some the toffee. I like the Ferrero Rocher a lot. I love those, but I don't care for the toffee fay.
I mean, they're
But yeah,
okay, I guess.
they,
I got a different flavor, I think. I don't know. It was different packaging.
The Spider-Man ones each have a special features disc, and the first trilogy has the extended version of 2 and also the editor's cut of 3, which I didn't even know existed.
I haven't heard that either of the things you just described are a thing.
The Spider-Man 2.1, which is like 8 minutes longer than just the original version.
Dude.
And then the editor's cut of 3 is like 2 minutes shorter.
Oh,
did
really?
Did they cut out emo?
Bully
I don't know.
McGuire?
I have no idea. I haven't watched any.
I was gonna say, did they extend the Bully McGuire scene? Hopefully.
I'm gonna put dirt in your eye.
Thanks to you, I subscribed to that guy. And now I have
and what's funny is both of these came out like sort of as preparation for Spider-Man: Homecoming,
Uh-huh.
and every single disc has the trailer for Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Oh, really?
Every single disc, all 7 discs.
So, what is it? I got the 4K of the first trilogy a while ago, and I mean, it looks good, I guess.
You can really see that fake Spider-Man in the swinging scene when
Yeah.
when
You
Mary
can
Jane
really
is gripping onto an obvious mannequin in a Spider-Man suit.
Wait, I guess I didn't see that part. I'll have to keep an eye open. I didn't watch the second one or third one on my copy yet, but yeah, that was kind of neat to get.
Alright. Well, that's all I got.
Yes, Seb and I have the same brand. It must be like a linguistics thing that, I don't know, you guys in the States were like, we're doing toffee.
You tough and gay?
Whoa,
There you go.
easy there. Oh, God.
Like that's not even a person. I bet that looks amazing in 4K.
Well, it looks amazing right here, the pan and rotate of a still.
Yeah, the size of a postage stamp.
How is he swinging backwards? Is this? I think this is in reverse, but her hair is going the proper direction now.
Like,
I'm
you
so
can see how
confused now.
janky it looks because it looks like they literally just green screened like the motion of the whole thing, like
Yeah.
You mean she's not actually swinging in the air?
No.
He's saying
They
saying
rotated a still, like they
Yeah.
were just standing in front of a green screen.
he's saying
so
that
at
they're
least
not
swinging.
actually rocking, right? So he's saying what they did is that she's literally just holding this mannequin on a green screen, and they're blowing a leaf blower at her hair or whatever.
And
right?
then they rotated
And then
it
in post, they took the green screen and rotated it with the footage behind it to make it look like he's kind of maybe. It looks so bad. I can't wait to get a 4K Blu-ray player and experience this scene. Right. Okay, we have more actually. Mirage Leonardo picked up Justice League Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which I can't imagine how that's even a thing, but it could be cool, I suppose, to have a bunch of superheroes teaming up with guys who literally are just in suits with the Megazords. I don't know. Seems like an odd match to me, but I can dig it. Danny picked up JoJo Konosuba, second season or part 2 or whatever.
Second season.
Yeah, My Hero Academia 2 Heroes, Submarine 99, Fairy Tale, Puppet Princess, which is pretty good, Relife. What is this one called? Soul Hunter, Hakio Henshin Engi. The sumo one, Hinomaru Sumo. Ass Class. Does it always look like this with like the collage?
This is a movie.
It's a movie.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, 365. It's like a recap movie, I think.
Oh,
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah.
What? I keep forgetting I don't own Goblin's Crown yet.
Oh yeah.
And
Probably
Railgun.
because it's not limited edition, so it's not priority.
Exactly. That's why I haven't bought it yet. Hakata Tonkotsu Ramen.
He got cucked on the Legend of the Galactic Heroes cover,
Mhm.
slip cover.
No slip cover. Sorry.
And
about
Moros
that.
Mononoke in season 2 is the one show that Vic got yeeted from.
The one show.
Or sorry.
One of.
It was like
show.
the first. It was like the first show that
It was the
yeeted.
one that they mentioned by name. They kind of. I don't think they ever said that he wouldn't be in Ruby. They just kind of like didn't deny that they kicked him. Anyway, so Space Battleship Tiramisu Zwei. Do you guys know what Zwei is?
2.
But in
Zwei,
what? But in what language?
German.
German.
Damn it.
Listen, man, I know how to stop, play, and pause. You think I don't know swing?
Ein, zwei, drei.
Also, Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1 with Tak Sakaguchi.
I think you missed 2 photos ago because we talked about Morosma Inokian and then you skipped to the.
No, I showed it. I just didn't verbalize it.
Oh,
Token
okay.
Rambu cucked on the
Slip
the
cover
slip
on
cover.
that one.
You got the cuck cover.
Also, Kaiji Manga Volume 3, Creamy Mommy, which sounds extremely sexual for a young magical girl show.
Right?
Shaman King volumes 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Omnibus.
Yo, kitty. Sup?
And Rose of
Going on.
Versailles hardcovers, which look gorgeous.
Wow.
Too bad it's Rose of Versailles, and I don't
4 and
think
5.
I'll care about
Books
it.
4 and 5.
I'd like to brag, why don't you?
What is that?
Wow.
3080 Ti. You're like, here's my pickup, guys, for the anime podcast.
Here's why I don't have any real pickups this week.
Here's why I won't have pickups for the rest of the year.
You know what this means? It's one part of many, and
You're
the
making a computer.
It means
The-
that your computer is you're gonna stop joining as your phone.
yes.
Dude, she thick.
when the final parts come in that I'm waiting for, I will have a new computer that hopefully won't crash every
So
time I
how'd you
join
get a
this
hold
call.
of this? Was it difficult?
How many dicks did you suck to get?
It actually wasn't that difficult. The way I bought it from a place in Canada called Canada Computers.
Oh, knew it.
And the way most computer stores are handling these right now are they bundle them with other crap. It solves 2 problems. One, it makes it so that like scalpers need to upfront more cost in order to buy shit or to scalp. And then also it changes the SKU in the system so that if a scalper's sitting on the website, like reloading the one page, they're not going to see the bundle because it's going to be under a different SKU.
Yeah. Oh.
But it is kind of annoying because I had to buy a power supply that I didn't really need, but it wasn't terrible. Like, it works. It'll work for me. It's just not really the one I wanted, but it's better than not having the graphics card I wanted, so I went with it.
Well, there you go. Congratulations. Seb picked up Haikyuu, JoJo, and Mask. I don't know what that is.
What
but it's from
country is that
Cookie Jar.
JoJo set?
It's Sweden,
Italy?
bruh.
Is that what it says? It says
I don't know.
temporada. Is that
Seb,
Swedish
tell
word?
us. Mask Complete Series JoJo Diamonds Unbreakable Spain Edition.
Whoa, man! Hit that second picture. You're skipping out. Oh, that's the UK release. But either way, good job, Seb. I'm proud of you for getting lime barrels.
All right. And we are caught up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type podcast 180 right there. Boom. Now I know where to jump back in.
Oh, beautiful. By the
Mhm.
way, was it that was Danny's?
These are Danny's
And
up here.
this is all on our Discord, which you can join, Kitty, which me and Lance keep pushing you to join.
Yeah. Come join the Discord.
You can submit your own.
We have we have an NSFW channel I think you'll very much like.
Yeah, that's the real way we'll get her in.
All right. Oh, actually, I almost forgot. Does anybody have live pickups they'd like to share?
I do.
Oh, yes. Oh, go ahead, Green.
No,
Line.
real quick.
go ahead, Ferdinand. It's all you.
I picked up a book, Comics and the Origins of Manga, a revisionist history.
What?
I don't know why that's included, but I'm very much interested in reading this, and will probably not do it for the next 20 years. So look forward to my review and podcast episode 4000. That's pretty much all I got. Green Line, you ready?
I am, although I'm going to paste something in chat. I need to see if you can approve it.
Okay.
If you
in
can't,
private
then
chat?
I need to not send this. Or I need to not have it in
It's
live.
a bit risque? Question mark.
It is. Well, not completely, but it's like, is he going to get demonetized if I
Oh.
put this
I
in
mean,
live?
I'll allow it.
Okay. Well, to start off with, I have Code Geass, Illustration Rebels, which is, I believe, the first art book that they came out with, but I could be mistaken. It's just the
That's a nice
collections
size.
of
Hey,
artwork.
not to
illustration.
interrupt you. Is his microphone acting up for anybody else?
Oh, I'm
It
sorry.
sounds crackly to me too. I thought it was just
I'm
me.
so sorry about that. Is it not coming
You're
through?
It's
No,
coming
it's
through.
coming through,
I
but
wasn't
it's
sure if there
crackly.
was. Yeah, it's a little crackly.
Crackly. Is it crackly now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, it still is. Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'll try to get it fixed.
it's not like a deal breaker or anything. I was just wondering if there's something.
It's
we could
okay
do
to
about
be
it, but
on
if
a
we
bit
can't-
of crack.
Yeah. As my dad used to say, a little crack won't kill you, but a lot will.
Right. Yeah, I feel like I'm referencing something else. But I could be mistaken.
Wow.
My dad would say that in reference to like he'd be carrying you on his shoulders. You're like, Dad, my butt crack's showing.
Yeah. And then I picked up, or I pre-ordered, excuse me, the 1/4 scale freeing Lucy Hartfilia from Fairy Tale Bunny.
Nice
and this
crack.
is the questionable. Yeah, it's her boob crack, and that was what I was like, I don't want to get Brad demonetized on this channel. So, and then, Brad, were you asking if the stockings were real or if they were fake?
I said that they were very realistic looking on the one for the Kill the Kill Girl.
They're actual fabric. It's actual
They
fabric.
are. Yeah, I think Random 11 said he thought they were real or something like that, and so I guess you're confirming for him that yes, you are
it's actual
correct.
fabric. I can't.
Wow.
I have to like really pull it up to the camera.
Yeah, don't
and-
even don't ruin it for the sake of showing us, unless you really like the ripped stockings look. In which case,
No, I'm not gonna actually rip it. I was just gonna see if I can tug on it, but they really like wound it tight on the figure.
Yeah.
So I won't. But those are my pickups.
better tight than loose. Am I right?
Right. Exactly. Back to you, FDDNM of glorious internet.
Well, FDM of the glorious internet has been cucked royally by his internet, so
Speaking of tight.
so he's actually not on the call anymore.
Okay. I'm gonna switch to a different microphone and see if that helps. Is that all right? And we'll see if that's worse or better.
Sorry. Necavolt says, I am one step closer to the edge. By the way, if your gender swap pics did not make it into your not safe for work channel, I am definitely going to pass.
Okay.
I don't know. What?
My internet to hand, apparently.
Ay. All right. Well, if I can get a Snapchat filter that will make me have the body of a woman as well, then maybe we'll make that. All right. Anybody else want to go before I get us into our opening discussions?
Here, while my internet's still connected, I'll do my singular pickup. Pardon the Karen redheaded feminist look. So we got Bean Bandit. That's it. The Kickstarter came in, and it's 12 minutes with, what is it? 135 minutes of bonus extra features, whatever. Like when this first came out, they sent out the link on the email early, like before they sent it out, and it was like a 10-minute video. I'm like, oh, okay, this is they're giving you a little preview, and I was like, nope, that's the whole thing. You got so much for that. I could not find my name on the poster on the inside because I don't think it's in any particular order.
Did you find my name?
No, because I can't find my own. So,
By the way,
So
did
much for that.
anybody does anybody remember if I showed that as one of my pickups? Because I don't remember getting that, but I think I might have.
I do not
So-
recall.
I think you might have actually.
I think I
like,
did, but
long
I'm
ago.
like, I have to go through my boxes and find out.
But something you should keep in mind: buyer beware. Not that you can really freely buy this easily. Apparently there's no subtitles
What?
except for on the bonus features.
Which is
You
really
can't watch.
stupid.
You cannot watch this subbed, even though there's a Japanese track. You can't watch it subbed. I don't know if it was a
Wait,
catastrophic.
okay, so there's an English track as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a dub.
Oh, okay.
I was surprised by that as well. I told you guys in chat it's a completely different cast. I thought they exclusively. I
Tried
like
to get away
to
from
think
Amanda
that it
Winley.
was just to recast what's her name,
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Amanda
now that
Winley.
they
Rally.
had-
Amanda Winley.
yeah.
That would have been really funny if they just recast her, but no, it's the whole cast. But I still like to think that they recast the whole cast as an overcompensation for trying to just
No,
get rid of
so-
her.
Honestly, I'm dead serious here, because of the fact that he was involved in Robert J. Woodhead's one for Gunsmith Cats, and that's where the controversy started with her being
Yeah.
really annoying. I think it's actually very possible that when it came to dubbing, he basically said, "Yeah, let's do an all new cast," just specifically to avoid dealing with her, because she made a mountain out of a molehill when it came to the commentary anyway, with how much they were
Yeah.
trying to earn and everything, that it's like, I don't even want to get into contracts with her because she sounds like a bitch.
Right.
In Japanese.
In
is what
Japanese.
he said that.
Beat you.
So yeah, be aware of that if you are looking to buy it. Sucks for you subbers. Like Danny's always touting, like, "Oh, no problem for me, sub only."
Yeah.
Problem for you now, man. I'll enjoy the new dub with.
I
Kurt
just don't
Thornton as
understand.
Bean. What?
I just don't understand why that would be a thing. You know, like why it wouldn't have? Why it wouldn't
Like I
have?
said, it's either a catastrophically big oversight, or maybe they intended it just for the English audience, and they're like, whatever. It's for English or Japanese. If you're Japanese, you'll have the raw Japanese. If you're English,
Yeah,
you can watch
like-
the dub.
I would
It
just
doesn't
like
say there's subtitles on the back. It just says Japanese DTS, English DTS.
like one moment to point out how popular this porn site is, because now two separate
Is this an actual site? for
very
prawn,
real
or
women have definitely commented this,
Right.
and
Is
and
it,
your
is it
no
an actual
profile
prawn
pic.
site? Because it feels like it's literally spam, or maybe it's just like a scam email.
Well, I just
that's
assumed it was, because usually when these sort of things get posted to the podcast after the podcast is over, it's like, come check out my sexy
Hey,
foot
baby.
pics, like,
like, foot.
and then it has one of these. Anyway, go ahead.
One question. So, is it Roadbuster Bean Bandit, or is it Bean Bandit Roadbuster?
I think
Or
it's
either
Roadbuster.
secret option C, is it Roadbuster Bean Bandit Kenichi Sonoda? anyway, that's
It's
my
Road
pickup.
Bean Kanichi Buster Bandit Sonoda.
You're right.
9,000.
All right, I've milked my pickup long enough. So
All right.
whoever's next.
So addressing comments, unless somebody else has pickups.
I don't, but how's my eye?
Nothing wrong with that bunny butt. I'm always
Well, I
proud of
missed
Greenlight's
that,
taste and figures.
so rip.
Wow, that's very nice. Also, Mirage Leonardo says Merry Christmas with emojis. Pornbot. And Seb says, I couldn't bring myself to get Riding Bean Blu-ray. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Because it would have cost him $60, $75 to import it. Yep, sounds about right.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah, agreed. I want a full anime series of it that follows the manga. Although, I'll be honest, can you show real quick what you just had? If it's not too much trouble.
Oh, That's so much trouble, though. Like, I have to lean over.
I
Wait,
hate Rally's blonde hair.
Hmm.
I think she
I mean,
looks so much better as a brunette.
As a blackface brunette.
Okay. Mr.
All right.
Mr. Bean, the road busting bandit. There you go. Nekovolt
All right.
says, you're good. Nekovolt says, Gunsmith Cats gets a 10 out of 10. Love that you all had to wait to get it. I grabbed it many years ago. Excuse you. I bought the ADV release as soon as it came out. And I have all of the manga. Don't click links that are not cleared by RHYS with no E. Wow.
Okay.
All right. Now that that's over. Okay, jumping in. We got a bunch of topics tonight. So first of all, government announces it will throw away. Shit, I left the ad block off. Just ignore the amount of. Okay, you didn't see anything. Great. Government announces it will throw away useless Abe no masks. Triggers surge in demand. So you'll recall when coronavirus hit and Shinzo Abe was Prime Minister of Japan, the administration sent 2 masks to every household in Japan.
One for each breast.
We covered that that whole thing about how people were sending back pictures of like anime characters where they had like the family from like Doraemon or whatever, and the masks were covering like all of them were being covered by 2 masks. It was like on one character's ear stretching across 3 other characters to the other character's ear, and only one of them has a mask in front of their face, like in, you know, all that kind of stuff. So that's what they're talking about here. The Abe no masks. No in Japanese is like the apostrophe S. So Abe's masks, right? So one person's trash is another's treasure. I'm sorry. One person's trash mask is another's treasure mask. It was such a cringe saying I couldn't even read it correctly. Abe no mask, the government face mask, a mask that everybody knows. And if you ever saw it, you could even say it's gross. It's gross. All of the other face masks used to laugh and call it names. They never let poor Abe no mask join in any emergency states. Then one Christmas Eve, Kishida came to say, Abe no mask, with your cost a blight, won't you get out of my sight? Then all the people loved it, and they shouted out with glee, Abe no mask, the government face mask. I'd like to have one, please. Boy, that was a mega cringe. See, where else are you going to get your news in the form of a Christmas carol? CNN? Yeah, right. Now in plain English. Way back when the COVID-19 pandemic was just getting into full swing, demand for face masks in Japan shot up to the point that people were getting into fistfights on the street for them. Meanwhile, online resellers were marking up prices by ridiculous amounts, and even the Yakuza was getting in on the face mask racket. In response to this, the government banned the reselling of face masks and set up a program where a pair of face masks would be delivered to every home in the nation free of charge. These masks were dubbed Abe no masks in the media after then Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Although well-intentioned, there were several conceptual flaws with its design. For instance, many homes had more than 2 people. But more importantly, it seemed that everyone underestimated the private sector's ability to catch up with the demand. By the time the government mask reached many homes, the market was already flooded with face coverings of every conceivable shape and size. On top of that, many people who received Abe no masks began complaining that they were too small, and some even had bugs, mold, and dirt in them, as we saw earlier.
So
Gross.
hold up. I guess I forgot that Shinzo Abe is no longer the Prime Fister.
Correct. He stepped down. All this made the Abe no mask a joke of government incompetence. but more seriously raised questions about exactly how the government spent the approximately 26 billion yen, or 227 million US dollars, to make and distribute them. Nevertheless, eventually everyone seemed to get theirs. Few people actually seemed to use them, and the whole debacle ultimately took a backseat to more pressing issues. However, Abe masks were brought back to the forefront when the current Prime Minister Fumio Kishida announced on the 22nd of December that the remaining stock would be disposed of at the end of this financial year, which runs until the end of next March in Japan. To everyone's surprise, there had been a warehouse full of some 81.3 million unused Abe no masks this whole time, just sitting there while the government paid about 600 million yen, or 5.2 million US dollars, in storage fees from August 2020 to March 2021 alone. This is not the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's a news report about the Abe no mask storage facility. Excuse me while I save this. To make matters even worse, an investigation into these masks found that 15% of them were defective. When crunching the numbers, that means the government spent 1.54 billion yen, or 13.5 million US dollars, on useless masks. With such a staggering amount of wasted money, it's certainly no surprise that Kishida wanted to finally put an end to the financial hemorrhaging caused by Abe no mask. However, in a surprising twist, the announcement triggered a flood of requests from people wanting Abe no masks. According to media reports who spoke with sources in the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, they have been completely overwhelmed with inquiries and are working nonstop to find. God damn it! They've been completely overwhelmed with inquiries and are working nonstop to field them all. It turned out that a considerable number of people appreciated Abe no mask's smaller size that was suitable for kids, or their gentle material that suited people with sensitive skin. And then there was an even larger number of people who discovered alternate uses for Abe no masks. From strapping cool pads to feverish infants to keeping the chopped ends of daikon fresh. Okay. There's even been rumors about Abe no mask farming, which is the practice of growing broccoli on the fertile face coverings. Wow.
Ew.
They have a whole news report here of other uses for the Abe no masks. Now it appears the question will be whether the government can keep up with this surge in demand for those once maligned masks. Honestly, if you're the government, sell them. Sell them. Make back at least a fraction of the billion you spent. Now it appears the question will be whether or not the government can keep up with this surge in demand for these once maligned masks. It appears that enough people are willing to take them off the ministry's hands, but is there enough time to process it all before the disposal deadline? It's kind of like the end of Peanuts Christmas special. Okay, the end of the Peanuts Christmas special when we all learned that in a sea of flashy Dolce and Gabbana and boutique masks, maybe those blockheads masks weren't so crummy after all. They just needed a little love and attention from the right people. And that is how Abe no mask will go down in history. Wow. Cringe. Sorry I even covered this. I just thought it would be funny to revisit the stained and insect-infested masks from yonder year. All right, moving back to the real topics. God damn it, stupid ads. Japan has chosen to go to the moon. The Prime Minister, probably to just hide from all the other shameful things like the Abe no mask debacle, has declared a goal of a Japanese astronaut becoming the first non-American to walk on the lunar surface. So the frontier of space gives hope and dreams to humanity, waxed Kishida before transitioning to more practical reasons for going to the moon with, and it is also an important foundation to securing the stability of economic society. I'm not sure how you stimulate the economy by spending money in this endeavor, but okay. I guess it's better than spending it on a bunch of masks you threw away. With Japan's JAXA, that's the Japanese aerospace and whatever it is, space agency, not in the practice of launching manned spacecraft, the path to Kishida's ambition of having a Japanese astronaut become the first non-American to walk on the moon appears to be the country's participation in the Artemis project, a NASA-led initiative seeking to carry out the first manned lunar landing since Apollo 17 in 1972. Thoughts?
Good luck with that, because everyone claims that, I guess we're planning to go to the moon again since the 70s or whatever?
Yeah,
because no one's been to the moon since forever.
Right.
So I'll believe it when I see it.
I'm just surprised that nobody's gone to the moon since then.
I know, right?
Well, they went once, and then they were like, "Huh,
it's not that special up
there's
here."
nothing here."
They did it more than once, but yeah.
No. They've only actually set foot on the moon. Stepped. From what I remember, they've only done that once.
Well, they've definitely gone to the moon more than once. I don't know if
but I don't think they've been manned missions where a person actually stepped on the surface.
I don't remember.
Sure.
They might have just orbited, but
if it was just Americans. Because now that I think about it, because there have been more people.
There was definitely multiple Apollo missions, and all of those missions went to the moon. So I don't know if they actually stood on the moon, though. To be fair, I guess. The reason that I've heard that why they never went back to the moon was because there was nothing there. There was no.
It's okay.
They got the shit they wanted, and they came back. And they were like, all right, cool, it's the moon.
Yeah, here, guys. Oh, what'd you find? Oh, we found this rock.
I've offended Necovolts with my comment about porn bots without avatars. Yeah, I would just like to say, Necovolt says, I would unsub so fucking fast if I did not know you were reading an article with that crime of a rhyme. Let me invite you never to watch the early podcasts.
No, there goes that
Wow.
Is the decision for Japan to go to the moon related to the lack of fly me to the moon on the Evangelion Blue? Went to the moon to find a huge amount of cheese. Yep. Well, Japan loves their cheese. I don't know. That's probably not true. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Not that the articles aren't cheesy enough. Mirage Leonardo says, also on my list of manga that I want translated into anime, adapted, I think you mean, Trigun Maximum, because I felt the manga had a better ending. I don't know. I liked the ending of the original, but I also haven't read Trigun Maximum, so maybe you're right.
I have.
What are your thoughts?
It's pretty solid.
Cool. All right. So now that we're warmed up, right? That's what that was all for. From Mirage Leonardo, Screen Rant claims manga, quote, is just as political as anything published by Marvel or DC, end quote, and gets roasted by fans who know the difference. So that's the title of their article. What was the title? Hold on. Manga has always been political. Western readers just never realized it, is what they said. Now, I don't have to scroll down very far before things you may not have even known were a thing make you gasp like, really? So, yeah. I don't know how anybody has read any comics in the last 10 years. So, a recent and disingenuous attempt by Screen Rant to push the tired argument that manga is, quote, just as political as anything published by Western comic book publishers, specifically Marvel and DC, was met with deserved derision by fans capable of recognizing the difference between a political theme and political preaching. Seb, you are correct. They did put Fly Me to the Moon in Squid Game, but not in Evangelion. Wow. Nekovolt says that she has watched every OCA podcast. Well, I don't know how you got through all of Augie's rhyming. But I'm glad you've made it this far, and I'm sorry for the Vietnam flashbacks I gave you by reading that article. So apparently the Joker's master plan in Dark Knight Returns, The Golden Child, Volume 1, Number 1, was to get Donald Trump elected, maybe? I don't know. I just can't wait to see Batman's counter move to get Hillary elected, which just sounds like the most awful cringe in the world. Also, what is up with Joker's face? Why does it look like cottage cheese?
There's 3 different Jokers, so now, apparently. I don't remember. I remember they did a storyline called 3 Jokers. So I don't know if that was supposed to be in its own universe or if that was in the normal universe. But this might be one of those weird Jokers.
Oh, is this Darkseid, or what's this guy's name?
Yeah, Darkseid. I don't know who's floating out there.
Jinx from Fortnite or
No,
League of Legends.
No. I think it's this new character that they introduced. I forget her name though. She's supposed to be his new Harley Quinn.
She seems lovely. Also, this Peanuts character upside down. All right, so Screen Rant's poor attempt to disparage the Japanese storytelling medium, written by site comic book news editor and manga junior lead Evan Mullican, hit the outlet's front page on December 19th, bearing the condescending and frankly insulting headline, "Manga has always been political. Western readers just never realized it." So, does anybody have a hot take response to being told you never realized that manga was political?
Well, my internet just came back, so I don't know what preceded that.
I mean, manga has been political, but it's been...
Yeah, it's not been down your throat with real world politics.
It's like subtext.
It's the themes. It has
Yeah.
the themes.
So, I've read a bit of the actual Screen Rant article, and what they've effectively done is they've taken the approach of a fact checker who wants desperately to disprove something that's actually true. So what they do is change the premise of what they're disproving so they can basically straw man the disproval.
Yeah.
Right? So what they said basically is people like manga or anime, they fled American comics for manga because it's not political.
Well, I would say that's one reason. Because
anybody who may have actually used the phrasing, I like manga or I don't like Western comics and I go to manga because it's not political, isn't saying manga is quote unquote not political.
Yeah.
What they're saying is, excuse me. Oh.
It doesn't shove it down your throat.
They're not throwing Joker supporting Donald Trump.
Excuse me while I choke on a freaking popcorn. What they're saying is, it's not political in the overtly political way that the Western comics are.
Yeah. See,
or, let me give it to you this way. I give you Donald Trump as MODOK.
Oh my fucking lord.
Now, I know who Shinzo Abe is, and occasionally I see him in anime and manga, and I recognize him. But you know what I don't recognize? Whatever dumb political thing he's done, that they decided that he needed to be the villain in this particular
They
panel.
superimposed Trump as the character.
Right? So if I'm reading a manga and a political character shows up, like a character design, and I don't know who it is, then it doesn't impugn my way of like. It doesn't affect my comprehension of the story. The political message goes directly over my head, and it doesn't affect my enjoyment of the series.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas this is so on the nose that it's inside it, right? Like it's absurd. I can't believe anybody thought this was a good idea. And anyway, so yeah,
I have two things to say on that.
Go ahead.
And that is one,
Cringe.
manga has occasionally added in some political, stuff like on the line. Not like hitting the wire, I should say, not crossing the line. I don't mean that. I mean it's like it's hitting the wire, and that would be the time they added Donald Trump into
The Death Note one shot.
which was cringe. It's equally as cringe when they do it.
Yeah.
Like I don't see why that's a thing.
That's what I was actually getting to, is that when Shinzo Abe shows up as a character in the manga or character design influence, right? I either don't notice or don't care. But when actual Donald Trump showed up in Death Note, I cringed. I fucking cringe. It was terrible then. It's like
It'll be terrible 10 years from now.
Nobody is saying, you know what? I don't want to read this cringe Captain America comic here or Spider-Gwen Annual Volume 1, Number 1 Captain America, whatever the fuck that is. I don't want to read this. I'm going to go read some manga instead and then pick this up and actually enjoy myself instead. Yeah.
Because the stuff that doesn't take you out of the story is the stuff that stands the test of time.
Correct. And I think this, God forbid, they continue to be under Trump derangement syndrome any longer. But this is not going to stand. This is not going to stand the test of time. People are gonna look back on this in 20 years and be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Right.
The other thing I was gonna say was, like, if you go back and you look at X-Men, right? Specific, like, I didn't read the comics back in the day, so I don't know 100% on the comic section. But in terms of the cartoon, right, the 90s X-Men cartoon, it was political as shit. You know, they're talking about, people getting ostracized from society, the ramifications of that, bigotry. They're talking about that kind of stuff. Like all of that kind of shit is in that cartoon, but it's not shoving it down your throat, and it's wrapped in this, like,
it's relevant to the story.
It's all themed and wrapped in this package of, like, hey, this is X-Men. This isn't like what you have to deal with when you go home or anything.
This isn't racist. This isn't specifically racism, blacks against whites.
Yeah, it allows you to explore racism, or I guess in the 2000s movies, it was more about being gay. That they were trying to explore that bigotry,
being born this way or whatever they.
Yeah. But the 90s cartoon was more about racism. Yeah. And without having to see the realities of it, and so you can empathize with it easier.
It didn't paint any real world figures as.
And that's the other thing. Contrast that to current day comics, where they're putting in, like, BLM protesters and, like, and because they have no fucking imagination. Yeah. They have to just take what is reality and shove their message around it, and it's like that's not how we do this.
So
they're effectively taking Trump and making him an actual character instead of writing a character. It's like J.K. Rowling using Hitler as the master wizard in Fantastic Beasts. It's like, let's take an established, terrible person. And all the development's done for them. Everyone knows it's Hitler. He's bad.
Well, I think with time, actually,
apparently Hitler's like the big baddie wizard.
Can I just stop you right there and say that that's fucking hilarious?
Yeah, right. You want to watch that?
I legitimately thought you were joking until I realized. I'm like, wait a minute, I saw a screenshot of Hitler next to some Harry Potter shit the other day.
When he said that. when he said that, it was so dumb that I was like, it has to be real. Like no one
I
thought of
heard
that
that
as
on
like
a
a joke.
podcast years ago that they're like in the books he actually fights Hitler or whatever, or
But-
Hitler is the big wizard. Or
But the
whatever.
thing about like, so they've had like, I've seen shows and movies and stuff that have political figures in them, right? They have like Reagan or whatever, Nixon. You know, I can deal with you putting in
like
real people.
Futurama.
Yeah. So let me address this real quick. So you brought up the X-Men cartoon, right?
Yeah.
Universally loved, and all around just a fantastic series. It tackled real issues, and all the things you were bringing up. Right. Here's the difference, though. Here's why I think there's a difference between being political and being whatever the hell the
Politically
current
charged. No.
Well, what I would say is I think where this divergence occurred recently is that, number one, manga doesn't treat the political issues that it addresses from the point of view of a child. You know what I mean? Meaning that like the worldview of a child, in that you clearly have good versus evil, right? I think manga, like for instance, one of the things
Manga
that they
has
bring
the
up,
nuance there.
well, it's not so much nuance; it's that there's a reality to two sides struggling for whatever aim they have. You know, like take Attack on Titan for example. You know, and there's a lot of politics in there, or Gundam. You know, and what Gundam did in a lot of cases, and there are ones where the Principality of Zeon are like the maniacal villain, you know, that has no redeeming qualities. But one of the things that they do in Gundam is that they show the struggle from both sides of the conflict in a way where it isn't clear who you should actually root for, because both sides are human, you know, and they have their valid reasons for being in war, right? And I think the difference we have with modern day political insertions into Western comics versus what comics did previously is that previously it was sort of subtextual, whereas now it's overt. And previously,
it's plain text.
Well, I would argue that I think it's easier to enjoy politics showing up in media if A, you already agree with the politics, and B, if you didn't, or let's say you weren't a political person, but the message conveyed was able to pique your interest and perhaps change your view on something. Maybe not come around to their side or whatever, but at least present an argument in a digestible format that actually made you stop and think about something you hadn't previously given a lot of thought to or any thought to, and you came out with an sort of an agreement. And so what I would argue is that when it comes to X-Men, whether or not you're pro homosexuality, right? Meaning like there's acknowledging the existence of, tolerating people with a lifestyle that is different from yours, or all these different things. And then there's being pro, like promoting and agreeing and all those different things. Regardless of whether you're pro or not, when you look at the story of X-Men, they give you characters that you relate to, and you watch those characters go through some form of hardship for being different. So it creates an empathetic view to understand the plight of people that are different from you. And I think there isn't a single person on the planet who would look at the way certain people have been treated historically in different scenarios and say, no, that was the right thing to do, to treat, a certain race as 3/5 of a person or whatever, So when you look at X-Men, they're presenting a universal truth in the people are created equal idea, right? And so it resonates deep inside of our souls as we look at hero characters who amplify iconic hero traits and a message that you have to actually be insane to disagree with at the end of the day, right? Or you have to be the maniacal villain yourself to disagree with. But the difference here is that modern political messages in comics are a rejection of reality, right? Putting in the token LGBTQ character, having the female character, like race swapping or gender swapping your characters and all these things, it is clearly for a reason that it doesn't resonate, I think, with reality, right? In that it's not earned. It's not, it doesn't align with reality in the sense that people like sort of the virtue in self-sacrifice and I'm failing so hard to articulate my point. I may have already drank half of this beer, so forgive my lack of candor here. I guess what I'm trying to say is that things being political isn't so much about the politics as it is the delivery, right? Because when it came to X-Men, in the cartoon and in the comics, it was a conversation started and not a coercion. What's the word? They were making a case for you to join their side. But modern politics in comics is not making a case for why you should agree. It's beating you over the head with their message. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think that's the major
Someone's
difference.
filling some fluid up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting water.
So let's address what is so funny. Let me
Nothing. He just had a little squirt there.
right.
I tried to mute it before I started to continue getting water.
No. It was like, and then you're like, sorry, and then there was like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I thought I hit the mute button, but I hit the Bluetooth button on my headset.
Okay.
I hit the webcam button.
So Mirage Leonardo says, I hate that stupid take. That's like saying Marvel and DC has always been political. And my response is, why do I have to read a comic where it focuses more on a hero's pronouns and sexuality instead of focusing on saving the world and stopping the bad guy? Yeah, I'll get called an asshole for it, but whatever. Let me address this comment real quick by scrolling down enough that we can see how this concludes. Full of enemies that look and think and act too much like the demons in my mirror. Must make America. The monstrous men like me have never been able to defeat alone. This nation's anger and greed and fear are still very real, Cap. Crush you in my powerful hands. But thank God you are too. I don't have all the gray boxes. I don't get it at all. Crush me, huh? Not even in your dreams. The end. Like, that's the end.
It said crush me?
Like he says, crush you in my powerful hands. Crush me, huh? Not even in your dreams. The end.
That's just a great line. I don't know what you have a problem with.
It's just like the way that this is. It's like a children's book. It's like a children's like fucking toddler bedtime story, right?
Yeah.
Like this doesn't even resolve the conflict.
It's clearly say like Orange Man's bad. Don't vote for him. Or
But
don't
it's like it doesn't even resolve the conflict. Like literally, you're just punching one of the minions in the last panel, and it says the end. Doesn't make any goddamn sense at all.
Nope.
It's like what it is these are a bunch of seething Trump derangement syndrome authors who are self-inserting their, I got to punch Trump in my comic panel. It's like, well, actually, it was MODOK that I made look like Trump because I'm deeply deranged.
I have no actual ideas of my own.
It's just, it's pathetic. Like, this is like, imagine the kid who gets bullied in school and like the bully picks out his notebook and opens it up to the page he's been drawing on the lined paper. And it's like, take that, bullies, and stick figure. And he's like wearing a cape, and it'd be the biggest, most cringe thing ever. Like, I can't defeat the bully, so I drew a little flip book where I punched the bully in the penis. Like, that'll show him. And it's just cringe. Anyway, so Morales Leonardo also said there's an Image Comics Savage Dragon comic where Savage Dragon wants to destroy Donald Trump because he leads an alien invasion on Earth. It was one of the lowest selling comics of 2016. Marvel and DC have gone to hell. Manga have no. I accidentally clicked enter before I was done. Where's the finish? Look, AC, there is a difference between having an opinion and shoving yours down people's throats. Right. I was trying to say one of the storytelling techniques is you are giving people reasons to think like you, right? Which I think I've done on the podcast a lot. You know, I've given people reasons for understanding this is why I don't take on labels, or this is why I believe this thing or that thing. I give you the why and not the what. You know what I mean? And I feel like they don't give you a why. They literally just give you their masturbatory drawing of them punching Donald Trump and saving the day in their fictional story. The end. You know? I think ultimately that's what we're dealing with here is that if you want to put politics into comics, I'm not even going to say I'm opposed to it, but you have to give me a reason to agree. And the thing is that there's so much of the party that claims to be the ones who believe in science is completely antithetical to that statement, you know? And so you get the comics where Spider-Man protests climate change. Right. And so you give me like the established narrative. And that's it. I've just realized that's it. That's the difference. That's the difference between X-Men and this bullshit is that X-Men was countercultural to the way people were treating people. But Spider-Man doing the climate change shit that's the establishment narrative. It becomes propaganda when somebody has to coerce you into believing their way of thinking without using logic and reason, and instead is just forcing it on you. That's the difference.
The other thing I'd say is they're also just shit writers.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I agree, for sure. So let's see. Mirage Leonardo says, not to mention the creator Eric Larson is a huge douche. Wonder Woman and Supergirl being in a lesbian relationship was the nail in the coffin for DC Comics for you.
And I'll just add one other thing. They're shit writers because the companies are focusing on the writer's politics versus the writer's skill. And they're firing the people that don't agree with them.
Yes.
And so good writers are staying away.
Yeah. So what's effectively happening is that within the industry, they're being hired because of the purity test in their Twitter bio, pronouns, BLM, climate change is real, whatever it is, as opposed to their portfolio of work. Right? The value they bring as an entertainer. I really think I hit the nail on the head, though. I do think it's the fact is, the reason we have a counter culture isn't because people want to counter the establishment. It's because the counterculture comes from people who recognize the falsehoods in establishment narratives and fight against them. I think wholeheartedly, that's why X-Men succeeds in convincing you that it is wrong to treat people differently because they're different, right? Versus this nonsense where the end, right? Like punch Nazi Trump and the end. And then the following panel, she wakes up from her dream. And she was the writer all along. I already know Disney is going to fuck up the Fox Kids X-Men cartoon sequel. Guarantee you it won't even get one episode in before they ruin it. They put a BLM suit in Spider-Man Miles Morales, the game, and I was like, really? Especially considering the fact Miles' dad was a cop? Yeah.
In reference to that X-Men 97 cartoon that they're doing, Ethan Van Sciver I think it was Ethan Van Sciver, looked up some of the people that are supposed to be the like writers for the show.
Yeah, I saw that.
And he looked up their Twitter accounts, and they're all like, pronouns in the bio and all that BS. So, yeah, it's not promising. I wouldn't expect anything from that show.
I'm enjoying some cheese puffs with Carolina Reaper flavoring. They are not nearly as hot as they should be, but nevertheless, they are addictive.
I'm enjoying beef and noodle soup.
Oh. On a Blue's Clues commercial, they had a drag queen talk about the different genders while singing into a microphone with the BLM Black Power fist. Yeah. And again, this is what I'm saying, is that we're in a world now where you feel in your soul that it's wrong to teach kids that they can like that there's no difference, no meaningful difference between men and women, that they can transition and should transition if they feel one day that they don't fit in for one reason or another. And that we, like, deep in our souls, we know that there is something inhumane about doing this. And so when we see it, rightfully, it doesn't sit well, right? And it's clearly propaganda. Like it strikes you in that way because that's what it is, right? And
like indoctrination.
It is. That's straight up. Yeah. So yeah, it's everywhere. Yeah, and it's kind of a really rough place to be because the goal is push everybody into streaming. And on the streaming platform, all the problematic content has been removed, right? And it only conveys the message we want people to hear. And we're shaping and creating a new reality by only making content that features these ideas, right? And, any pushback or any going against the grain is stamped out. And it's like, meanwhile, you hold these opposing ideas in your head regarding the concept that people who are saying no, get rid of the critical race theory in schools are like, oh, you're book burning. Look at these book burners. And you know what I mean? And it's like literally the tactic is to destroy, right? Everything that's going on. Even more so in comics and TV shows now. Yeah, it's... Dude, I'll tell you, before you sent me this, and I saw the Sankaku Complex article, which has a lot of the same pictures, I never knew how far it had gotten. You know, I knew it was bad, but I don't read comics. And it's like, I can't imagine anybody actually picking up these comics. You know? It is so
like,
heavy.
Oh, that's a classic. I'm going to keep that forever.
Yeah, Donald Trump.
Read that. I want to
kills
read that
cats
every
and
year.
He's building the wall and has all this money. And it's like, wow. Yeah, man, I'm tired of it as well. I fell asleep in your chair. Wow. Good night. I thought, oh, we finally got you at a good time, but apparently not. Take it easy, man. Internet AIDS is hitting hard today. I guess that was Foodnum using my account. Yeah. You know what? I would say yes. Go with indie comics. That's pretty much all you can do. Speaking of comic book artists and writers that are pieces of shit, Adam Craig Farley, who used to write and draw some of the tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles original comics, is honestly a scammer. People used to send him money for commissions, and he never followed through with them. One of my friends is still waiting on his from over 10 years ago. Wow. Anyone got some hard liquor? Going to need some to get through this evening. I, unfortunately, only have Mike's Harder Lemonade. Literally told, wow. So this person told you to go kill yourself on Facebook because you told him to stop bullying and doxing people who eat at Chick-fil-A. Yeah, and he called you a Nazi. See, now let me ask you this. If you were reading a comic and there was a character who did those things, would they actually be the hero? Right? If these people saw their actions in a comic form, would they be like, wait a minute, why is Joker making such good points? Right? Like, it's so ridiculous. Claiming that all people who eat there hate the LGBT community and are homophobic. I was just like, dude, you have lost your marbles. I just eat there because I love their waffle fries. Same with In-N-Out, man. I could literally hear his vein in his forehead throbbing over. Yeah, dude, I'll be real. Like I've lost all energy to even cover this and read more, but I can give you a gist of what's going on here. And Foodnum has lost all of his internet. Didn't you get a new internet tower set up outside your front door or something?
I told you it's not connected, and it's in the back field.
And it's also for cellular. It's not.
Yeah, it's a cell phone tower.
God damn it.
So for indie comics, I don't know if we covered it, but Dark Horse just got bought out by.
We'll cover that tonight. But yes, go ahead.
Okay, well there you go. So and that company seems like it's an okay company in terms of wokeness.
I thought so too, and like the only comics I've bought within the last 10 years were the Hellboy comics, and for the most part, I mean, granted, I've only read the mainline Hellboy series and not the BPRD stuff, but I think Mike Mignola posted a sketch of Hellboy holding like a Bernie flag or something.
No, I'm talking about the company that bought Dark Horse, not Dark Horse.
Yeah.
Like the company that bought Dark Horse seems like it's not a woke company, but yeah, I was gonna.
It's actually a foreign company, I think, from Sweden.
Yeah, it is.
Well, let's hope that they revitalize the manga division.
Seb, you need to apply there and make manga great again. No.
I've had them actually license Blood Blockade Battlefront back to back.
There you go.
What you keep scrolling past it? What's the point of putting the One Piece art on here? What?
I don't know. I'm curious about that. But so they talk about the fact that it's this incredible thing that manga does where they have gay characters.
Those are cousins, please. They're not gay.
Boy, I'm
They're
sorry
just really
for your
friendly cousins.
For those who don't understand, that was the English localization to cover up the fact that they're gay lovers. But here's the thing: is that diverse sexuality does exist in manga and anime.
And it doesn't have to be political.
No. But here's the thing: it's a kink. The characters are not seen as normal because millions of years of evolution took a man and a woman to get us here. Okay? Now, when manga puts the gay characters in or whatever, it's exciting because it's not normal. It's on purpose. It is the flashy, thing to titillate the fujoshi or whatever you call the other enthusiasts, because it's not actually a normal thing. Now, I'm totally behind anybody's decision. So long as you're doing it with a willing partner, I don't care. I think that I honestly, I really just don't care. But I'm telling you that in manga, I'm telling you the vast majority of the stories. Now, look, there are specific manga. They're using a bad example here because they're using Sailor Moon, in which case I promise you this wasn't put in here to make some statement. It was put in here because it was sort of kinky, right? It's like it adds flavor to a story by putting in an unusual pairing, right? In terms of the typical narrative, right? I mean, the main character is swooning over Tuxedo Mask, right? So they use the argument that manga having diverse sexuality characters in it, characters that look male but act female, or tomboy female characters, or all these things, that is the same as Western LGBTQ diversity. Right?
I just realized why they have the One Piece thing there. Yeah.
So what's up with the One Piece one? Explain to me.
That character is a female, obviously, from the breasticles. But she goes around, she idolizes another character in the story who was a male. And so she introduces herself as that character. His name is Odin. And so she says she is Odin. And she occasionally uses it's hard to tell whether or not it's intentional from the Japanese, because I don't read the native Japanese, or if it's just the translators, but she occasionally swaps in and out of pronouns, calling herself he, or like referring to themselves as a boy, not using
saying she has a split personality.
Not even really that. Occasionally she'll call herself her father's son. She doesn't use he or him because it's weird. That would be third person, but she occasionally uses male words like son instead of daughter, where other people call her daughter. So a lot of people online are saying like, oh, she's transgender. It doesn't appear that she's at all transgender, like in the normal aspect of it. But
this came up a couple weeks ago, maybe a few months ago now. I chose not to cover it because we had a heavy podcast that week, and I couldn't even bring myself to read the whole article about this character showing up and being revealed. But it says here, in the pursuit of his argument, Mulliken attempted to push the false claim that due to her previously ingrained use of male pronouns resulting from her father's constant treatment of her as the son he desired, One Piece's Yamato is transgender, despite such an idea only stemming from Western translators' decisions to take the character's idolization of the male Odin into consideration and transcribe her neutral Japanese pronouns as male ones. Correct. Yeah. Because, the thing is, though, that in Japanese, they have quote unquote gendered first person pronouns, right? Like I has a gendered stigma to it, right?
Watashi.
Well, so watashi is Japanese for I, but it it is seen as more feminine. It is
Yeah.
not seen
Which is always
as
funny
feminine.
hearing All Might use the Watashi when he says "I am here."
Right. And see what it is that it's not specifically feminine. It's just that there are other terms that are seen as masculine because
Like what? Watashi-kun?
like boku, and I would almost guarantee that this
Boku
character
no
here,
Pico?
precisely, that this character here is using I would assume is ore, which is slang. It's like saying boku, but without being as polite about it, right? So
It's kind of like if a girl were to come in and say, "Oh, what's up, pros? What's up, my dudes?" It's like,
yeah, I guess you could
that's
say
kind
it's
of
similar.
more masculine, like language that she'd be using, but it's not necessarily a tell that she's a guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read One Piece or seen even the rap, so I'm not a good person to address on this. But
like, I'm just talking about in Japanese in general, like in Host Club, Oran Host Club, right?
Mhm.
I forget her name now, but the main character uses aura or ore, whatever, to refer to herself, and that's what trips them up into thinking that she's a guy because she
Yeah.
has short hair. Because she cut her hair because there was like gum in her hair, if I remember correctly, and she uses that pronoun, and they're like, "Oh, you're a guy," and she's like, "I just like using that word instead of
So
watashi or whatever."
effing anime addict says, so does that mean she is Thor's brother? She's undecided and child of Odin. So Odin is spelled. I don't know. I have no idea. But Odin, they spelled it Oden. So I don't think it's in reference to.
Yeah, it's not Odin the.
It's not
the
Odin,
god.
the Norse
No,
god.
has no relation. Odin is I think it's in relation to a soup, right? In Japan.
It might be. In fact, she looks like she's in like a ramen-y sort of. No, probably not.
But she's actually not Odin's son. She's fucking what's his name? Someone else's son.
Big spoiler.
And
Let's not.
she or daughter, I should say, and she looks up to Odin as a role model. So
Also, apparently, I said, "Oh yeah," so Random 11 gets 10 name changes for his super chat.
oh, I'll forgo the name changes. It's okay.
So who's friendly neighborhood retard?
That's Reese.
I have been your friendly neighborhood retard this whole podcast.
I am so sorry. You're missing your avatar.
I am?
Yeah.
I've shown up on my friend.
Well. All right. Anyway,
apparently, StreamYard has this weird thing going on with avatars. It happened on Nick's stream where, or was it Yellow Flash's stream? One
it
of
might
them.
just be because I'm on my phone and
Yeah. I'm not going to worry about it. So yeah, continue. It happened on Nick's stream. What?
That's all. There was this weird thing where they saw an avatar, but even on YouTube, it looked normal. Like it was different than what was showing on YouTube.
Weird.
It was definitely Nick's stream. It was, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, there goes Reese again. So, Mirage Leonardo says, thank you for covering it. Also forgot to mention that I got Metroid Samus Returns on 3DS, which is a remake of the original version on the Game Boy. Excellent game. Right on. Hey, there's your avatar. So, honestly, I probably shouldn't have put this as an open discussion because I'm not warmed up for the podcast yet. And it's actually been quite difficult to have this conversation. Also, I've drank a lot already. But yeah, basically, fuck, it's either you or FDNM. I can't rely on either of you to be on in this freaking hangout. So yeah, I think we've already hit all the points. I think this is a good place to end on right here. All games are political, says the extremely smart individual who can't tell the difference between Metal Gear Solid, BioShock, and this picture. I think that's a good way of putting it, right? Like, having politics in
doesn't
something
mean you have Trump in every game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a part of it. And it's almost like they're in a cult, and it's what's so frustrating is to deal with people who decry you for not being a member of their cult, and eventually people will come out of it or they'll die trying, but I don't think we're going to get there for a while. Anyway, do you guys have anything else you'd like to share, or should we move on from this?
I want to know what Donald Trump thinks about all this publicity.
It's such a bad look for the comic industry, right? Like, I can't believe how much I'm cringing over it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, this was bad enough, but anyway, I think we'll move on.
And having the
another
Trump having the Trump Titan and that one American crossover, like the collection of short stories of Attack on Titan done by American authors.
I didn't see that, but that sounds equally cringe. Anyway, yeah, so let's jump into the actual podcast and get a little bit more warmed up.
The actual podcast.
1 hour and 41 minutes in.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long one,
Guys, you have not been watching the actual podcast up until now.
You know what I meant. All right.
Now begin.
So Keizo Marase's kaiju movie Brush of the Gods final campaign has 14 days left. If you guys want to get it, the tier you probably want to jump on is $70. Moving on. Now there's another Kickstarter, Ninja Masks, the birth of a new ninja hero. It's a thing. So far as I can tell, it doesn't have a DVD reward. So probably not worth backing.
Looks bad.
It also looks bad.
Ooh, that looks bad.
Yeah. Anyway, Dropkick on My Devil got another extra episode from the Hometown Tax. Now, on the one hand, it's great that you can convince people to send their tax dollars your way to make another episode. But on the other hand, it's fucking terrible because when are you going to stop? And when are these going to get released as a collection over here? Like there's just going to be all these individual episodes they're never going to put on disc out in the West.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just easier to not collect it at all.
Yep.
All right. Fundum's not here. That's too bad. All right. So, from Mirage Leonardo, God damn it, Ultraman Chronicle D TV series has been announced. Just like the previous Ultraman Chronicle series, they take a look back at the adventures of Ultraman Dyna as well as Ultraman Trigger and other Ultra heroes. I have no idea what this is, but I hope you enjoy it. Moving on, likewise, Avataro Sentai Don Brothers are also officially revealed, to which I must ask, how did Cookie Monster become a Super Sentai? And also, actual dog.
Is this one of those like fake Sentai things?
No, I'm pretty sure this is real. It says it's the new... Toei has officially unveiled the 46th overall Super Sentai series, Avataro Sentai Don Brothers.
Oof. Oof. Because there was that like parody Sentai thing that the voice actor of the Japanese voice actor for Vegeta played in as a character, where it was a parody. This looks like the costume designs look like it's parody.
I agree. It looks unbelievable. Like it's so obviously just a toy line first and a show second. So it says here,
When has it not been that?
the Don brothers are Don Momotaro, red. Again, Momotaro's Peach Boy, right?
Like,
The story of the Peach.
is the Black Ranger supposed to be a cat?
It is a dog.
Or a dog?
Saru brother in blue. Inu brother. Inu is the Japanese word for dog. in black, Kiji brother in pink, and Oni's sister in yellow. It is also revealed that Inu brother is the shortest member, with him being 100 centimeters or 3'3", with Kiji brother being the tallest at 7'2". I am creeped out beyond belief.
Is that the
Slender Man-
first time there's a pink male ranger?
I don't know.
That might be a first.
Is this political? I could see this character being one of those obnoxiously gay actors. I don't know. Mirage Leonardo will have to fill us in when it starts. Look, it's one thing to be an adult who still watches Power Rangers, but I feel... No.
I just heard someone get thrown under a bus.
I don't mean this as an insult. I'm just saying it's one thing to be an adult who still watches Power Rangers. But once this came out, I feel like every person, this was their moment where they're like, I think it's time to grow up.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I can't.
I think Time Force was the last few Power Rangers I actually watched.
Honestly, Super Sentai was the shit when it first started. Like, in the Green Ranger gets like crucified and stuff. I mean, as an adult, I will watch that shit so hard, so good. But when I look at this, like I feel like I'm being judged. And I'll show you this image. The most poorly photoshopped image in the history of anything. No drop shadow. Completely different angle. Yeah,
he's doing the Akira
yes,
pose.
Unfortunately.
March 6, 2022? Oh, come on. That's the day before my birthday.
Mirage Leonardo says, no, I'm Power Rangers Dino Fury, or in Power Rangers Dino Fury, it had the first Green Ranger female lesbian ranger. Well, there you go.
Yeah, okay, but I'm wondering if there's been any other male Pink Ranger.
I think in the original Power Rangers that we got over here in the States and in the Western world, that the Yellow Ranger was a guy in the Japanese version.
Yes.
That's correct, isn't it?
Yes. And there has been like yellow and blue. There, I think almost maybe except, I don't know about black. All the other Rangers have had female versions, except I can't think of black and green, maybe green. But pink, I can't think of another case where there's been a pink guy ranger.
Well, much like you, I would rather watch Gridman.
But I am not a Power Rangers connoisseur.
Yeah, I am not either.
I gave up on that show a long time ago. So,
well, I'll tell you this. I agree with Mirage Leonardo here. I would much rather watch the Japanese iteration than the American, one. My kids have watched like Dino Fury and all those, or Dino Charge. And, oh my God, my kids sing the theme song like Dino Charge, like constantly.
Oh God.
And it's like, I can't.
No, some of those original theme songs were pretty good.
Like the original one is so fucking good.
The original one is freaking great. It's from what's his name? Bruce Faulkner.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's maybe it's not Bruce Faulkner.
I don't think so.
Hold on. I screwed that up. It's from the same people who made Rock the Dragon, which is not Bruce Faulkner, but it's from the same team that did the electric guitar opening to Dragon Ball Z in the U.S. Not the crappy Canadian one.
The crappy Canadian one. Yo, the Canadian one's pretty good.
Where they have the screeching dragon and everything.
The best one.
I seen an interview with the guy that wrote the song, and he was it was like on a YouTube channel. I think it was from a convention. I don't remember, but I was watching a YouTube video, and he was saying that he was talking to Alice Cooper, I think it was, or some popular music artist from the West, like rock artist, and he came up to him and he's like, "Oh yeah, I really like that song. Like I was trying to play it and it's really hard to play. Like how do you play it?" And he's like, It's synthesized. I do it all on a synthesizer. God, I can't say that word. And he's like, "Oh," he got all disappointed.
I all of a sudden, like I played, like I put like in my memory, I pushed play, and I just played like the first like half a minute of the song. That really fast. And it's like, "Dang, God, power of force that you never see before."
Okay.
Like, where does this memory come from?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a tab back that I accidentally pulled off screen. Okay, so real quick, I would like to address some things. So, effing Anime Addict says, "Don't you just hate it when you get a song stuck in your head, but you really do not like it?" And Mirage Leonardo says, "Mighty Morphin Power Rangers isn't even that great of a season, to be honest. Like, if you actually go back and watch it, it's pretty cringe." So, I would like to respectfully disagree that it is, in fact, the best season.
Wow, I'm glad you had that ready for us.
That last picture is technically not in the season. It's from the movie Turbo.
Yeah, I saw that in theaters.
Just saying.
Multiple seasons later.
I like how they scanned the like trading card that has like the gold lettering that didn't quite come through when the scanner shined on it. Like,
yeah.
Like shiny holographic kind of stuff like that. Or it's not holographic, but you know, shiny card stuff is really annoying to scan.
Okay, fair. You had me at Kimberly. Yeah.
Dude, and the original costumes were just like so fucking iconic.
And also,
Like,
freaking giant.
It's because they are the dinosaur ones, right? And they've got like the I have a soft spot in my heart for the original series, but I don't think I'd ever want to sit down and watch it again.
Probably not.
Anyway, let me.
I
didn't finish reading this. Power Rangers Space Patrol Delta was probably the most serious of all the Power Ranger seasons. That and In Space. Also, for God's sake, it's called Power Rangers, not Tommy and his bitches. Looking at you, Justice League Batman. Okay. Hey, let's be real though. I mean, has there ever been another series where the main leader of the series got cucked so hard as the Red Ranger? When the villain Green Ranger takes over as the leader?
I like that the actor was so butthurt over that he left the show. That's what I love. There was arguments that the White Ranger would say it's morphin time, and Austin St. John was like, "No,
that's my line.
I'm the Red Ranger. I say it. I'm the team leader." And then when he left and he's like, "I'm done with this," they made a point of like using some like B-roll footage that they had of him as an actor to try and like insert a scene just before, like just after they left, but make it so like, "Oh, we're leaving and I'm making the White Ranger the official team leader now." that whole drama was pretty funny.
Kimberly, I thought you said come on me. Marcelino says he left because he wasn't paid enough. Actually, well, yeah, because
I'm
he's not
sure
the
that's-
leader anymore.
I'm sure that's also a reason, but like I'll say he was bitching about the fact that he was not the proper team lead, and he was jealous of Jason
David Frank.
Yeah, Jason David Frank.
He only got paid like $200 per episode, bruh. In the '90s, that was living like a king. Probably not actually, because, well, I don't know. You're doing what, like 8 scenes per episode, because the rest of them are just footage from Japan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's still pretty damn good.
I don't know.
Well, you're doing a lot of VA work still too,
Yeah,
right?
and well, that's true. But 200 times, God, it felt like those are really long seasons. Like at least 26 episodes, you know?
Oh, I don't know how long he was in it, but like the first season where those where it's just the the Mighty Morphin
What was the name
season.
of the actor from the Red Ranger?
Austin St. John. The Mighty Morphin season I think there was 4 seasons technically in the Mighty Morphin line of episodes until Zeo came in. And they went back to Japan and like re-recorded some scenes specifically for Power Rangers after the Sentai was over, just because they wanted more Japanese footage.
I thought time did bad to me. Jesus.
That's a bad picture. Yeah.
Born in Roswell, New Mexico. Whoa. Okay, so, God damn it. I'm trying to find out how many episodes he was in. All 82 episodes?
Well, he came back for Zeo and did more episodes as the Gold Ranger. And he came back for the movie
but I'm
Turbo.
just saying,
I don't
the
know if he was in the show.
82 times $200.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's excluding the Zeo stuff.
Yeah, so, okay. Value of $1 in 1995.
Well, $200 was what?
No, not $1,995 to euros.
that would be the cost of an N64. So the cost of a
Okay, so
Switch now is $300. So
he made $16,400 on that first season, which today is worth $29,910. That's assuming you did all 82 episodes in 1 year. That's pretty fucking low.
yeah, they did not, obviously.
Yeah.
You gotta have a day job.
that was over what, two years? Yeah.
So what was he doing simultaneously?
3 years.
Nothing. See, that's where you failed. That's why you look like this now.
Hey, at least he still has a full head of hair.
Ouch.
Oh.
You know, I gotta say, I think mine's growing back. Okay, it's just a really bad angle on the on the podcast. Unfortunately, where it really counts, it's not living up to the hype. All right, Johnny Young Bosch, who replaced Zack the Black Ranger, is the voice of Vash and Ichigo. Yes, he actually is, and he's a super nice person. We only besmirched his character once on the podcast, and I shut that shit down really fast.
And he's also replacing Vic as
Broly.
Broly.
Yep. He's also Renton in Eureka 7.
And
Vash
he's
and
also the
Lelouch.
Water Hashira from Demon Slayer.
He sure is.
Yeah, Reese
R.I.P.
said it.
Tomioka.
Lelouch, Green Line's Big Chungus.
Well, yeah, he's a Lelouch. Also, he's a guy in Durara, I believe, RHYS. Isn't he like the
Isaiah.
psycho guy in
Okay,
Durara?
we could go through his entire.
Isaiah in Durara, yes.
God, isn't he background actor number 3 in that one anime?
Yes, I'm
Wow.
surprised you remember.
Billy left the show because he got bullied for being gay by Haim Saban, the creator. What? You're telling me that a Japanese creator had a problem with gay people, even though in their manga they have boys love? What? That doesn't sound very political to me.
I can't pronounce his name. Hayam Saban is not Japanese. He's like
The
Middle Eastern.
localization director guy.
You're telling me the Middle Eastern people have a problem with gay people?
Or I think he's
Muslims
Middle
are a
Eastern
very
anyway.
loving group.
Arabic-ish.
Trini the Yellow Ranger died in a car crash.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yes. You want to know something funny? Though not
I did it.
technically
No.
wife. My boss at my current job is in a relationship with a woman who they paid to double as the Yellow Ranger at convention meetups as an understudy.
Ooh.
Because she's ethnic looking enough that if she showed up in the 90s to a convention, you'd believe it. If she said, I'm Trini.
There's a guy on
Wow.
TikTok, not to extend this convo so long, and go off topic, but there's a guy on TikTok who claims he's the Red Ranger. And he's like, oh, I'm the first Red Ranger. And I'm looking at him like, I have no clue who you are. And I'm like, I'm not a connoisseur, but I liked the first season. And I've watched a lot of YouTube videos about like the show and filming and all this stuff. I'm like, I've never seen you. Who the fuck are you? And like 7 videos in, I finally get to it. He played the B-roll actor because they would have like A shoots and B shoots, and so the A shoots were with the main characters when they had like off masks. Like where
so
they
he
had
was
the
under
helmet
the
off.
mask for the scenes that they needed to have them fighting in costume, doing. He's basically the stunt double.
Yeah, essentially. And I was like, you don't get to call yourself the Red. I'm sorry, like no, you don't get that.
Well, I guess Rip Darth Vader actor guy. The guy who
fair
actually
enough.
plays
You make a
it.
good. You make a devastating point.
Let me ask you this. So, what are your thoughts on John Rhys Davies playing Gimli? Because he got in a tiff over the fact that
John, wait, who did you just say?
John Rhys Davies played
Okay,
Gimli.
I thought you said Rice Davies. I was like, hold on.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't know
I
who that
besmirched the Reese lineage. John Rhys Davies got in a fit over the fact that they were going to put him in the credits of Lord of the Rings as the voice of Gimli.
What?
Because he only actually played Gimli in the close-ups. Because he's huge. So they had a prosthetic mask of his face that another short actor was playing him through most of the movie. Like literally on screen,
Wow.
he might only be like 10% of Gimli shots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I get you, but like I feel like maybe he didn't have name recognition, but I feel like at that point he did. Like people
He
would
did.
recognize him. His
Well, I
face.
still
really?
don't recognize him. Yeah,
So,
it
I
took me
thought
a
they did
minute.
the same thing for him as they did for Elijah Wood. Like they filled him at like a certain distance away or something to make
Yeah.
him look shorter.
They couldn't do
whatever.
that with him because he's way too tall. He's a big guy, right? Let me pull a picture of.
And my axe.
Fuck, it actually is spelt the same way.
What?
It is RHYS, just like
Yeah.
Rhys.
Okay. See, that's what I'm trying to say.
I didn't realize you were a John Rhys Davies simp.
I saw his name in the credits. Like, hey, my name! That's like 12 years old. I was like, oh my god.
Wait, so you've been RHYS since you've been 12?
Okay. So I want to ask you if you had to guess the heights of the Fellowship of the Ring. Who do you think is the tallest?
Like in real life?
Yes, the
Ian,
actor.
Ian McKellen.
Close. Christopher Lee,
Okay.
6'4.5", followed by Hugo Weaving at 6'2". The guy who played Sauron at 6'1". Whoever the fuck this is at 6'1". John Rhys Davies at 6 foot. What? It said 6'2" in a different thing I looked at. they're
Yeah.
cutting him down.
Yeah, have the tall guy play the dwarf. That's
Exactly. And then here's the shortest, 5'6.25". That matters. Billy Boyd at 5'5". Ian Holm also 5'5". Elijah Wood 5'5". Who cares? It's a woman.
Whoa, man.
Anyway,
I should be in Lord of the
so
Rings.
there you go. Yeah, you can. John Rhys Davies, understudy Reese.
John Wick.
At 4'10" and a half.
Still taller than a hobbit at 3'6". All right. So back to this. I'm curious, Mirage Leonardo. Have you seen? I haven't seen it. I'm just curious. What do you think of the reboot, the 2017 movie?
The Transformers looking one.
Yeah, it sucked. Is that what I heard?
It wasn't that great. It was like, at least in my opinion, but I'm not like a Power Rangers purist.
A connoisseur.
Kind of just generic action.
So, Amy Jo Johnson is writing a new Power Rangers Boom Studios comic.
I don't know. Who
I hope
either of
she
those
can write.
people are.
I hope she writes as beautifully as she looks.
Wow. Your
Uh,
wife will have a word with you later.
hey, my friend Nick, just popping in. Go Power Rangers.
Oh, did he like rebrand his account because he's like?
No, this is his. This is his account for the Azart channel.
That's his official.
That's his account that he wants to drive traffic to. How you doing, buddy? Okay. Johnny Young Bosch, we covered this.
Is he the one that was my Santa'd?
Yes, that is actually. So, if you're still here, Nick, for our watch club this week, because of Christmas, we watched an anime called Itsudatte My Santa, and it follows a character who was born on December 24th, and his parents named him Santa. So I've let people know that I have a friend who was born on December 24th. Happy birthday, by the way. Whose parents named him after St. Nicholas.
Hashtag relatable.
Yeah.
Hashtag prayers for Nick. Hashtag thoughts for Nick. Hashtag
Effie Anime Addict says, no, the reason why Billy left David Yost was because having a gay actor on a very successful franchise goes downhill quick when people found out. I'm like, Jesus, like the amount of oven you need. Like, I'm just going to have to throw you in. Nothing.
all right, get
personal.
the gas, boys. Get the gas.
So I was thinking about our 1-800 oven shirt, and I thought we already have it. It's right here.
Well, there you go.
I'm just gonna go over it and do like line art, so it looks like it could be on a pizza box, and I'll just have that special font for the 1-800 oven. I couldn't even follow this.
You need to get a jingle like 1-800 oven.
1-800 oven. When you're so embarrassed you could die.
When
Because
people
your
found
grammar-
out I'm like today.
Call 1-800-OVEN. Okay.
Well, should we have it be grammatically incorrect? The jingle. When
I think
and
Neko
scoop
Volt's
at
just
the grammar.
unsubbed. Okay, so this is also why I hate Tommy. In a death battle with evil Dark Ryu, Tommy kills him with his sword. The Dark Hado can literally rip someone in half. Also, how in the fuck does the White Ranger Tommy kill Scorpion for Mortal Kombat? There is so much
Death
happening.
Battle is dumb.
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay, it could go downhill quick when people not. Oh, I don't think you got enough gas. I'm just easy bake grammar oven.
Oh my
Oh,
We're gonna need a bigger oven.
yeah, no hard feelings, buddy. Yeah, no, I got what you mean. Yeah, they
Yeah,
thought
only
that
soft
it
feelings
would be
here.
a scandal, even though gay people exist. No, I guess in the 90s, yeah, it could have been. All right, anyway, moving on from here. Usamari Furuya's Joshikose ni Korosaretai suspense manga gets a live-action film in April 2022. Now you're thinking, yawn, wait till I translate the title. I want to be killed by a high school girl. Right? Right. And it's about a teacher.
So this is basically
Death by
Sayonara
Shinichi.
Zetsubo Sensei.
Yes, I guess. I haven't watched that.
Death by Sit on My Face student.
Hold on. This is the plot of Assassination Classroom.
Oh,
Yeah, you're correct. I'm giving him a hard time.
it's a sexist version of it's an ass class though, because he only wants to be killed by women.
Classination ass room. All right, so you guys remember there's a change.org petition to save the live action Cowboy Bebop. It is currently at 88,000 signatures. Well, hilariously, there is a counter change.org petition. Keep the Netflix live action Cowboy Bebop canceled. Currently sitting at 10,000 signatures. I just wanted to make sure you knew they were both a thing, in case you wanted to sign one of them.
Or
Also,
sign both and cancel it out.
simultaneously, even more hilarious is that in order to comment on the change.org petition, you have to sign it. So people who are butthurt that this petition exists are signing it so they can say this show deserves another season. Great job, guys. Hilarious. All right.
I think there. Well, I didn't
Go ahead.
read that comment, but there might be some confusion as to what that change.org petition is. Like maybe someone signed the wrong petition.
There's
thinking
actually another one. There's multiple that are trying to get it uncanceled, which I find hilarious because nobody could bother to watch the show.
Should we put a change.org petition of like rape insert person here for directing insert thing here? I'm not
Galcon
directly
Chan?
calling for anything. Whatever you desire, man. I'm not making the petition.
I don't think I want to have made a change.org petition.
As a whole.
Now, if we want to get on the whitehouse.gov petition, where once we get 100,000 signatures, the White House has to respond, I'd be all over that.
What? The White House has to cancel the Cowboy Bebop officially.
Joe Biden needs to rape so-and-so.
Oh my god!
A pig on camera.
Oh, God, no.
The people have spoken.
That's only for British Parliament. Okay, the
What
pig
can I
stuff is
say?
only for
The
British
people have
Parliament.
spoken.
Well, the CIA hit squad is already on its way. That was the most awful thing we've done.
Well,
Right.
flip when? No.
So a quick, so you know, another article from Mirage Leonardo. John Wick Chapter 4 has been delayed to March 2023. Now, I have no idea what the fuck this little teaser is. I've never seen a movie make something just to tell you it's being delayed.
It's not. This is literally a cut from the movie, and they replaced the chalkboard with saying,
"Oh, have you seen the movie? Oh, right?
Yeah." That's why
from
I
one of
sent
the
him
previous
to.
movies.
I believe he means the third movie.
I thought you meant the fourth movie. I was like, where did you get the cut?
This is from the third movie.
In more Keanu Reeves news, The Matrix Resurrections writers have revealed that the film seeks to, quote, reclaim the red pill after it was, quote, kidnapped by the right wing.
I have.
Now, I have read this article.
I have so many questions over just that one statement alone.
I have read this article, and nowhere in it do I learn how they thought they could reclaim it. It is very much Matt Fury trying to kill off Pepe, right? Good fucking luck.
I have not read the article. I have watched the movie, and I have a guess, a very strange guess as to what they could mean, but it would be just a guess.
So basically, they just made the worst movie in the history of the world to leave a bad taste in anybody who wanted to reference any of the franchise.
Well, in the movie, there's literally a part where they say, they're making a video game that's like our head company.
So okay, in the trailer, when the guy says to go back where it all started, back to the Matrix, that character is literally talking about a video game that Keanu Reeves' character made called The Matrix that the studio wants them to make a sequel to years later, and they don't want to do it. But the idea is that if they don't do it, the studio will do it without them,
and it will be ass.
I actually like that part of the movie.
No. Yeah. That's the creators. That's breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, they're literally telling you we didn't want to do this, but the studio basically threatened us, and so here we are.
Yeah. But so my only theory, again, not having read the article, my only theory is that in the movie, very, very tiny small spoiler, I suppose, they multiple times pose questions to different characters at different times, and at least once, maybe twice, I can't remember, they do the red pill, blue pill question. And they say, you can take whatever pill you want. And again, twice, and in another situation where there's another question that doesn't have to do with the pills, but it's just a third question, the theme starts getting hammered in your head, and that is you don't actually have a choice. So there, for instance, in one of the scenes where they do the red pill, blue pill thing, there's like, okay, you can either have the red pill and be free, or the blue pill and live in slavery. And then they kind of say like, but clearly you don't have a choice, so you're going to take the red pill. This is an illusion of choice. And so I think that would be my only guess as to what they mean by they're taking the red pill back, as in like the idea of the red pill is saying, well, you're waking up to the
only answer
to the truth, but and you're making the choice of waking up by taking a red pill, but they're taking it back and they're showing that the whole thing about choice is actually false because you don't have any choice at all. Which, I mean, that would be my only stretch, because when I watched the movie, that was the only thing where I watched it and I seen that scene and I was like I was on a call with my brother because I was watching it on
HBO Max.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sure.
On the internet.
And well, yeah, sure. Anyway, and I vocally said to him, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, the whole point was you have a choice, and that was the whole point of the first movie, is you're making the choice. And what's his name?
Betrayed the premise.
Yeah, what's it, the guy that betrays
Morpheus?
them? No,
Oh,
the guy
Cypher?
Cypher, like regrets his choice and he wants to go back. So how can you regret something that wasn't a choice to begin with? You know, I didn't know if it made sense, and that's the only
What's
thing that
going
I
on?
can think of.
Allow me
That's,
to please allow me to bridge the gap between what I'm thinking about and what you're saying, which is the next article. Keanu Reeves didn't know that the Matrix was a trans allegory.
okay.
Is that right? Also, Random 11. Like, are you telling me you watched this in a theater?
No, I didn't.
No,
It's
he
on
watched
HBO
it
Max.
theinternet.com.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's like, we'll go with that one as
Okay.
implying that he didn't watch it on HBO Max or torrented it.
HBO Max is not offered in Canada. Well, we have
The movie,
Oh, so you
the
used a
movie
VPN.
channel or whatever you call it.
we have HBO, and it's
The
tied
Porn
to
network.
it's tied to what's called in Canada Crave, and we get all of the HBO exclusives, excluding this whole coronavirus deal with the movie, like day and day movie thing, theater movies.
Right,
okay.
We don't get those, so we got Snyder Cut, because that wasn't a day and day theater thing, but we didn't get all of the day and day theater things like The Matrix.
So the point is, Random 11 was innocently walking, and he was on the phone with his brother,
He happened to
and
see it on
somebody
the
illegally downloaded this movie and streamed it through their projector on a building that was within view of Random 11's innocent eyes,
Innocent.
and he
completely
happened to
innocent.
just see this one particular scene
Yeah.
and no more.
Yeah.
All right, now that that's been addressed.
And he's so smart, he understands the context and everything.
I was able to
Yes.
read the
We're
lips
also-
without hearing it, you know? Got it.
We're also hoping for a sponsorship. Hashtag NordVPN sponsor the Anime Collector.
So, once upon a time, God damn it. Why am I fucking blanking on the director of Terminator's name? James Cameron. Jesus Christ. Once upon a time, James Cameron did not have a Twitter account. Then Robert Rodriguez started to work on his property that he owned the rights to, Alita Battle Angel. And for some reason, it seemed like they needed the movie to do very well. So James Cameron created a Twitter account
James
to
Son.
to promote Battle Angel Alita. Then, after being infected by the swarm, James Cameron, on a particularly political day, when George Floyd was ruthlessly murdered by a knee, decided to tweet out, "I made the T-1000 a police officer as a critique on the LAPD." To which every person who has seen the movie knew that was a lie.
So you're telling me he J.K. Rowling's that?
Yes. So obviously, as we know, the reason the
Hermione's
T-1000,
black.
the reason the T-1000 was a police officer is because the entire point of the movie is that you don't know that Arnold Schwarzenegger is playing the good guy until the scene in the mall when he tells John Connor to get down. And everything that they do with the T-1000, he actually punches the police officer in the gut and knocks him out. He doesn't use bladed weapons to stab him and kill him, right? He's polite to everybody he talks to. You would believe that he is human and he is taking on the role of a police officer as someone you can trust because he's the good guy. It's a subversion of expectation. It has not anything to do with a political bullshit about LAPD.
Actually, Arnold Schwarzenegger represents Trump.
In which movie?
Every single one of them. He
Twins.
planned that.
So, Now, I would
Actually,
like
it
to
was
bring
on
you.
every movie except for the new ones post-Trump era.
Well, I would like to bring you to today, where Lily Wachowski has decided to let everyone know that The Matrix was a trans allegory because, and I quote, the estrogen pills that trans people would take to transition were red.
They're literally
Mm.
just dismantling and destroying
Wow.
everything that was good about the Matrix.
It's so incredible. Now, go ahead.
I don't know if. See, I heard something different.
There's more to it, which I'll go
Okay.
into in a minute. Are you going to bring up Switch?
Well, I could bring up Switch because I heard about that too,
The Nintendo
But-
Switch.
and that
Yes.
makes sense. I actually buy that.
Yeah.
But
Now, let
I
me
heard.
ask you this: do you believe? See,
I don't
do you-
believe.
Do you believe that Larry and Andy Wachowski were trans when they wrote The Matrix?
No.
I don't think they were.
Do you believe a person who transitioned years after the third movie in the trilogy came out? I don't buy it. I'm just saying. Now look, supposedly the film that they did before The Matrix had a lesbian sex scene in it. And I guess maybe like there was some weird connection to sexuality of the feminine. I don't know. I just remember what I saw from like the special features on my old Matrix TV with the snap case from way back in the day. I kind of suspect that the creators of the Matrix were, what is the word? CIA gay gunned. Right? Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you buy, I think it was Robert Barnes, or someone, I don't remember, on one of Nick's shows.
You're
or
talking
Eric,
about that one with Legal Mindset, I think it was.
on one of
Who
the,
talked about the gay agenda.
no. And
No,
that was
isn't that
Good Logic. Yeah, that was Good
Yeah,
Logic.
Good Logic. Yes. Sorry.
So on one of the many shows, I don't remember if it was on Eric Hunley's channel or if it was on Nick's channel, but on one of them, one of the people on there who appeared to be talking in a position of actually knowing these things, whether it was Robert Barnes or someone else, had said that the Wachowski brothers were into like bondage and like weird kink shit and dominatrix
mean-
stuff. Yeah.
I
And they basically posited the idea that the dominatrix stuff kind of
Dominatrix.
influenced their decision to become trans. So
Both of them, though, like
Yeah,
well, it was
both
just
of
the
them.
one at the start,
Well,
right?
yeah.
Can I show you guys
And then-
some
and
of
then
the
you get the
coolest
whole-
shit?
Psychology of like, well, my brother or former brother is getting all this attention for going trans. You know, maybe I should go trans too. That way I get the attention as well.
do you think they
Okay,
both
we do.
did it just so they could scissor or something? Like,
Oh, shit.
Dude, I don't know.
I
I'm
thought
convinced-
the one was in love with a lesbian stripper, and that's
Yeah,
why.
see, this is what I'm saying is that I think, if anything, that their choice to transition was not fueled by, like, I think that they were still straight after transition. Like, that they're into women, right? And that's what I'm bringing up about the lesbian sex scene from their prior movie. I am not convinced that they were trans prior to making.
well,
the
the
Matrix.
fact that literally both of them didn't feel like, oh, this was a natural occurrence.
I don't know.
I
I
just
don't know.
we just
Look,
both
it's-
happened to.
It's
want it.
entirely possible that they are, in fact, and were trans when that was something that they were wrestling with when they wrote The Matrix, but I'm not buying it. Okay, I'm just saying, like, and in fact, in this article, maybe it was in the previous article, I think it was in the previous article, which I don't plan on reading because it's gobbledygook. But they talk about not knowing whether or not they were aware of their transness when they wrote The Matrix, right?
Yeah.
And it very much seems to me like a reauthoring of the past based on the current position there are in life. Yes. So I would like to show you guys real quick, just because I have the opportunity to. Have you seen the fucking storyboards for The Matrix?
No.
Because they're some of the most incredible pieces of artwork I've ever seen. Like, legitimately, I think Larry and Andy Wachowski were comic artists before they I'm looking for the helicopter.
That's why they made an animatrix, maybe.
Well,
are you
they're
sure?
into anime. That was a big thing, and that's
Well,
why
it's
I'm not
very clear they
very
stole a bunch of
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
from anime, right?
Yeah. So let me show you the helicopter scene in storyboards where the helicopter is it this one?
But do you know that they drew the storyboards?
Yeah,
Like
in the well, at least that's what it says in the.
They put an unbelievably unnecessary amount of detail into them because it's like you just need the composition of like, yeah, a guy gets punched. But
it is.
Like,
these are the most detailed storyboards I have ever seen in my entire life. I mean,
I can't remember I don't think it was The Matrix, but I remember hearing about a movie that basically made a comic book out like for their storyboards. But like they were like, well, we want to make sure it's right, so they hired a comic book artist and did the storyboards that way.
They look great. Anyway, back to the point.
That's called
I don't see
anime
it,
ever.
The helicopter sequence is freaking like, look at how Chadley Neo looked. The long hair.
He's John Wick. That's what inspired John Wick.
Anyway, so yeah, they're pretty good. But so I want to read this article. So not this one. No, this one. So 2 decades after The Matrix was originally released, co-director and co-writer Lily Wachowski, again, just to be clear, when I refer to Larry and Andy, I'm referring to the directors of the first 3 movies. Lily and Lana are the new personas. So just so we're clear, I'm delineating them by different names because I'm referring to their state of mind when they were not. What was the "fuck you both" or whatever they said to? I think it was Ivanka Trump quote tweeted Elon Musk saying something like "take the red pill," and then Lily Wachowski's like, "Go fuck yourselves." Like,
yeah. That's why the previous article exists is because that happened and they were like, we don't want you to have it. And then so they're saying like, we're taking it back.
Well,
okay. So, like, I don't know how you're doing that, but okay.
Okay, so 2 decades after The Matrix was originally released, co-director and co-writer Lily Wachowski finally revealed the franchise was a trans allegory. Quote, that was the original intention.
It was a transaction.
She told Netflix in August, adding that she kept mum about it largely because the corporate world wasn't ready for it. The revelation isn't new to super fans of The Matrix, who have long viewed the film through that particular allegorical lens after Lily and her sister, Lana, came out as trans after the franchise wrapped up. But it's brand new to star Keanu Reeves, who played Neo in the series. In an interview with Variety, Reeves said that he wasn't aware about the film's allegorical nature. No, that idea wasn't introduced to me when we started for production on the films, he said. Lily never shared that with me. Reeves is currently in Berlin filming the 4th Matrix movie directed by Lana. Lily is not formally involved in the production. In the Variety interview, Reeves clarified that he hasn't watched her Netflix interview, so he doesn't know the finer details of the concept. I haven't seen her interview or anything or read what she's spoken about on it, but I miss her, he said. I miss her not being here, but I get it as well, meaning he misses the team, the Larry and Andy or Lily and Lana, however you want to look at it, team of directors.
I didn't realize it was
that because it sounded to me more like it was just straight up incest. Like that's the whole reason they went through all of this. Like
Well-
they both transitioned. They were into lesbian stuff, so they wanted to be lesbians. Incest.
Why
of
was
them
Well-
did
Lily
it.
not working on the movie?
Well, I think it has to do with the fact that the film was only made because the studio was going to do it with or without them.
Well, you say them. It's clear. It seems to be it's just the one person
No,
stood up.
and that's what
said,
I'm saying is that only one of them decided to actually take part in it. And the other one's like, "Fuck it, I don't care. Let them do it. I don't want to be a part of it."
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
okay.
That's what I'm gathering from it. I don't know. These are what I gather from putting the pieces together. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, in the Netflix interview, Lily gave rare insight into the billion-dollar film franchise, which starred Reeves as a hacker trapped in a simulation version of reality known as The Matrix. The narrative, quote, was all about the desire for transformation, but it was all coming from a closeted point of view, Lily said, confirming fan theories. I don't know how present my transness was in the background of my brain as we were writing it. Red flag that you're retroactively changing it.
Yeah.
Lily added, quote, we were always living in a world of imagination. That's why I gravitated towards sci-fi and fantasy and played Dungeons and Dragons. It was all about creating worlds. It freed us up as filmmakers because we were able to imagine stuff at that time that you didn't necessarily see on screen. Elements of the Matrix have become woven into broader popular culture, from popular elements like its cyberpunk aesthetic to its gravity-defying special effects. The alt-right, however, has co-opted the concept of the red pill to the degree that Ivanka Trump and Elon Musk both tweeted about it in May. Lily, who has largely stayed quiet about the co-opting, quickly got to Twitter and issued a sharp retort to the duo. Fuck both of you, she tweeted.
Intelligent.
And now is not largely staying quiet about it.
No, I would like to just say real quick, The Matrix is a very important movie to me. And
The first one, yeah.
The first one. I like the second one as well, but for entirely different reasons. But yes, the first one is important to me. And I think the first one, see, this kind of ties back. This is why I fucked up so hard on that other article. I think this ties back to the politics and comics thing, because you could argue that the truth movement co-opted signs from the Matrix, symbology and whatnot with the red pill and everything. But I think that the choices in the Matrix that were made by Larry and Andy were deliberate nods to the truth movement. And what I mean by the truth movement is literally the idea of taking the red pill is showing things that have been kept as a facade. Like currently we're living in a world where there is a facade going around, and the people who are the countercultural people trying to expose certain things, like, for example, the stuff in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial and everything, and all that stuff, are the people trying to wake people up. That's long been a thing since before the Matrix, the concept of waking people up. And the fucking song used at the very end of the first movie, when Neo is threatening Agent Smith or the Matrix in general over the fucking phone, and then flies up off screen, and then the credits start rolling, is Wake Up by Rage Against the Machine.
Mm-hmm.
So personally, I feel like the movie itself is all about revealing that which is hidden, pulled over your eyes to hide you from the truth, right? Literal lines that could not be more on the nose today. I think it's ridiculous to retroactively try to claim that it was a trans allegory, because the quote unquote red pill. Honestly, here's what I think is going on. I'm going to put the plain English out there. I think Lily and Lana have Trump derangement syndrome, and they have bought hook, line, and sinker the concepts put forth by the current people who are pulling the wool over your eyes to hide you from the truth, so to speak. And so, as a way to stick it to those evil right wingers, who, by the way, when the movie came out, it was an extremely left wing narrative in the truth movement. It was left wing. Rage Against the Machine is left wing.
Rage Against the Machine is Rage for the Machine.
Well, they are now, but back then, this is around the age when this is before Occupy Wall Street. These are sort of the sentiments that led up to these moments in history. And at that time, the cultural battles in terms of exposing things and stuff, a lot of them were happening on the left, right? But nowadays, the same people fighting those cultural battles, who at the time would have been seen as left-wing, are now seen as right-wing, because the people who are casting out the labels have their perception of reality so severely warped by ideology, right? And so I would say that I think it's very obvious that the one thing that basically because they believe that it's been co-opted by quote unquote the right, even though these people in this truth movement were not seen as right wing when the movie came out and they started to adopt the phrase, because they think it's the alt-right. They think, well, you know what would really ruin using the term red pill for these people is if we linked it to those red pills of estrogen, because they're all a bunch of alpha males. They would.
Well,
hate
if you're saying they transitioned after the third film, it's like, how would they even know the whole the estrogen pills are red type deal, right? So it's very clearly.
I don't know. I think that it's very an after the fact thing. They're just trying to. They're trolling. They're effectively trolling. That's just my take on it. I haven't watched The Matrix since the bombshell revelation that it's a trans allegory came out. But I do know that in the fourth movie, it doesn't it start saying trans system failure is like the opening text on screen, and the camera, just like in the first movie, goes into the lettering, and it crosses right in the center of the M in system and the F in failure, as in male female, right? And they have all this like on the nose overt symbology in it that is real cringe and hard to get behind as an audience member. And I guess I won't spoil the actual story, but according to Tim Pool, the moral of the story is extremely right-wing, as he put it, hilariously, because basically it turns out that Neo isn't the one. There's actually two. It takes two to have the one, and the other.
It's Neo and Trinity together.
It's Neo and Trinity together, right? And I think it's funny, as Tim Pool put it, like literally, it takes a man and a woman. Is the message.
Well, I can't wait to buy this movie now.
Anyway,
you want to buy the thing that's like obliterating what the Matrix was? Well,
just for that end.
Just to own the libs.
Yeah, I've been.
I do have the Ultimate Matrix collection or whatever. I want it for complete. I want. Yeah, I will want the fourth one just for completeness sake.
Yeah.
Well, I have some news for you there, Reese.
The new box set.
I don't think it'll be one more. I don't think that your collection will be complete.
There's gonna be more. There's gonna be more than one.
Mm-hmm.
You think so? Because I feel like it's not doing so well in the box office.
They're going to make
tons of movies aren't doing well in the box office. So,
Fair point.
I don't think that's on the movie itself.
So Old Man says 9 out of 10 doctors recommend the blue pill. Just saying, if anybody needs the blue pill to get a Woody, well, then they're just fucked. Another porn bot. Wow, that's not tech. Like you couldn't even try. Like you didn't have something that's like, wow, I came so many buckets thanks to Vask.tech or some other thing to intrigue people to actually click on a link. One YouTuber's take on the new Matrix movie was that they were ironically promoting hetero relationships because the story hinges on Neo and Trinity getting together. Well, there you go. I guess I should have read.
Yeah.
The power they acquire by being a couple. Right. The alt-centrists are coming for you. I haven't seen the movie, but I thought that was a funny counter narrative, right? The whole movie sounds like it was only made as an FU to Warner Brothers because the movie would be made with or without the Wachowskis. Yeah, and what if the Wachowskis done since Speed Racer? Have they done anything?
You'd have to look it up.
Look at it up!
So that's why they made Speed Racer, because they were into Animu. Oh.
Yeah, but I don't... Oh, they did Ninja Assassin, which was fucking horrible.
Oh, they did that movie?
Didn't they?
Did they? I don't know. I remember I watched that and I was like, oh, this could be a cool movie. And then I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, okay. Well.
All right, let's see what...
About the pills, though. Like, they took that from Alice in Wonderland. So, like...
Is Alice in Wonderland an allegory or something?
Oh, that's right. They did Cloud.
Is she based?
It is an allegory, actually. It's about alternate dimensions. It was written by a physicist who went under a pen name, and he was studying, or he had a theory about alternate dimensions. And
V for Vendetta was just before Speed Racer.
Yeah.
So what are the things? When did they transition?
V for Vendetta was a good movie.
Uh-huh.
That sounds alright.
Cloud Atlas was not a good movie, so as far as I heard anyway. Could be wrong about that. I haven't watched it.
When did wow, they have an actual sister. Did
What?
Laura and Julie Wachowski also transition? Or were they sisters to begin with? Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I'm just curious because I don't. Everything that they did up till the transition was like, and again, as a person who is knee deep in the truth movement, okay, Neko Volts. Watch the first one for the deep philosophical story. Watch the second one for the fight scenes. Skip the third one because it's trash. And the fourth one is probably also trash. And you can watch the Animatrix because like about half of them are good.
What I was going to say at the beginning there, with how I heard differently.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's a case of the one sister saying, oh yeah, it was a trans allegory, and then the other sister saying, I don't know. But what I heard was that it wasn't like the news story I heard, which I can't find, to be fair. I guess I tried Googling it, but only that one news story is coming up. But what I heard was the one person was saying, I think the one that worked on it was saying, worked on the fourth one, was saying that it wasn't a trans allegory, and that the
okay.
So that's why they put the transistor or whatever in the beginning.
That saying it was a trans allegory was going a little bit too far.
So there is something in the original Matrix to do with the code that has the word trans in it, but obviously it's related to coding and not
transcoding.
Well, it's not specifically transcoding, but it's there is the word trans in some of the code in the original Matrix, from what I remember. But it's not. It's just like it's a coincidence, I would say.
Well, and I mean, the word trans, like, just
has a meaning. Yeah.
Well, it has a meaning, but like the meaning of prescribed to being trans, like being trans wasn't a thing until like 2013.
Okay.
You know,
real quick.
Like you had transvestites before, and like transsexuals.
Yeah.
But like no one shortened it to trans until like well, I don't know. I feel like it was a lot later than 2000 anyway. That word became popular.
So real quick, Lana Wachowski. This is the original Wachowski to transition. I just looked it up. Transitioned in 2012. Came out
And it
as
did her no favors.
yeah. Well, oof. Got photos of them as dudes still on their IMDb. That's hateful. Wow.
Yeah.
So I just want to
They're
point
dead
out.
photoing.
I just want to point out the one on the right has Morpheus's glasses, and I'm pretty sure those are Trinity's glasses on the left. Maybe those are Neo's glasses. I don't remember. Anyway, moving back to this. So, I thought that was Harvey Weinstein. I was like, well, it doesn't get any worse than dead naming people in there. Oh, wait. Here's a picture with Epstein. No. Okay, so what I was trying to say is that I just looked it up, and Lana transitioned in 2012. And, oh, God damn it. Motherfucker. Give me a minute while I undo my terribleness. How did I fuck that up?
That's a tall order.
Can't look up The Matrix and get straight to IMDb because the stupid new movie's out. All right, what I was trying to say. Here we fucking are. God damn it. Okay, Lana Wachowski transitioned in 2012. So, Speed Racer in 2008, credited as the Wachowski brothers. Jupiter Ascending and Cloud Atlas. Cloud Atlas in 2012. Written for the screen, written by as the Wachowski. So he'd already transitioned at this point, and then in 2016 is when Lily transitioned.
Jupiter Ascending was terrible.
And then there's nothing else here. There's the original concept for the Unreal Engine 5 experience, which I don't know if you guys have watched that. Have you guys seen that?
No.
Yeah, it looks great.
No. Keanu Reeves, who has the most wooden acting of any person, somehow doesn't look real in the thing. And goddamn Carrie-Anne Moss looks, I can't tell that it's a computer generated image because it looks exactly like her. It's creepy how much that looks like her compared to
okay, some of the shots are live action footage. Some of them,
but not in the car. When they're in the car and it's got their younger form from the original movie?
I don't think so. I think that whole thing is supposed to be Unreal.
No, in the very first shot with Keanu Reeves, it's really him, and then it transitions into the Unreal version of it.
Yeah. But like, the whole point is showing off Unreal. So the very start being real, like live action, okay, but I think most of that is the Unreal Engine.
Well,
anyway,
regardless,
I haven't looked at it.
I'll just say that it's worth sitting down and watching, and it's only
playing because
it's only largely cringe with the character in the back seat who's like, "Hey, I thought you were going to tell me how to fight the system," or whatever line she had.
Well, I thought
but it's just for Xbox Series X and PS5, right?
Yeah, seemingly, because obviously I don't have it on PC or anything.
What? Actors on the Flat Earth stage with a picture of Jeffrey Epstein on the side. What? Jeffrey Epstein is an actor? John McAfee is a flat earther? What is George W. Bush is a...
Well, maybe they were posting it. Why are all of these people listed?
This is...
yeah. Adolf Hitler, Bill Gates, of course.
What the fuck is this?
I don't know. Somebody's personal list.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't know.
Some random list.
Okay, so these are the people who claim that everybody's an actor. It's like some conspiracy theory where everybody's just an actor, right? Okay, gotcha. Some idiot. I'm sorry to give them anyway, so let me go back to this because I want to go to the Matrix. So now we go to Lily. Wow. Such a good decision. I mean, so this was 2016 for this person. So Again,
Do you
nothing.
think they
Sense
did it-
8 created by Sense 8 is the only thing that they've done other than this, which is their characters in a fandemic. 50 fans celebrate 50 years of cinema, which means that they're probably not even in the thing other than the people talk about the Wachowskis as they're fans of them or whatever. Work in progress TV series. So yeah, nothing. Like Speed Racer actually killed their careers. That's so sad.
I have a feeling it was something else. Not
No, but what I'm getting at here is that I feel like if you actually sit down and watch today, you make such a compelling argument.
What?
Wow, such a compelling argument for going to vasf.tech. I'm
Do you
gonna ban.
think they're rating us because you keep shouting it out?
They're rating us because this title, the title of this podcast is "Santa would never do those nasty things with you."
Can you ban words?
Yeah, I can. I can.
Oh,
Ban
.tech.
.tech.
.tech. Yeah, I'm going to. All right. Necovolt says, I think you guys brought up the stuff about les girls not wanting to smash gender swap dudes. My opinion is you can alter your looks but not your heart. If she wanted a dude, she would not be les.
Like that
Okay,
kinda
so
reminds
this
me
is
of-
real quick. What she's bringing up the fact that I said that I think that when the Wachowskis transitioned into women, they were still interested in women. Like they didn't do it because they were secretly gay. You know, some people have, I would argue that some people who are trans today are trans because it was an easier way to come out today than being gay and wanting to be with men.
Right, like ironically being homophobic, right? That's what I was gonna say to that response is that like it's leading into that one theory about like yeah, that they're just like, oh, I can't accept being into guys being a guy, so I have to change to a woman or
So
something.
real quick, Necovolts also said, just my opinion, and 200 characters is too low. Fix it, AC. Does anybody know if I can remove the limit on comments? Because I will.
I think that's a YouTube thing.
I think that's a YouTube thing, but if there's a way for me to do it, I will absolutely do it.
Oh yeah.
Just so we're clear. Also, Mirage Leonardo says, sorry, I'm back. Family emergency. My sister-in-law's cat scratches the fuck out of her face. Well,
Ouch.
I mean,
I hope there's a little bit left.
well, I'm just thinking like, could be horrifying, could be hilarious, depending on your relationship with your sister. I don't know. Like, I wish the cat the best. I will need some feedback on your relationship before I continue to make jokes. No, but seriously, I hope she's all right. And the fun thing about cat scratches is that because of the bacteria in the cat's claws, they get raised.
Yeah.
That's a cool thing about cat scratches. That's a fun tidbit.
And
also,
you get that like tryptophobia or not, whatever.
And you also get that nice little speck of kitty litter embedded in your skin and all that. It's wonderful.
Toxoplosis? What's it called? There's that disease that you get from the worm that infects cats.
From cat urine.
Yeah. It's like toxoplosis or something like that.
Yeah. All right. Read this with feeling and emphasis, AC. The Flat Earth Society has members all around the world. I think it's actually the quote is the Flat Earth Society has members all over the globe or something like that. Like it's just
All over the globe.
that's what the statement somebody made that it's flat earthers are a laughing stock.
Not all over the plate.
So
all over the disc.
So does this article go on to talk about Switch?
I don't think it does.
Or
but
is that the end of it?
did we finish the fourth?
We got to
Matrix?
that. That's just like BS paragraph.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I guess it doesn't. But yeah, to acknowledge the character of Switch, and you don't need to actually be trans to have thought this would be a cool idea, because you watch a lot of anime and it seems perfectly in line with something like that, right? But the character of Switch in the original Matrix was the girl who wore white, blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that they wanted to do with this character, but allegedly
What they did
the
with
studio
their
wouldn't
French
let
girls.
them, is that they were going to have Switch be a male character in the real world, but when that character went into the Matrix, that their residual self-image or whatever, the character that they became once they were in the Matrix was female.
Yeah.
Right?
And I buy that. Like,
Yeah,
I
totally.
believe that.
I agree.
That was their
I think that was in fact their idea, because how else do you excuse this hideous character? No, I very much think that was the intention behind it. But I don't.
And then they killed it off like right away.
So this is what I'm saying about this, is that, like, you think about, oh, it's a trans allegory and we're so progressive and all that, but then you think, okay, so explain to me the woman in the red dress, right? Explain to me, all the other things that we wrote into our story, and yeah, they do kill off this character, but they don't dead name her first. Thank God, that would be a hate crime. But yeah, I very much think that this is a very likely something that they had intended. There's a lot of things that they intended for the movie that the studio pulled the plug on. Pun intended, I guess. For instance, in the original story, Morpheus didn't compare human beings to a battery. The idea wasn't that they were using that the machines were using mankind to power themselves. It was a neural network of information. Basically, they were the eyes and ears. People acted as a combined brain network or something. And the studio thought that the concept was too complicated for audiences, so they dumbed it down to making us a battery. Right. Anyway.
What I just want to say about the Switch thing. The idea, like you said, isn't necessarily a trans, like, oh, it's like trans stuff.
It's not like a stunning and bold thing to do.
No, because even like they were clearly gamers. They played D&D. They watched anime, and in D&D, you sometimes run a girl character, or when you're playing a video game, sometimes you want to run a girl character. Whatever. It's and I would think that the idea of having a character actually be a opposite gender in the Matrix would just come from that, and not even be related to, like, oh, I'm trans, so I want to have a representation character. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing that's always bothered me about the Matrix is how hideous they made Trinity. Because I would just like to point out that she's actually quite pretty. And they gave her the worst haircut in the history of the world. This is a picture of, God fucking damn it. This is a picture of her at like the premiere or whatever with Keanu Reeves.
Wow.
Extremely different look, right? You don't even recognize her. Did you see, was it Jessica Jones, the Netflix series?
Yeah.
She looks a lot more like Trinity with the haircut and stuff in that. She's like better looking in that than she is in the original Matrix.
In Jessica Jones, though, she has the short hair, just like in
that's what I said.
in the Matrix.
Let me see. I'm amazed that, what is that, like 20 years later, she looked better. Like, she's more beautiful as an actress 20 years later in Jessica Jones.
Well, she wasn't looking so hot in Matrix 4.
No, she sure isn't. That was my next point. She looks terrible in Matrix 4. She looks old as shit. I don't know what they did to her in Jessica Jones, but she looks freaking great in it compared to in Matrix 4. Anyway. All right. Anyway, moving on from this topic. We got a lot more to cover. Yeah. All right. So anybody have anything else to say about the Matrix and the trans allegory?
No.
All right. Cool. Also, do whatever you want with your body. I do respect your choice. I do
There's
respect
no
your
I.
choice. Just don't try to trick a chick by nixing your dick. It is better to just be yourself. Yeah, I mean, well, it's like we said about, one group is rejecting reality, right? And currently women are the ones getting hurt by it in a lot of ways. In sports and all sorts of ways.
Wait, so as a lesbian, you would be against dating a trans person unknowingly? Is that the idea?
I think that is what Nekovolts is saying. Yes. If I can speak on behalf of our token lesbian in the chat, I think she is in fact saying that if she takes you back to her place and it turns out you have the wrong parts, it's kind of a deal breaker. Yes, I mean I could be reading between the lines a little too much, but I think if the bits you're attracted to aren't there, it kind of ruins your night.
What about fake bits?
These
are the questions.
These are important questions. Now, I would like to transition.
Run away from that topic.
I would like to transition from the topic of the red pill getting co-opted by the alt-right into our next topic. Marvel officially changes Punisher's logo in the new series. This is hilariously bad and also hilarious for other reasons. So, because, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it.
Yep.
I'm sure that you, sorry, I'm just really bad at this. I'm sure that you have seen it. Punisher logo made into American flag with bullets, or thin blue line flag, or any number of other things. That ain't okay to Marvel, who hates the police. Now, so what is our move here? We turn it into a kabuki mask, and the Punisher no longer uses guns. He is now a ninja with katana, who leads a pack of Japanese ninja. Just seems like, what is that word they use? Cultural appropriation. That's the word.
That's 2 words.
You done fucked
not one
up,
word, it's
Marvel.
2 words.
So, yeah, I'm the only Marvel superhero I actually really like is the Punisher. And it's also because, spoiler alert, he's not a superhero.
Well, they've ruined him, so it's all good now.
Well,
they actually did make him a superhero when they gave him the powers of the Ghost Rider and sent him to space.
Let me rephrase this. The Punisher that I like is the one who has no powers.
The Thomas Jane one.
The John McClane from the first Die Hard of the Marvel Universe.
Cosmic Ghost Rider Punisher was actually a pretty cool character.
Also, Punisher Noir was fucking great. But no, I like the Tim Bradstreet Punisher. I don't know if you know I'm talking about. It's an aesthetic thing. Let me just show you. Oh, I typed in his name and not Punisher afterward. Punisher. Yep, that is how you type. Okay, yeah, these are the comics with art by Tim Bradstreet on the cover. Spoiler, he literally takes a photo of a person and inks them. He Mamoru Shinkai's it. But they looked fucking awesome. And they brought Tim Bradstreet on to do the poster for the Thomas Jane Punisher, where he took photos of Thomas Jane and inked him in the same way. Anyway, Thomas Jane Watch Club win. Anyway, moving on. So let's read about this real quick. The Punisher is returning to Marvel, to the Marvel world in a big way. Monday, Marvel Entertainment announced an all-new Punisher series written by modern icon Jason Aaron. Never trust a man with two first names. And the art team of Jesus Saez and Paul Azaceta. These are, God, if I've ever heard a name that could write a story about Samurai Ninja Punisher, those are the names. The House of Ideas is billing the Prestige series as the definitive culmination of Frank Castle's journey in the Marvel Universe. So they're pulling out all the stops for it. Set to launch in March, the series will feature 13 oversized issues that run monthly, placing the finale out in April 2023. Saez is set to draw the present-day journey of the character, while Azaceda's line art will be focused in the flashbacks. Okay. The series is also changing Castle's iconic brand after its involvement in real-world controversies over the last few years. Okay. After writing The Punisher over the years, I've always been fascinated by the character of Frank Castle. What moments made him the Punisher, even before that fateful day in the park? And how far will he go to win the war that has consumed his life? Spoiler, as far as it damn well takes, said Aaron. Cringe, mega cringe. This story is the destined next step for the dark and tragic evolution of Frank Castle. From troubled kid to heroic soldier to revenge-driven vigilante.
Oh, it's a tragedy, all right. That's
to the duly anointed king of killers. Believe me when I say I am as excited about this story as anything I've ever written for Marvel. I think it would be interesting to look at a chart that featured on-screen or in-panel deaths caused by hero, and I would just like to see how many people have been killed by each superhero and who's at the top. I think that'd be funny. In a unique twist of fate, Castle has been forced to become a warlord of the Hand, as he reports directly to the Beast. This new series also happens to be Aaron's first return to the character since he penned the Punisher Max series for 22 issues between 2010 and 2012. That series featured art by the late Steve Dillon. According to Marvel editor-in-chief C.B. Cebulski, it's an idea they've been mulling over for years since the writer first pitched it at one of Marvel's legendary creative summits. Quote, a few years ago, Jason Aaron came into one of our creative summits with a pitch for Frank that made our collective jaws drop, said Marvel editor-in-chief C.B. Cebulski. The story Jason is telling, a truly epic tale about darkness, violence, and choices, can only be told with the Punisher at its core. The series will build on Frank's legacy while introducing us to a side of him we've never seen before, setting the stage for an evolution that we'll find was inevitable. And I will find a way to shut off the night shift on my computer. Go away. Okay. All right. So here he is from the good old days. Not the best old days, but the good old days. Anyway, that's it. Okay, great. So who's got that list of people killed by superheroes?
I just want to say about this. Marvel is known for
being terrible. I agree.
Taking a character and then changing that character and making it seem like that change is permanent and then undoing that change very quickly.
Yeah. Oh no, this is going to be like, oh, psych, alternate universe, right? Like kind of stuff.
It might not be an alternate universe, but it might be like this is a 12-issue miniseries, and then afterwards it's done. Like, for instance, at one point they made Doc Ock Spider-Man. They literally made in the normal universe. They made Doc Ock switch brains with Peter on his deathbed and then the body of Doc Ock died with Peter in it, and then Doc Ock's brain was in Peter's body, and he became Spider-Man. And they actually ended the comic,
Wow.
The Amazing Spider-Man. It ended, and then they created a new comic, The Superior Spider-Man, that had Doc Ock as Spider-Man. And they're like, yeah, this is it going forward. And then obviously, I think that lasted 2 years actually, and then they brought back Peter after that.
I'm looking up this thing, and all I'm finding are kills on screen, not in comic. But they're claiming that the Punisher has killed 34 people, and Deadpool killed 36, and Wolverine killed 46. Now, granted,
well, that's a lie because there's I guess alternate. Maybe I guess it's like there's alternate universe stories where Deadpool kills the entire universe. So
yeah, right. So I'm saying these are on-screen kills, right? But granted, Wolverine has had more movies than any of these other ones. Number one, and number two, are we counting freaking all of Punisher's movie kills? Because people forget the one from the '80s with Dolph Lundgren. So
I don't think people are counting the snap that Tony does at the end of Endgame.
Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, so I'm very disappointed in this list, and also Blade is my other favorite superhero, who has powers this time. But I only like the Wesley Snipes movie. I don't want to see the stupid Ving Rhames one.
yeah.
Anyway,
the other thing I want to say about that just
yes.
quickly is that along with changing Spider-Man into Doc Ock, they also changed Spider-Man's costume a lot. And they say, oh, this is Spider-Man's new costume, and they treat it like it's something standard, and then obviously they go back. So I don't have a huge problem with them changing Punisher's costume to be more Japanese inspired or whatever, and making him like, oh, he's a Japanese guy now. I guess leftists might have an issue with it being like cultural appropriation, but I don't have that issue,
of course.
Personally.
I do think that it looks stupid. the new costume.
I agree. The new logo looks stupid. Now, the only thing I would have an issue with is if that reason for their change is because, well, we don't want people using our logo anymore, so we're changing it. That is a stupid reason to change it, and I don't think that the writing will be very good. But the idea
no, because police officers like to wear it and stuff, and we hate police or whatever.
Well, it's not just the police, but yeah.
That the whole reason, like, well, people that we don't like are appropriating our logos, so we're gonna change it. That whole idea is stupid.
Dude, they're catching on. They're catching on. There's no .tech in this one.
I'd like to point out real quick that his logo looks a lot like Hanya from Rurouni Kenshin.
He does.
Looks just like him. Great character. Looks awesome. Anyway. All right. Yeah, I didn't see the chat here. So real quick, I would just like to point out that this was FDDNM who's hearing Doc Ock. Okay, so we've got a. Wow.
I told you they're on to us. There's no .tech in this one.
Well, I can't
wait. Did they have a typo? Did they meant to hit the C instead of the V? Ong.
All right. Let's real quick. Okay. Mr. 11. If you went out on a date with a girl or a guy, you take them back to your place to find out they're not what they let on. How do you feel?
Oh, I don't like it. But there are a certain number of people out there that would call it transphobic if you didn't like it.
It's a hate crime.
So I was just checking.
Just suck the dick, bigot.
You're homophobic if you're not going to have sex with a gay guy, Random 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's transphobic for Kitty to not want dick.
Yeah. So
girl dick is
not even checking. Checking is the wrong word. I was just making that point that some people would call that transphobic, although I wouldn't.
Punisher's new logo is like one of those edgy tattoos a teenager will get in the 90s trying to piss off their parents. Next comment here. Okay. I will make you a straight male in this scenario. If you find out she is a he, you feel betrayed. If you find out he was a she, well, you win anyway. You find out girls are just better. Well, okay. I mean,
that would be something. I like if I had a friend.
If you had a friend with a full beard that turned out to actually be a woman who transitioned, how would that make you feel?
I don't know. Actually, like in this scenario, it's a little different because you're not putting yourself in like a sexual relationship with them,
right?
Well, yeah.
So there's no like betrayal in that sense, but like just being a friend with someone, there's still a little bit of a betrayal. Like you really didn't tell me, but then does it really matter? I don't know. I'd have to think
on
about
their
that.
Shoulders, like they're sane and not like reeing on Twitter, like, you know, should be fine. I mean, apart from the whole, oh, you didn't trust me enough to tell me, like, you know, your whole big secret. Like, I would have been cool with that if you told me.
I honestly don't know how I'd feel about it. I'd have to think about it.
Well, I
certainly,
had a friend
if I was trying to date that person and they didn't tell me, I would be pissed. Sorry, I just want to make that clear.
No, I agree. I think that because there is a express purpose in procreation, obviously, like sexual intercourse, for the purpose of male to female, especially like male and female, especially together. There is a reason beyond just pleasure. So learning that somebody has no womb, and you were pursuing them because you wanted to start a family, that would definitely be a dick move.
Right? Or has an extra body part that you don't like.
It's kind of conflicting when it's a lesbian thing because it's like, well, we're not going to procreate anyway, but it's like, I mean, at the same time, you'd probably notice because it would be like, well, your hips are kind of narrow, eh?
Well, dude, no. You've misunderstood though, because now in the lesbian case, you now have the potential of getting pregnant from what would have been a fun fling with the lady is now.
I'm talking if they did get the surgery.
That strap-on's a little warm there, sweetheart.
Wow, they sure do make them
really
realistic these days. Wait a minute. Why are you wearing it under your briefs?
And why is it throbbing?
Oh God. Okay.
Wow, it even shoots up too.
So I wonder if YouTube is transcribing what we say, and the comments are coming in because of what we say.
All right, we're gonna have to ban .vum. I'm vum dot.
Has anyone counted all the people Spider-Man throws off buildings in the Spider-Man game for PS5?
No. So in that game, well, it's for PS4 as well. But in that game, they made a point. If you watch the model, like the character model fall of an enemy, at like the last second, they like get thwipped to a building, and like they get webbed on a building. So they're not actually falling to their death.
Which they would also probably die
from what I remember, anyway. I don't. To be fair, I don't know.
I want an MA Spider-Man game. You can actually just start eating people.
Because I've seen them fall from those buildings and get caught by those webs, and it's like, how would you even survive that to begin with? But
I don't know. I haven't played it.
It's a good game.
Old Man says they are saying lesbians are transphobic for not having sex with trans men who are born men. Yeah, it's as I said
people
suck the dick, bigot.
People can claim that. I'm not saying that it is transphobic. I'm just saying ironic. People do claim it, and I was wondering if Necovolts would
get outed and canceled theoretically.
Which preference they have.
Old Man makes a good point. It is ironic because the argument used to be in the 90s that gay people are born that way, only attracted to the same sex, right? So now you're saying that they're only attracted to the same sex and they're born that way. But now a man with a vagina is, like now it's transphobic for gay people to have been attracted to. Honestly, what they did is they took the LGBTQ and focused only on the T. They decided that is the new oppressed group and that even gay people are oppressing them because they won't suck the girl dick. Anyway, Toonami sheds new light on Netflix's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure takeover. All right, so this is another one shared by Mirage Leonardo. So you might not think it, but the anime industry is a cutthroat place. The business puts out hundreds of anime projects a year, and only so many can survive in such a saturated market. Of course, other conflicts can tangle up the industry when licensing comes into play, and those feuds can impact international fans the worst. Fans of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure found that out recently thanks to a bidding war. And one Toonami executive is finally opening up about the Netflix debate at last. So the update comes from Twitter, courtesy of Jason DeMarco, the Senior Vice President of Action and Anime at Warner Media. As one of Toonami's co-creators, the executive oversees much of its ins and outs. So DeMarco took offense when netizens blasted the program for taking JoJo off its schedule. As it turns out, the move was not done willingly, and it comes after Netflix scored the license for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean. So basically, this is the exact same thing that Gen Fukunaga had that article written about with Evangelion and how Netflix sucks balls for stealing it from Funimation. Yes?
I was going to say something, but I could save it till later.
Okay. Even when Netflix swoops in super late in the game to spend an astronomical amount of money to make sure no one can show the new JoJo episodes but them, it's still Toonami's fault. You can't win, he wrote. I mean, good for Netflix. If I had fuck you money like they do, I'd probably be locking stuff down left or right. But JoJo's not being on Toonami, that ain't our fault. Trying to be somewhat transparent about the inner workings of our TV block on here is not easy. I can't be totally transparent, and that space between what I can say and what I can't leaves a lot of room for misunderstanding and misinterpretation. So as you can see, DeMarco cannot divulge everything about the situation with JoJo, but he shared enough to give fans a more nuanced look. Licensing is a tricky business, and the delineation with streaming and traditional television makes things even stickier. For now, it seems there are deals in place that are keeping JoJo from cable, so streaming is the way to go stateside. So if you miss seeing JoJo over on Toonami, you should know you aren't alone. Anyway, so that's kind of obvious stuff, but yeah, basically JoJo got raped by Netflix.
Okay, so he's saying like, ooh, boo hoo, Netflix stole it from us, and like Netflix is a bad guy. I'm saying, yay, Netflix, thanks fuck. I don't have to deal with it being a Toonami exclusive because I can't watch Toonami.
Yeah.
Even though Canada has a Toonami channel, we don't get adults, and we have an Adult Swim channel. We have a Toonami channel, or sorry, not a Toonami channel, a Cartoon Network channel, and an Adult Swim channel. Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. We did not have Toonami for whatever fucking reason. I don't know. Yeah. So any Toonami exclusive, I forget what the last one was that pissed me off.
Damn.
Was it One Punch Man, or was it?
I can't wait to check out all this Russian porn.
It says it's vor.
I don't know if it was One Punch Man or Demon Slayer or one of them, but there was one where it was on Toonami, and it was like we never got it in Canada because it was locked on Toonami. It's just annoying as crap.
Even for streaming, like they don't have any streaming. At least Warner, like they have Viz Media, but like
Viz outsources to Crunchyroll though, so
yeah. So it's
like
we
got
limited.
But that's the problem with this situation for Part 6. We don't know if Viz Media is going to get Part 6.
Yeah. So and also dubbing.
I mean, they probably will.
If Netflix gets the original voice actors for the dub,
they apparently have. They apparently have.
Yeah. So what's that going to mean for the home video release? Are we going to have a new dub with different actors?
Bang Zoom is the exact same studio they use, so it shouldn't be a problem of like union versus non-union.
No. But it's not about that. It's about the fact that Netflix apparently charges a lot for their dubs.
They'd really just have to evaluate, would it cost us more to make a new dub with the identical cast, or would it cost less to just buy it from Netflix? Like, they would come to that determination. And that would be fine if they had two identical dubs, like the same cast.
Yeah, same cast, slightly different inflection.
That would be
Okay.
interesting
The,
if
the, the
Bang
better,
Zoom just
the better
hands off
take in the
same
in the
dub.
this. There's
So
the
what
better
do-
take in
I'm-
this one.
Hold on, I'm in the it has cursing and shit. I'm in the thing where I can get rid of blocked words. So .tech. What do I put for the other one?
We'll
Space
just-
ONG.
Vor
No,
VOR dot
because it's
ONG. Yeah, ONG.
VUM. Can I just block Russian in general? Yeah, so .ong is what space ONG is what I'm going to put.
I just realized Part 6 is the first JoJo that I assume has 5.1.
Yeah, probably.
Because Netflix does 5.1 for their audio.
Nico Volts
So
is
that's
rubbing it
kinda
in. I got Toonami, LOL.
I don't have Toonami.
You know what the funny part is? At the end of the day, Toonami curates what you watch, and it's like, what, a weekly basis or whatever it is? You know, compared to streaming or just, I don't know, having the box set, so it's kind of
Straight
fun.
up owning it, yeah.
It's
And
a
this is
similar
very
pain in the ass
unfortunate,
for.
by the way, too. Like, I mean, imagine Random 11 and other guys. Like, imagine if this was like previous Netflix from like a few years ago. You'd be fucked either way because it's like, well, we're not getting it for like a year or maybe even like 2 years if this is like old Netflix. Now, I understand this is new Netflix and they have it streaming pretty quickly, I imagine. But it's like
I
feel like
would
you're getting fucked with
I would
old Netflix.
rather everyone get it at the same time than have the states have it and us not have it.
Yeah, you get it
Because-
on streaming. If Toonami had it, because you'd be able to stream it on Crunchyroll. Because Toonami doesn't like
No,
they don't have
whatever this. I can't remember the specific anime, but whatever I pay for Crunchyroll, I pay for Funimation, I pay for cable
like
that
Anime
has
perhaps?
literally every fucking channel ever. And we have the Cartoon Network channel, we have the Adult Swim channel. I pay for Amazon Prime, I pay for Disney Plus, I pay for all this fucking shit. And whatever it was like, because the show is airing on Toonami, it's not streamable anywhere in Canada. And I was like, fuck you, Toonami.
Oh,
It was not on
here comes the
Crunchyroll.
juice.
It was not anywhere. I was pissed.
Fully Cooley?
I had to. I don't remember. It was not that. Like I said,
No,
it was
they're
either.
like the sequels
Yeah.
because they produced those.
2, 3.
Yeah,
Was
it
it that
was.
one?
It was not. It was not Fully Cooley. It was either like One Punch Man or a season 2 or.
I can't think of what it was because I can't think of any time they
I'm
had.
not
exclusive
really
rights
asking you
where
to. I'm
nobody
just
was streaming
saying.
it.
It was 100%. It happened. It pissed me off.
All right.
I'm glad Netflix
I'm
stole that shit
glad
from
that
Toonami.
Toonami got their comeuppance on your behalf.
Yes.
Right.
So,
I'm very confused by what he's talking about because I have no idea what the fuck he's
Like-
talking about. But okay.
Pretty sure it was One Punch Man. I could be wrong. Doesn't really matter what it was.
It would have just been the dub then, because I know the sub is
Yes.
streaming.
No. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. I'm talking specifically about the dub. I wanted to watch
Yeah.
the dub.
Oh, okay. I can
And the
imagine
dub-
that. But like,
the
I was
dub
just,
was
like, very
trapped.
confused.
It could be
on
any.
Toonami.
It could be any number, really.
Yeah.
For
Yeah. Specifically the dub.
Well, that's where you use your Matrix Resurrections connections.
I prefer not to do that. I was with Matrix. I
Right.
would have went to the theater. I couldn't go to the
Yeah,
theater.
it's not fun to stand out there in the snow watching it on somebody's building projection.
Reading lips is very tiring. Okay, on my eyes. I would prefer to be sitting in a nice theater. I was not allowed to sit in a nice theater, so I had to do what I had to do.
So Neko
And Spider-Man was even worse. Spider-Man, I had to deal with like Indian like ads halfway through the movie, and the color contrast on the camera was not very great for the dark scenes. So
Last
Wow.
time, before I was enlightened with YouTube Premium by a certain someone.
You're welcome.
I occasionally got ads in French because I don't know. I guess Quebec's close enough.
these
that was-
ads were hard baked into this.
I'm just gonna go
Stream.
take a leak while you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
I have ad blocker on. These were hard
I
baked
was like,
into the
I
fucking
had
movie.
ad blocker and you block Origin. Like I haven't had ads on YouTube for years.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember having ads on YouTube ever.
And that works on mobile.
Basically, yeah.
On AdBlock works on mobile if you're using well, I don't know about Android, but in Apple.
Oh, it would work on Android if anything compared
If
to
you go
Apple.
through,
Apple
if you go
doesn't
to
allow you to do external crap last time.
Apple does. Apple does allow you to do ad block, but only if you use the Safari browser app.
there's an ad block plus browser. That's what I have on my.
Dude,
that's what I use on my.
So
I don't know if that would work
Danny,
in thing, but
Danny
in
sent
Apple.
a link to High School DxD Hero, so that's season 4 limited edition, out of print, brand new, listing on eBay for $10,000 US. Oh yeah, deal of the
Nice.
century.
Good luck.
That's the deal of the century right there. Yeah, for sure.
People sitting on 3 of these are like shitting themselves right now.
But yeah, just quickly with Spider-Man, they were so bad with these stupid ads that were hard baked. Like it would just straight cut to like a weird ad, but then also, which okay, you can like kind of work around, like, you know, skip 10 seconds ahead and shit. But then at one point in the movie, they just like overlaid some ad music over top of the actual movie. So like you're trying to listen to the audio and you get like some weird language talking, trying to
Try YouTube today.
I don't know where you're getting this YouTube shit. It's not YouTube, that's for sure.
but
No, that is the ad. They're making an ad for YouTube.
Oh, maybe. I doubt it though. It was.
I didn't see it. I'm just putting a
He's
fake ad
making a
link.
joke about an ad for YouTube on YouTube.
Yeah.
It was a rough experience that I had to deal with, but I didn't want to be spoiled. So, and I didn't want to. If I waited, I would have been spoiled. So, needed to
Well,
see that.
I still haven't seen it, so
Thank God nobody has spoiled it for you.
yeah. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Hey, Reese, you cannot at all complain about spoilers. You spoil fucking everything. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
I do take that.
You've given like at least 2 big spoilers for Demon Slayer. Like,
And I still haven't. And I've only seen what the anime is. I have not read any of the manga. It's just stuff that I've been spoiled on.
yeah, thanks for sharing, Reese.
You spoiled to Random 11 that his sword is actually his penis?
Yeah. And
It's
all the
an
white stuff
allegory.
is actually his
It's
semen.
Demon Slayer is actually an allegory about.
And
you know,
and Rengoku's
penis
flaming
stroking.
sword is implying that he has herpes.
That's why when Tanjiro takes a swing, water comes off his sword.
Right.
Right, of course.
Semen. That's why it's called Semen Slayer, right?
Yes.
It all comes back together.
Boy, I sure do wish I had this stupid $10,000 set that I never got to buy.
You don't have 10,000 lying around that you just want to plunk on that?
Fucking
No.
losers.
Yeah, and I wanted this set too, but it was just an inopportune time. And then by the time I was able to buy it, it was out of stock and then out of print.
Yeah,
Cocked
that sucks.
royally. All right. So real quick, I would like. Did you guys address this? Is .omg a domain?
No.
No, we
It's
haven't
not.
addressed it.
Okay, there you go.
We didn't address it. I don't know.
He Neko. She wrote OMG when we're talking about ONG.
Right. I know. .omg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I understand. What drives these prices? Nothing drives the prices. It's stupid idiots who think they could sell it for that. In fact, I'll be honest with you. Did you notice this part right here? Oh, damn it. Hold on. I'm going to show you something cool here. This is going to blow your mind.
We're still
Motherfucker.
looking. We're still looking at the
I'm
joke tonight. Oh yeah.
Make offer. $1. So basically what they're doing is they have no idea how much they're going to get for this. So they want you to say, yeah,
What the
you
fuck?
$800, you know? And they're like, well, I'll take it. Yeah, sure. You know? Okay. Nekovolts gets commercials on TikTok.
TikTok.
You mean promoted TikToks? Those aren't commercials. Actually, yes, they are. All right. Anyway, moving on.
Well, Random 11. Oh no, she didn't. Or sorry, he didn't. I was about to write that in chat until I realized, wait, that was in the chat. That's why he said Dick Doc.
Odd Taxi movie officially announced is going to stream on Crunchyroll. There's the news. Moving on. Sentai Filmworks announces the 3rd season of Teasing Master Takagi-san as High Dive exclusive simulcast.
Oh! All right. Season 1, dubbed by Funimation, also released by Funimation, also probably streamed on Crunchyroll and has the Crunchyroll logo on it on the release. So then Season 2 is picked up by Netflix, completely different dub, and now
No physical release.
Please let it
with
be
question mark
the
dub.
Funimation cast this time, though, since it is Sentai.
So walk me through
Like,
this.
best case. Oh,
Season 1, who released it?
Funimation.
Thank you, FDDNM, for getting booted off the call right as I asked you to do something. Thank you, Reese, for jumping in with that answer.
No
So
problem.
who did Season 2 then?
Nobody has
For Bang
season.
Zoom.
Netflix dubbed it, but has not
Okay.
released it on disc yet.
Okay, gotcha. So that's how this happens.
And so with Sentai getting season 3, it's
And the movie.
assumed that they might get season 2 and redub season 2 with whatever cast they
Mhm.
use for season 3. If
Right.
they even decide to dub season 3.
And if they use Funimation's cast,
Yeah.
because they're also located in Texas, then it
But
could correct Netflix's
It might
grade error.
correct all of the Netflix's
Yeah.
errors and make everything
Got
right
it.
in the world.
Oh, Nekovolt says I get commercials on YouTube about TikTok.
Oh.
Gotcha. See, I don't
All
get
the-
commercials on YouTube because I pay for YouTube.
Yeah, I don't get commercials on YouTube because Brad pays for YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't get commercials on YouTube because Brad pays for YouTube. Also, I have AdBlock Plus for Block Orange.
You're extra blocking it.
So basically, just so you know, once upon a time, YouTube fucked up royally. And when you had YouTube Red, you could have what I did was
Excuse me. It's
YouTube,
YouTube
Premium. Thank you. When it was called YouTube Red, once upon a time, what I did was I had my wife make me an admin on her YouTube channel, which is literally just a channel she uses to browse YouTube and subscribe to stuff. Then I had her log into YouTube through my email and switch the profile to her channel. And then she was able to use YouTube Red while I was also using it, and we only had to pay for one account. Eventually, YouTube got wise to this. So if 2 people from the same email were viewing YouTube at the same time, one of them would stop playing. So then they made a thing where you could upgrade to a family account, which has 6 or something things connected to it. And since I was only using 2 of them, I gave one to Reese and Foodnum. Maybe somebody else. I don't remember. I might have given one to somebody else.
Well, I think you revoked somebody's. and
No, I'm
gave
not
it
talking
to
about
me.
that. I'm saying I might have given one to. I don't think it was Greenline, but I might have given one to somebody. If I have one left over, Greenline, it's yours.
My
Cool, 'cause
brother-
I haven't received yours yet, but
My brother put me in a family plan and said that he signed up for like a free trial of YouTube Premium.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why? I don't
It's pretty
know.
nice. I'll be honest.
Like, I just skip the ads.
No, it's not about the ads. It's about the background play on the phone.
Yes. Okay. So this is my point, right?
Yeah.
So I start using it and I start getting that background play thing going, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is a good feature. I like this.
Mhm.
I don't
And
even
then-
use it.
And then the trial ends, and I'm like, okay, well that was shit. Well, I don't want to pay for it, but okay, whatever.
How much is it a month?
It was
Like
nice to have.
$13.
But as soon as it ended, YouTube spammed the shit out of me on ads. Like, usually it's only every few videos they'll do an ad and it's skippable after 5 seconds. Now it's like fucking every video it's got an ad, and it's like, no, you got to watch one ad first and then the second ad's skippable, and like, I don't know. It's like they're punishing me for having the. It's like, we got you, bitch. We got you to join the free trial. Now you need it. That's what I feel like they're doing.
Hold on.
So I take it all I missed was you were talking about the YouTube incest you've committed with us.
RedTube. Yeah.
Yes.
I forgot about RedTube.
It's why they changed their name. So
it was
YouTube
odd.
Premium.
Like how did they not know?
I mean, it's not like RedTube came out later. You know, it was like clearly a thing, and then they're like, you know what, we're gonna try and. I don't know if they were trying to push them out of the market. Like, fuck it, we're gonna like appropriate the name and call it YouTube Red, and it's like facepalm.
1 second. Sign into the Google account. Blah blah blah. Go to YouTube.com.
Also, apparently, if you're on Android, there is a Linus Tech Tips just did a video about it. There's a app that you can sideload if you want. I forget what it's called, but if you go to Linus Tech Tip video about the dislike button, he talks about it, where it basically gives you YouTube Premium features for free if you sideload the app, like background play and ad free and shit. But obviously, because it requires side loading only on Android.
Oh my god, this. Ah! Okay, here we go. Okay, it's Lishansky. Oh, and the other person I sent it to, their invitation expired on February 21st. So, guess what, Green Line?
Welcome to the family.
Awesome.
You're just gonna have to private message me your email again.
And then he's gonna dox it.
Oh
Like
no, never mind. Your profile pic is Lelouch, yeah?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, sending it.
Some random person with a profile pic of Lelouch is gonna be like, "Oh, thank you."
All right.
Sweet. For YouTube Red.
Now all of your donations have become worth something. All right.
Right. As if this great content wasn't enough.
Excuse me, one moment while I pull up.
Well,
my-
he grasps his Twitter. What interesting timing.
Excuse me while I pull this over here. Did any of you watch the Witcher anime film? I completed The Witcher: Nightmare of the Wolf.
I did not.
And here's one of my thoughts. It was pretty awful.
Oof.
Vladimir doesn't convey any of the truck stop pizzeria chef vibes captured by Kim Bodnia in the live action series.
I don't
Okay.
think that's a good criticism to say, oh, he doesn't match the live action. It's like, dude, what about the video game, which is basically the closest you'll get to actually, I don't know, outside of the book.
Well, let me show you. You tell me this guy doesn't run a truck stop pizzeria.
I was. Yeah. Honestly, I did not like that character. He did not look like he fit.
This is him in the anime.
Oh, really?
That's why I called him Chatamir instead of Vesemir.
Yeah. That was a very weird character in the second season.
So I have to know: are all of the Witchers supposed to have white hair and be white guys, and they blackwashed half of them? Just out of curiosity, I'm like, I don't have a problem with it. I thought most of them were pretty okay, except for that one guy who became a tree. It's pretty terrible. Season 1 wasn't that good. Like, you watch.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No, not at all. You watch it for the spectacle. Literally, all I want to see is fucking Henry Cavill like cut people in half with a sword. That's all I want to see. He is absolutely outstanding at controlling the sword in the series. Like, literally, you are mesmerized watching him wield this sword. They said that Henry Cavill, the sword instructor, said that he has better control over that sword of any person he's ever trained in the history of training people for sword fighting. And the reason why is because Henry Cavill, for like an entire year, never let go of that sword. He said that he had it in his hand in his apartment while he's eating cereal, and he's just constantly like doing different stuff with it all the time, because your forearm muscles in sword wielding they're extremely fine-tuned, right, in order to do it well. And when you watch the first season, Henry Cavill does like legitimately an awe-inspiring job wielding the sword to a point where it almost looks fake. Like, it is so incredible to watch him like just effortlessly get it from one position to the next, and like cut guy in half and do a Fusro Da over there, and then cut second guy in half. And it's legitimately amazing to watch him. But
that's funny.
But the actual story for The Witcher was pretty terrible. Takes place over multiple timelines, and it's hard to follow at first. Season 1 is much better than season 2. Season 2 is so goddamn awful. Fringilla was just kill me every time the
More
stupid
like
elf subplot came on.
Crinzilla.
It's like, okay, it's time for me to go take that leak I've been holding in for about 10 minutes because I don't give a damn about this stupid baby.
I liked the season.
Oh, I hated it.
I liked the first season. I never noticed the finesse with the sword that you're talking about.
Watch season 1 again. It
was lost on me.
Especially the fight in the when he sword fights in the town against the actual people, right? Like, you're just like, damn! Like
the town with the actual people, where someone like reanimated one shot of it, and they realized, like, what is going on here? He stabs the guy in the leg and he's defeated. Like, what?
Let's see. Okay, hold on. I need to pull something up that is gonna ruin the Witcher series for you. An article I put in here just so I could. Oh, that was easy. Okay, I found it.
Did you guys have those staple commercials up here where it had the button and you click
yes,
it?
We absolutely did. And in high school, one of the kids in one of my writing class had one, and always had it in class, and everybody kept trying to push it at random times.
I had teachers that had
class
them
too. Everyone had teachers that had them, apparently.
Yeah, because teachers are very unoriginal.
Well, also because teachers probably go to Staples a lot and see the.
Yeah.
So, Tomasz Boginski, executive producer of season 2, quote, the younger the audience, the logic is less important. We're going away from a typical book-type storytelling. The younger people grew up with TikTok and YouTube, where they jump from video to video. Yes.
And had the
We're making it for Zoomers.
And had the attention span of a rat.
Goldfish, yeah.
Well, I disagree with logic being less important, but I mean,
dude, there were moments where, look, I know I was leaving whenever the stupid baby slub plot came in, but I was like, did I miss an episode? How did Yennefer get behind Geralt when she just warped to the fucking place where all the Witchers are? I didn't follow it. It was bad. I did not like it. And then in the episode with the basilisk, the CGI on those creatures is so damn good. that tragically it had to suck all the budget out of fixing his stupid contacts, because like all the characters have these like super saturated colorful eyes that is extremely distracting, but God knew it's actually more distracting when they don't add the VFX on top of it and you're literally just looking at his stupid yellow contacts because they ran out of money or something. Terrible. Didn't enjoy. 0 out of 10. Anyway.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Gonna take the okay, never mind.
Are Funimation's LEs even worth it anymore? No.
Whoa.
I can't remember the last LE I got from Funimation that had anything more than the BD combo pack with the chipboard box.
Well,
My
you
problem-
see, on this channel, we have documented how nowadays you're either doing that or you're going all out adding all this additional crap you don't want and you don't want to use, even if it's like a little trinket that's like, oh, it's a bumper sticker. It's like, you're not going to use the sticker because it's going to get worn out. And then when you try and resell it, people will be like, where's the bumper sticker? It's incomplete. So the Funimation new editions with nothing in it besides a chipboard box are the ones that I look back on and I'm like, the simple days, the good days. Like I want it to look good on my shelf.
I have the one,
and I actually think they don't do that as much as you say.
Well, no.
See,
the problem is the LE for Blood Blockade Battlefront, but no LE for Blood Blockade Battlefront and Beyond.
I mean, that's one of
shit
the...
like that, like Berserk 2016, but not season 2 or whatever.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be the greatest anime, and then season 2. Ugh.
The thing that got me was My Hero Academia had LE, and then they started doing like part 1 LEs.
Yes, and fucking same thing with Attack on Titan. You buy that first one, you're like, oh, this is going to be so awesome. And then the next LEs, you're like, wow, these are getting to be kind of much. And then fucking Tokyo Ghoul has the collector's edition with Kaneki on the side. You're like, wow. And then we're not going to do one for part 2 or 3. And it's just like they're completely.
I'm glad they didn't do one for part 2 or 3. They
yes,
because
it was cringe and stupid, and I wish I never bought it. Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I can't remember which one it was, but there was one I bought where like it wasn't even close to being level. Like you could not put this thing standing up without like bracers because the chipboard was made so shitty.
Oh yeah,
that it wasn't level.
So real quick, I got to address a couple things here. So Green Line is way too quiet. What do you want, Boo? Also, the app
I thought you meant volume wise because Greenlight's really muted. Loud when he talks.
He's muted. Is the thing. Anyway.
Oh, I'm so sorry about
that.
That's no. So loud. I have a new headset with well, not new, but I have a new one compared to my wireless.
It's not a problem. It's just if Necrofaults was saying you were loud or quiet, I was like,
yeah,
it's
fine. It was. Okay, let me explain.
Not being vocal.
Pardon, let me explain.
Yes.
RedTube, isn't that a porn site?
Yes.
Greenline is way too quiet. What you watching? I think they were connected. That was a joke. She was grinding your gears. All right. Old man said that app where you can see the downvotes is not going to work pretty soon. I think YouTube is disabling that feature. No, what it is that currently they're cached, I believe, or something like that. So the they are not going to update after. I think actually today. I think today's the last day. Maybe tomorrow's the last day that it's going to work. No, going forward, they're not even going to. They're not even 13th. Whatever it is, they're not even going to keep the data anymore, or something like that.
So the way the app works is, or the add-on, I should say, it's not an app.
Yeah, it's an extension.
The way that works is until December 13th. The API was still allowing access to the count, and so they went through a bunch of videos and got the count as of the 13th, and saved it to their own servers. And then since then, what they're doing is anyone who has the app, if they dislike something, they record it, and they count that as a dislike. So
Got it.
if
Okay.
someone makes a new video, they can tell who of the app users are
Yeah.
disliking.
So you have
And
to
then
have
they-
the app. Got it.
Yeah,
Or the
and then they kind of
extension.
guesstimate what an actual number would be based on how many people in the app are actually disliking it versus how many are viewing it and that kind of stuff.
Sounds pretty jank to me.
Yeah, it's the best guess, but like it's better than nothing, I guess.
I'm pretty great. Yes, I am awesome. Okay. So Jujutsu Kaisen 0 has the second biggest 3-day opening weekend in Japanese box office history, which tells me that it doesn't matter. Not that this is a negative statement on Jujutsu Kaisen, but it tells me that it doesn't matter what is in the box office right now. It just has to be moderately good, and people are so fed up with COVID that they're going to go see it.
Did you at all follow the conversation we had on Discord about Demon Slayer the movie?
What conversation about it in particular?
Whether or not there's going to be a sequel?
A sequel movie?
Yeah.
No, I didn't follow this, but I doubt it, considering... You mean, like, are they going to wrap up the series with a movie?
Okay, it's okay. We'll talk about it later.
Okay, cool. So, over the entire weekend, Jujutsu Kaisen made $23,546 US dollars on the back of... I'm sorry, 23 million... Jesus Christ, I just had a stroke. 23,546.58 US dollars on the back of 1,908,053 tickets sold, which is only behind 2020's Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie Mugen Train. So that's it. That's the news. I'm going to move on because I don't like reading about this stuff anymore. Maho Tsukai no Yoru, Witch on the Holy Night visual novel from Type Moon, is getting an anime film adaptation. So if you like Type Moon, here you go. That's it.
I'm kind of intrigued by this because the main character is one of the characters from Gardner Sinners, her sister. So yeah. Anyway,
Who's doing the adaptation?
Ufotable.
Oh, Ufotable?
Yep.
As per usual.
UFO table.
Whatever.
I don't know which one's right.
8686's TV anime's final 2 episodes are postponed until March 2022.
Yep.
Now, Reese, I know you can give a little bit of insight on the cliffhanger that it's left, but I have to ask you. I have to ask you this. Don't you feel like a lot of the hype is going to get lost?
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine waiting 3 months to conclude some series. I'd have already moved on.
Yeah. I know people like, I'll watch it in a year when I remember about it or something. You know, yeah. But like we had like a month, and we had maybe 2 new episodes. Cause like there's like two like filler up, like not filler, like one recap episode and one like commentary episode, and then there was a week where there was no episode at all. This season, the second part.
Mm-hmm.
So if we hadn't had any of those delays, obviously it would have ended on time. But I mean, just production delays have delayed it to the. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. So
but I'll watch it as soon as I can. So I like the show.
Well, I'm glad that you like it. I don't have anything else to say. A girl takes off to the sky in blue thermal anime film. Now, I'm sorry to burst your bubbles, but she is taking off in an airplane and not an exploding bounce house. But that joke was way fun when we came up with it a couple days ago.
Yeah. The podcast lore just keeps growing.
Anyway, it's that's the movie. Okay, Kimetsu no Yaiba's sexy antagonist, both strong and erotic. So, if you were wondering if they've toned down the prostitute arc, here are some images that RHYS will narrate over my scrolling. You're doing a great job. It's not like I'm almost to the bottom.
I mean, I can't really add a whole lot here.
They gender swap them for
What?
fun.
Oh,
It's-
the heroes, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't gender swap them. They like
Cross dressing. Cross dressing.
I mean, just like that one shot of okay, yeah, the muscular mice.
they're like
I don't know
bringing.
if their
Are they
wrists have
bringing
its
him
stats.
his swords?
Yeah, and there's a pack carrying his boar mask.
Uh huh.
Are we doing like full spoilers for season 2?
Apparently. Well, RHYS just wanted to talk about the muscular mice, and I thought now would be a good time for some TNA. So I was thinking of you, audience.
I will bring up the convo that I was alluding to earlier now,
Yes.
and that is
Oh,
I was
there's
debating on whether or not there would be how many episodes there are going to be in
Mhm.
this season, and that kind of got into a convo on Discord about Demon Slayer. And the topic of a movie sequel coming up, whether or
After
not
the
that
Entertainment
existed.
District arc.
Yeah. Or I don't know, right after or down the line eventually. Do you think they will ever do a second movie? And if they do a second movie, would it be the similar
Situation as
Mugen Train? Yeah.
Would they make the TV version of it later?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll tell you this. It would be, okay, first of all, yes, I think that if I don't know how much of the story is left to tell, but if there is a lot left, I think that absolutely they will do another movie because why wouldn't you print money?
Yeah, Mugen Train, the movie, covered 6 episodes in the anime.
Chapter? Or, okay, gotcha.
Episodes.
Yes.
So it's not like a movie would need to. It's not like there has to be a ton of.
Yeah. I'm just saying
material.
that yes, they will print money again because they made so much off of Mugen Train, and they very likely could actually.
That was my point. I'm like, you don't make the #1 movie in the fucking country of all time, and then don't make you almost have to just for the money grab. Like even if it's the worst piece of shit thing, okay, fine, then don't make a third one. But you will make money on the second one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where's this angry Mr. Bean?
The angry Mr. Bean?
Mirage Leonardo says, wait, scroll back up. That one character looks like angry Mr. Bean in anime. The dude with the short hair. It was at the very top? Okay.
This is like the Mr. Bean podcast.
Yeah, Mr. Bean's where it's at. We talking about this guy? You talking about this guy?
Tracy?
Yeah, I think he's talking about him.
He says never mind. Anyway, yeah, so I think it's very likely that they'll do another movie. But it would be really irritating if they ended the series with a movie, because what is the likelihood they're going to do a 6-episode ending season? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see them doing, finishing off the Entertainment District arc, season 3, maybe season 4, and then a movie that finishes off does the big climax for the series. I see them doing that.
And then
nothing.
And then nothing. I just most anime for their movies are completely non-canon, story arcs specifically made for a movie. I mean, if they're going to do a movie that is canon and they have to redo it for the TV show anyway, I guess it does save some budget on the fact that, okay, well, we got to put the budget into the movie, make some money on the movie, and then sell it to you again when we recut it as a TV show. As opposed to where Dragon Ball Super actually redrew everything,
right,
and didn't save any money.
Idiots.
Demon Slayer did just reuse the animation from the movie. and did a little
Yeah,
bit
but
of editing.
they did add like what 70 some cuts or whatever.
Yeah, there's a little
so
bit.
like 2 minutes.
But also, like, how much of that was like originally animated for the movie and then cut from the movie that they just put back into the...
It's retconning.
There's
Right.
also stuff in the movie that they cut out completely. Like the opening scene of what's his name in the walking in the graveyard.
Yeah, there's some
That
stuff.
was completely cut out of it. That was like what 4 or 5 minutes almost,
I mean, it didn't feel like that long, but maybe.
or a couple minutes at least.
Yeah. The thing that bugged me the worst about those episodes, those recap episodes, was the fucking like 3 and 4 minute recaps on every episode starting. Like,
So
I don't think it didn't have any of those like recaps.
Are you kidding? Every
Yeah.
episode had 2 or 3 minutes at least of replaying what happened at the end of the last episode. Not like
God damn it!
you said read too much, so now they're getting you.
Oh my god.
I
Well,
don't
do you
want
think-
Wow.
I don't want to ban URLs.
Well, yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Why?
Well, that's not a URL.
Why would you want to see a URL from something called like sex.red or something in the chat? Like,
Well, I'm saying I don't want to ban URLs as a way to get rid of all of these, because it'll stop our audience from being able to send us links. in the
our
middle of-
audience.
But even if you
audience
banned
gets
URLs, that
links.
would still get through.
The only
not a
people
URL.
that can send a link are the mods, right? And they can communicate. They're like, "Hey, .red doesn't work," so they'll be like, "Go to site rape space .red or something."
YouTube bots, go to Twitch, because Twitch you can actually give URLs.
Yes, please go to Twitch, because Mirage Leonardo is the only one who has ever commented other than Reese from Twitch, and I'm sure he is desperately alone.
And he just commented a link. So
Do we
yeah,
at
because
least
I allow links. There's an option to block links, is what I'm saying.
Do we at least get boosted in the algorithm for chat activity from
Yeah,
these bots?
I say we embrace it. People,
Okay.
please save your desires
Standpoint.
till the end of the podcast to go, edge
And just
yourself
go to
until that
Pornhub
moment.
instead of whatever the hell they're
Yeah.
trying to sell.
I mean, I do think that we could just ignore them and just
What? No.
not freak out every time you see them. I mean, that could be something we do. But
No.
That's
That's
heresy.
impossible.
I guess. All right. Any more thoughts on Demon Slayer?
I made the mistake
I
of
think
watching
she was
it,
the last one.
and now I'm upset because I have to wait weekly for new episodes now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Terrible.
I
For
love
you.
how we pretty unanimously didn't think the show was that spectacular, and yet so many of our hosts are like, "Yes, I'm a big simp for Demon Slayer," and
I
wait
enjoyed the
every
fuck
week.
out of this.
Hold up. Reese has been a simp the whole way through, but like Random 11, I don't know about him.
I like the show. I just like it for different reasons. I
You
like it
like
for the
it
manly
because-
fight scenes and the
And the
cool
manly
art.
mice.
I don't really care that there's a cute Nezuko character that doesn't really okay, it exists, but it's not why I'm watching the show. Unlike you guys, which fine, you can have your
you watch
cute
it for the
Nezuko,
manly men
but
in
okay.
their cross-dressed kimonos.
I mean, small spoilers, but they only cross-dress for a very short amount of time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I mean, you can shame me for liking the actual female in the girl kimono. There she is.
Isn't she cute? She's so cute.
There was a scene in one of the episodes that I watched. I've just binged season 2, so in one of the episodes, they show her hands, and while she's in mini form,
Mhm.
and her fingers look like little potatoes. It was so weird. I don't know what was up with it, but it looked really awkward.
Nezuko feels so manufactured and pushed to be the cute thing, especially because she literally has no character besides being silent.
I like
But
my
she's
women.
so cute. Look at her.
Oh my god, Reese, you're such a cute what is it?
Whore.
I guess. Like, oh my god, my senpai is annoying. Look
I'm
at
a slut for
look at
cuteness.
here's every frame.
Kawaii!
Reese basically sends us every frame of each episode of My Senpai is Annoying, and he's like,
Everything. All right. Do I sound okay? I just stood up.
Yeah.
yeah.
My butt is numb as shit. It's only been 4 hours into the podcast. I don't think I'm going to make it the next 4 without standing up for a while.
Well, just
Thank God I brought the standing desk back.
Thanks, Dayton. You have your
Standing desk.
blue pill to help you stand up.
I don't understand what you're.
You don't get that joke?
Wow.
Because the little blue pill. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Your little the pill to help you stand up.
Yes. That little blue pill that keeps my ass hurting. All right, moving on.
To keep your ass erect. I mean, what? Both cheap.
Mobile Suit Gundam Kukuru's Doan's Island is getting a fresh coat of paint. Here is an article that contains more images and even a GIF. There you go. You're very welcome. I'm sure I made that much more tolerable. So we've covered this previously, but now you get to look at it. There you are. Moving on.
Cool. I'll be back.
Was this Mirage Leonardo? I think it might have been. Gundam creator says Japan is no longer a leader in animation.
Who
so
is?
Yoshiyuki Tomino has been paid by the Chinese Communist Party to fillet them on animesenpai.com or whatever this .net. So, Japanese news blog Real Economy published an article about the Gundam creator Yoshiyuki Tomino, who spoke at a museum exhibition where he talked about the challenges of the anime industry in the current era. Yoshiyuki revealed that Japan is no longer the leader in animation, and China is now ahead of Japan. I find that funny considering that all of their stuff is shit. Let me just...
King's Avatar was okay.
King's Avatar? What?
You haven't seen King's Avatar?
No.
It's
Maybe I could...
Chinese
Maybe
anime.
I could remind you of The Leader. I don't know if you guys remember The Leader from the Chinese Communist Party. Excuse me while I close that.
Oh, speaking of the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, I don't know if you have it in the doc, but apparently I heard that Winnie the Pooh is going public domain come January 1st.
That's hilarious.
If that's true, that I see
For real this time, bro?
I see the internet embracing this.
So here you are. I don't know if you remember this Chinese anime. The Life and Dealings of Karl Marx and
No.
Friedrich Engels.
I've not seen that anime.
A boy's love story, perhaps. Yeah, I'm surprised Funimation hasn't
Dude,
licensed
Winnie
and
the
dubbed it
Pooh
yet.
anime will come out after it goes public domain.
Yeah, so that's a Chinese anime.
I
right
haven't
there.
watched a lot of Chinese anime. The only one I've watched is King's Avatar. It was pretty okay. The only problem with it is the subtitles go by so fucking fast.
The
but
King's Avatar live-action Netflix series.
there is a live-action Netflix series as well, yes. But I'm talking about the anime.
Chinese anime, aka Chanime.
No, there is a name for it. I forget what it's called though.
It's like Dong Wow or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So the thing I have experienced with Chinese anime is the same thing I experienced with the Witcher anime, which is that there is technical know-how and absolutely zero soul whatsoever put into the animation.
Tuh.
So there. All right, back.
I mean, yeah. In terms of the story was okay, but like they used 3D CG and like, I wouldn't say it was a very good animation like quality thing. It was decent animation, but I wouldn't with a lot of no, I'll rephrase that again. There was some decent animation peppered in to a lot of crappy CG 3D animation. So,
And he still recommends it, huh? Okay.
but the story was decently okay.
Nope. It's CG. It doesn't matter if the story's good.
All right. So back to this. Let's see. China is now ahead of Japan. Tomino revealed that about 10 years ago, when he went to Beijing, China, to deliver a lecture, in case you didn't know where Beijing was, to deliver a lecture, there were many young anime enthusiasts, and they are now working as professionals in Chinese animation industry. He also said that many graduates from Beijing University, which is considered a top-class educational institute, have entered in the world of anime. Tomino claimed that Chinese government is heavily investing in their domestic animation department. The Leader, starring Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, as part of their state policy. He then compared the Chinese government with Japanese government and said that Japan doesn't pump enough money into his projects. So the Japanese politicians are stuck 30 to 40 years in the past. He further said, quote, there is a sense of crisis that Japan will lose completely to those in Beijing if they don't stop making anime from a business-oriented perspective. Cringe!
What does that even mean?
Cringe! It needs to be state-sponsored propaganda. Oh, dear.
The stupid thing is, Japan did just give a bunch of money to the animation industry over COVID because they knew it got hit. We did a story about that.
I'm just stealthily adding articles.
Stealthily weeping.
I am stealthily.
Does this man appreciate his Chinese hookers that he got?
I'm pretty sure they also gave a bunch of money to the animation studio that burnt down, didn't they?
KyoAni? I'm not sure. I'm not sure because KyoAni donated all the money that came in to specifically the family members of the victims.
Okay, maybe the government was giving them money then instead of that. I don't know.
So he said there is a sense of crisis that Japan will lose completely to those in Beijing if they don't stop making anime from a business-oriented perspective. But I didn't mean to send salt to them who came to listen to my lecture, and I don't want to lose. Still, I want you all to be aware that Japan is no longer a leader in animation. That's a very subjective point you've made.
I respectfully disagree with you, sir.
He has no. He is anime, so he's officially spoken. This is official now.
Oh, yeah, he's the Fauci of anime.
Yes.
Well, I can't wait to hear his updated stance on it next week.
You'll need to get some financial boosters for all the studios.
He's going to remind you that when you do your sales, you have to double mask. As for the Chinese animated shows as the Chinese animated shows are concerned, where's this author? I want to shame you by name. I see you. You're so ashamed you can't even tell me your name. As the Chinese animated shows are concerned. I think it means as far as the Chinese animated shows are concerned, the quality has improved a lot over the years. Link Click is probably the most popular Chinese animated series worldwide, and the series is also getting a Japanese dub, which will be released in January 2022. According to many anime fans, they still can't enjoy the Chinese animation as much as anime because of the language barrier. Also, many Japanese animators now prefer to work for Chinese animation studio due to better wages. Well, ain't that the truth? What are your thoughts on China's growing animation industry? Will it affect the anime industry in any way? Please tell us your opinion in the comment section. Dear God, I can't believe I actually read that last paragraph there. I'm so sorry. So any thoughts? Any thoughts on Link Click?
Urinku kuriku.
I disagree with him.
Yep.
I disagree with him. Yep, that's about it.
Yoshiyuki Tomino, you being called out?
By one random 11. We'll see you in
He's
court.
invited on the podcast to defend himself.
Yeah. Bring your own translator. So the Ufotable founder, I thought this was an interesting concept to follow up with that one with. Ufotable founder discusses the issues with the anime industry that led to his tax evasion. Let me tell you why I committed that crime. Takes a long drag off a cigarette. So earlier this month, Ufotable founder Hikaru Kondo and the studio was found guilty of violating the Corporation Tax Act by evading more than 138 million yen or 1.25 million US dollars in taxes, sentencing the former president to 20 months in prison with a 3-year suspended sentence. Japanese website Daily Shincho compiled quotes and details from the public trial that led to the reasons behind why he purposely hid the money away and what Ufotable is doing to help fix the issues in the anime industry. Well, yeah, they're tax evading. That's going to fix the issues. During the investigation, it was discovered that Kondo had intentionally moved money away from the web store and cafes to his home to not only prevent part-time workers from seeing the cash flow, but to help prop up Ufotable, the anime studio, which was making a loss on every piece of work they were making. Kondo explained that, quote, if an anime doesn't become a hit, people won't buy merchandise or come to the cafes. So in having to work hard to make a popular anime, we always end up in the red. So basically he's saying that they have to go above and beyond plus ultra in the animation to make people give a fuck about the property that they're animating so that they can sell you parfaits themed after Saber. He continued, quote, the quality demanded of anime keeps increasing, but because the production costs offered by the clients are relatively low, every time we produce a work, we always end up in the red. Kondo mentioned to the judge that animators are usually freelancers and are paid by the job rather than by a salary, which comes with benefits in Japan such as healthcare, pension payments, and bonuses. Kondo felt that this wasn't good enough for the work they outputted and thus made everyone who wanted to be a full-time staff member of the studio. What? Kondo felt that this wasn't good enough for the work they outputted and thus made everyone who wanted to be a full-time member of the studio. What? A couple of words missing there? So I think he's saying he made everybody a salary worker because it wasn't good enough to give them per project rates. That was a terrible constructed sentence there, though. Though Kondo explained to the judge that, quote, the base production costs have been gradually increasing, but that doesn't mean that the money coming from the client side has changed. And I know that making all of the staff full-time employees would be difficult from a management standpoint. The former president continued, saying, Ufotable's profit comes from the cafe business and the sale of goods. We have been able to continue our animation production because of these two areas. If our works do not become a hit, we will not be able to pay our staff salaries or recoup the production costs. I wanted to reserve a sufficient amount of cash so that I wouldn't have to worry about working capital in case something happened. This is what led to Kondo being charged with tax evasion, the founder claims. According to Daily Shincho, during the investigation, it was found that Kondo had that Kondo had not only moved money away from other areas of the business without proper processing, but also moved profits from God Eater into the next fiscal year to reduce income on tax statements.
That thing was profitable, God
right?
Eater?
The money that was moved into Kondo's home wasn't in a safe, as previously reported, but scattered around his home in Tokyo. And as one investigator put into paper bags, which then spilled out, leaving 60 million yen, around 530,000 US dollars, just lying on the floor of a children's room. Turns out, we're going to find later, he tried to do like a Mr. Beast style video, like, made my friend stay in a hot tub filled with money.
A Mr. Bean style video?
Yes. You got it. Kondo had used that cash to build up Ufotable Tokushima, a regional anime studio that opened in 2009 to train staff prior to the period of which Kondo was charged for, purchasing land, as well as salaries for Kondo and his wife. Though Kondo says that the money he used to purchase the land for his house and built it came from money he earned himself rather than the company's money, though they were being kept in the same place. See, you're pretty much guilty as soon as it enters your bank account because you can't, that $1 I stole, it was used in this building of my house. When Kondo was asked by the prosecution on his thoughts about the future of Ufotable's business, Kondo reportedly calmly responded by saying that since he was charged in June 2020, Ufotable has not taken on any new animation contracts, only continuing to work on contracts already signed. The public announcement of Ufotable and Kondo came about after the airing of Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba's first TV anime arc, of which Ufotable is on the production committee. Mugen Train went on to be the highest grossing film in Japan ever and topped the worldwide box office chart for 2020. The third and final Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel anime film also premiered in the same year. According to Kondo, there have been no managerial issues at Ufotable since June 2020, and the studio has been approached to work on new anime projects, but has declined all of them except for Mahosuke Yona, whatever we just covered, film from the person from Garden of Sinners. Anyway. Oh, Mahosuke, I know. Fuck me. Literally the next sentence. God damn it. Anyway, according to Kondo, there have been no managerial issues at Ufotable since June 2020, and the studio has been approached to work on new anime projects, but has declined all of them. This was said by Kondo before the announcement of Mahosukai no Yoru, which on the Holy Night earlier this week, since the projects will leave the production costs in the red, having Ufotable pay out of pocket to achieve the quality it will be happy with and known for. Kondo stated, quote, "If base production costs in the animation industry don't change in the near future, we will have no choice but to do something on our own. We are currently accepting business proposals for future work." Look, honestly, I think worldwide end taxation. Yeah. I mean, what is the government using it for other than to house Abe no masks in a goddamn warehouse, right? Anyway.
I mean, up here, they're using it to give us really long waiting times in healthcare.
Amazing. I'm so happy for your use of taxes.
You know what's funny about that whole mask thing? In Canada, we have just discovered recently, apparently, even though it was pretty much known from the jump, that cloth masks aren't really that great at protecting you from coronavirus. I know, shocker.
I can't believe
Canada,
it.
I thought.
So you know, this is what I do.
It was that one lady who's the fearmonger said that recently.
Someone said it.
They've reinstated the mask mandate. So when you walk into a place and somebody's actually, first of all, nobody in California is masking. Nobody, except for the employees of the business you enter. Nobody gives a shit. But if they do, you're like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just put my fucking shirt up here because naturally, like everybody else, I don't have my mask anymore. And this is going to do about as much as the stupid cloth mask I would be wearing, you stupid idiot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at.
So in Quebec, which is a province of Canada.
No. It's basically a third world country. No.
Tell me more about your territorial issues.
I think it was Quebec anyway that I seen. It might have been Ontario, but anyway, one of the school districts was like, well, since we now don't like cloth masks, and you know, we bought all these surgical masks and shit that we're not using anymore now. Now we have to go buy a bunch of N95 masks, and just throw out the other ones because we don't need them.
So I just want to remind everybody that the particles that you can be infected with from the coronavirus can infect you through your eyeballs. So I hope that you're wearing those masks where they really belong, all the way up in front of your blind eyes, because that's what you are if you're still using them.
Just wear safety glasses.
All right. Yeah, totally.
That's why the face shield.
I did see someone wearing
alternative.
The goggles today.
Get natural immunity by just getting sick and surviving it. Anyway, yes, I agree. Oh
well,
my
I
God,
wonder if
more
we're
and
gonna
more-
get taken off YouTube now.
Yeah, the porn bots are going to report us. Mainly because they're mad they can't post links anymore.
Reese.
Yeah.
Is it at all possible that you are you on like headphone like earbuds?
Yes.
Is it at all possible that you could pull or hold your microphone away from your chest? I feel like it's rubbing up against
Reese,
your chest.
I'm going to need you to get naked. so that the
I
buttons on your
kind
shirt
of want to be
no
able to see what's on the screen.
Can I have you tape to your face the microphone?
It just keeps rubbing up against your chest, and we keep
I'm
getting
not
like
even touching the thing's sitting on my desk. I think you're hearing.
this is what we're hearing. This.
Oh, thank you for the ASMR.
All right.
I mean, people pay good money for that.
You make a career out of it.
Old man says, I don't know if you guys play PC games.
I do.
So what he's saying is, I don't know if you're part of the master race or anything, but
Politically
Epic is
correct
giving away all 3 of the recent Tomb Raider games with all the DLC this week.
That's
Yeah.
China money right there.
Well, since I... Oh, wait. Oh, damn it. He's got it open. Actually, no. Hold up. I can probably find other ways to access that.
Yeah,
link.
right at the top there.
Free! Another thing, I don't know if you like real body Lara Croft or anything, but if you want that flat ass, it's for free now. I don't know. I don't have a problem with the way she looks. I'm just joking. Anyway, yes. So did you guys want to say anything more about Ufotable?
I hope that they don't lose business because of this. Make more Demon Slayer.
Yeah. And more fake stuff.
Old man says, I remember 20 plus years ago when people used to call anime Chinese cartoons like it was an insult aimed at anime fans by calling them Chinese cartoons. Now there really is Chinese anime.
20 years ago, huh?
Yeah, 20 days ago, maybe?
People call it. I still use the term today.
Yeah. Old man says, I predict China will start cracking down on animation produced in their country. They are blocking outside cultural influences to China. For instance, they completely blocked Steam this week. Not only that, but we've been covering this for a long time. Effeminate looking men are being censored in their media or banned. You can't be a beta in China. The only version of Steam allowed now is the heavily censored Chinese version with about 100 games. eCastro says, yeah, same where I'm at. My job, we wear masks, but it's literally a coin flip if the people even wear one. Yeah. And yeah, most of the time they're using cloth masks. Unfortunately, I don't touch Epic, referring to getting the game. Or perhaps fortunately. There you go. Should we all take our pants off now? It is the No Pants Podcast.
Thank you for joining us in this group joint venture.
I saw a video where a couple were wearing clear bubbles over their head like the cone of silence from Get Smart. They each had their own bubble. Yep. Wow.
There was a few pictures.
Great
We
job.
said we ignore those.
Sister 19, LOL.
There's a few pictures that I seen of people. I think it was Tim Pool posted a video about it, of people like in literal bubbles at their Christmas table.
Yeah, it was like a PVC constructed frame that they put plastic wrap around so that sister could come to the Christmas dinner or something.
Yeah.
Got yeeted. I decided to redeem all 3 of them.
My pants are now off.
Yeah, so I redeemed all 3 of those games as I was gone. And they have this little thing, a checkbox. Usually, sometimes they have it's like confirm that your purchase or whatever, verify whatever checkbox. But I caught myself before I hit place order because it said receiver newsletter, and I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch! You're trying to utilize how people are used to checking off a box as like I have read the terms or whatever. to get them to do that after you check out every time. Do I need to be prompted? Oh, receive our newsletter. Like, imagine if you checked it off every time. Do you receive like 400 newsletters each time, or what? I don't know.
Yep, each time. All right, we're done with Ufotable. Let's move on. Berserk Volume 41 arrives along with ads in major newspapers. So this is the final volume that Kentaro Miura had worked on.
So my question is, does it end on that random page where there's like that, I don't know, Goku penis on it or whatever?
Yes. It ends on the Goku
I think
penis.
this is a great move because it's like, at least, you know, if they decide to continue it,
There's
you can at least
specific
collect
point.
exactly all of
Yeah.
Kentaro's stuff.
Well, the art is pretty freaking spectacular in it still. So this is the New York Times advertisement for it, by the way. And then here's Le Monde. Le Monde.
Le Monde, as in
And the Asahi Shimbun, which looks like ass for some reason compared to the New York Times version. And I hate that the cover looks like it was drawn by those people who do the fake covers for dollar store DVDs. Am I wrong?
It does look a little bad.
I thought you said the art's still great, though. What happened to that?
Yeah,
Just
what
the
happened to
cover
that? Like
sucks.
not even 2 seconds ago.
You son of a bitch.
It's just the cover. Is this like the only one that like I had to paint it in the computer?
Well, they have a couple that are kind of like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been keeping up to date with them. Anyway, so R.I.P. Kentaro Miura. I hope you're enjoying your Raycon earbuds in outer space.
As in being no longer in this physical place.
Yeah. Being who no longer exists in this physical place. All right, so Naoki Urasawa's manga is being released digitally. That's the news. Thank you for sharing this, Mirage Leonardo. But actually, I previously vetoed this topic because I thought we didn't need to cover it. But because you've commented on it, I guess we could just say that's the thing. You can now, in the near future, download his stuff digitally.
In Japanese.
You could be a total Chad and buy the manga physically.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they
now
have
here's
those 2-in-1s now.
now like 3 hours later, let's talk about Dark Horse, the company behind Hellboy, has been sold to a video game group Embracer. Jesus. Okay. So
Embrace the meme.
embrace it. So a big media merger has just been announced, and it's going to position one of the biggest comic book companies not named DC or Marvel as a much larger multimedia player. We reported just a few weeks ago that Dark Horse was said to be looking for a buyer, and wouldn't you know it, they found one. It has been announced via a press release that Embracer Group has agreed to purchase Dark Horse for a price that was not revealed, but it appears to be a stock purchase deal. When it was first revealed that Dark Horse, the company behind the likes of Hellboy and the Umbrella Academy, among many other properties, was on the sale block, it seemed like a streaming service such as Netflix or perhaps Amazon might line up to buy. Instead, Embracer, primarily a video game company, has stepped up. Embracer's stable of brands includes THQ Nordic, Koch Media, Coffee Stain, Amplifier Game Invest, Saber Interactive, Deca Games, Gearbox Entertainment, and Easy Brain. And they control franchises such as Saints Row, Dead Island, Borderlands, and perhaps most notably, Goat Simulator.
I was just going to say, is that the Goat Simulator studio? I was like, yes.
Dark Horse is said to control more than 300 various intellectual properties, giving Embrace a big boost. Mike Richardson, founder and CEO of Dark Horse, had this to say in the statement, quote, "I can't express the excitement I feel as Dark Horse moves into this new chapter in our history. The synergies that exist with the Embracer network of companies promise exciting new opportunities, not only for Dark Horse, but also for the creators and companies we work with. I've had a number of compelling conversations with Embracer CEO Lars Wingefors, and I'm very impressed with him and what he and his team have built. I have to say, the future of our company has never looked brighter. That's why they're wearing sunglasses. Okay.
Well, here's hoping that they get more manga and actually get Blood Blockade Battlefront back to back. Please!
Podcast magic. Do your thing.
I'm rubbing my nuts together, alright?
So E. Castro says the cover art generally got a lot worse after Miura started using digital painting, even though the line art never diminished. What?
So he
No,
just
there
doesn't
was
know
one
how to
more
use the
chapter after that
colors?
one? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure 41 is the last one.
Why wouldn't they make it the
I
last
I
one?
think they had a chapter after Miura passed that like the assistants did or something, just to fill out the volume.
Imagine
Necrovolts-
they make it an absolute train wreck in that short amount of time. Like, well, Guts just decided to end it all. Like, what's the point of this?
Necrovolt says, "Did you know that this stream is not even in 1080p? What shame! How dare? Does anyone even care?" So I'll tell you this.
Yeah, he puts it all in 720p-ness.
Here's the
I mean,
thing.
P.
Here's the thing. It's in 720p because
Dude!
we already have cancerous internet. God damn it. We already have cancerous internet. And if it went to 1080p, Footnum would just not even be here anymore.
What
So-
does it stream to on my end in the full resolution?
The full
Yeah.
resolution of your camera and stuff, yeah.
Well, also like you're
What
getting
seeing-
the stream in
You're seeing it
Streamlabs.
right now.
Well,
in
that's
Streamlabs.
what I meant.
Yeah.
And no, we're not using Streamlabs. We're using StreamYard.
Okay, yes, let's-
Oh, sorry, Stream. Yes, sorry, StreamYard.
All right. Well, anyway.
I mean,
So-
I pushed him to use that, but then it got canceled. So,
So
now Stream Elements is the relevant
So
one.
I was I have the opportunity and the ability to up us to 1080p, but
Oh, you
I
do?
just feel like what's the point if
Is this the first podcast you haven't done in 1080p?
no,
No,
they've
no,
all
no.
been
They've all
720p.
been.
Oh, okay.
That's why I've kept it there.
I was gonna say because just out of curiosity, just because my computer hasn't crashed today so
Huh.
far.
That's that new graphics.
Well,
card.
yeah.
It's not installed yet. It's just sitting there.
It's
Just owning it.
Just
the computer's like, oh,
be
shit,
in
I
the
better not be a
just
fuck up
be in the
today.
room.
Yeah.
Just open-
My computer sees its death on the wall, and it's now saying, "Don't replace me. I can
But,
still do work.
But
I
I
have
am
to
still
work-
functional."
Yeah, I have to do good, otherwise he's gonna eat me.
yeah, that's like my internet provider. It's like the one day, like I download the Starlink app to like check if it was viable in my area, and then suddenly the internet was start to be really good, and I'm like, maybe Google's listening. So I was just like, man, Starlink is looking great right now into my phone or whatever. But yeah,
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I'll say I'm glad you noticed that our streams are in 720p pleb quality. I see you're a woman of culture.
I'm so sorry.
Oh wait.
I don't deserve this.
There we go. First time I got to use that I remember.
All right. Also, Necrovolt says they bought Dark Horse for $1.02 on eBay.
I honestly don't think it was a very expensive deal for them.
I would have thought Netflix would swoop in and be like, "I want it."
Yeah,
Well,
especially
Beyond
after
the
Umbrella
Goku
Academy.
one.
Yeah.
Based on what
They
Ethan
need-
Van Sciver said, Dark Horse actually doesn't own a lot of intellectual property.
Well, here's the thing. Netflix needs to own the actual IP for Umbrella Academy so that Ellen Page's character can now be played by Elliot Page, because it feels weird that that we have our actor having to untransition to play the role. Anyway, E. Castro says, "Oh, I meant there was a chapter that was beyond the Goku PP one. I don't know the number. What? Oh, okay. So is that literally how it ended in a chapter of Berserk?
I could have sworn that we covered an article that said this was his last page they did, and we just see Goku penis, and it's like, oh, that's a great way to go out.
I don't think we showed that on podcast. If we did.
Probably.
I don't remember that. So.
THQ probably bought it so they could extract the few properties, the few good properties probably, and sell off the rest of the company in a few years. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Tubi TV has the live-action Devilman movie on Roku. I didn't watch it, but it looked interesting. I've seen it. It's available on Blu-ray for Media Blasters. I remember when Berserk was a Dreamcast game made in 1999. Yep, I do. I also recall this history. Anyway, so continuing. Dark Horse is right up there with the biggest publishers outside of Marvel and DC alongside Image Comics. What's interesting about this deal... Why am I not full screen? Oh, my God. What's interesting about this deal is that it doesn't restrict them from creating projects for various studios, which is seemingly good news as Netflix, Amazon, Sci-Fi, Sony, MGM, Universal, and Warner Media have all worked with them in the past. Embracer, for its part, boasted that the sale will boost its transmedia capabilities by adding expertise in content development, comic publishing, and film and TV production. I wouldn't be surprised if they are trying to buy things like Hellboy, like access to it, so that they can make video games.
I think more based on that sentence, it seems like more like they want to make TV and comic book adaptations of their video game properties.
That's possible, yeah. I think it would be really interesting if... I don't think they actually, by buying Dark Horse, really have any say in Berserk at all, but it would be cool if somebody wanted to do a live-action Berserk series.
Yeah, from my understanding is they don't... Dark Horse doesn't really own much IP, and it's just licensing for publishing.
Right. Importantly, Richardson is staying in place as head of Dark Horse along with the current management. It sounds like Embracer is not trying to mess with the business as it exists. So why make the purchase? The press release states that there is, quote, untapped potential in creating games based on Dark Horse IP and substantial opportunity for synergies within the Embracer group. To that end, Dark Horse actually launched Dark Horse Games earlier this year looking to do exactly that. Now they have the backing of a massive company.
So what IP are you excited about them making games of, Brad? Elfin Lied?
No. I don't think they have access to Elfin Lied.
No, they're the ones putting out the manga.
But
I would pay money for a Trigun game.
What is that noise?
I would pay money for...
That's not coming from me.
That sounds like Indian music.
It's the TV in the other room. I'm in the kitchen.
Oh.
That's a shame.
Oh, someone's watching the Spider-Man commercials.
I'm going back to my room shortly.
It's a good thing.
Go to your room, Reese.
It's a good thing you're on your phone for this podcast. Importantly, Richardson is the So yeah, I'll just tell you, it would be very weird to play. You couldn't even make the Elfin Lied game where you played as Lucy, at least, because she looks too underage.
Good.
Right? Can you imagine running around as naked underage girl? That would just be weird.
Can you imagine the profits?
Goat Simulator Netflix TV show.
Oh my God, he's right.
Just give me Parasite Eve anime film. Is it Parasite Eve Square Enix?
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, Dark Horse Comics. Yeah. Dark Horse. I like it. I don't know how I'm going to make that merch, but it'll happen. Okay.
All right. Well, why don't you star it, you dog whore?
God, I've got such a migraine right now. Anyway, where was I? Okay. Untapped potential in creating games based on Dark Horse IP and substantial opportunity for synergies within the Embracer group. To that end, Dark Horse actually launched out of that. Okay, great. While movies and TV shows based on comic book properties are big business, video games are an even bigger business in North America, especially thanks to the pandemic. There could be a lot of money in a 300 video game, for example. Oh, Jesus Christ, no.
This is Sparta.
I'm going to put in the cheat code where I could take them all on at once.
The 300 game is like just a mobile game where you play the guy that gets pushed down the pit, and you have to like dodge shit on your way down the pit.
Oh. Try not to piss off Leonidas. You fail. What is this? Your options? Madness, Sparta, right? Like, all right. Okay, where was I? There could be a lot of money in a 300 video game, for example, or perhaps most obviously a Hellboy video game. Plus, Dark Horse can continue making shows like The Umbrella Academy for Netflix or Resident Alien for Sci-Fi. It marks the latest in a long line of recent media mergers, along with Amazon buying MGM, Netflix buying Roald Dahl's library, and many others. The idea is that companies are desperate for franchise content, and it's creating a seller's market. Dark Horse picked the right time to cash in. The deal is expected to close in early 2022, at which point we might learn more about the value placed on the deal. If Marvel sold for $4 billion in 2012, what is Dark Horse worth now?
Not even close to that amount.
Here's another question. If Marvel sold for $4 billion in 2012, what is Marvel worth now? Same answer.
When Marvel got sold to Disney, they had already started the Iron Man movies, and like those movies had come out already and shown that they were immensely popular.
I think it was sold after the Avengers. This was 2012, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
It was.
the Avengers came out in 2012 or 2011.
I think the Avengers was well on its way of being developed, but I don't think it had come out yet.
So I would just like to point out.
If I remember correctly.
I would just like to point out.
That was 2012.
Necovolt says, "Hey, OCA Podcast, FDDNM excluded. Here is a visual personality test. When you see this, what do you see?" It's clearly in Sauron's eye.
I see a variety of things. I see an eyeball. I see
Titties.
Hamburger.
I can't.
What?
I can't say that out loud.
So you know what I see? I see a face that's been cut in half in an old school 90s CG, and it's split apart.
Oh yes, yes. I see it.
Tell me my personality, Necovolt. Her response: gay. All right.
Hold on. Where did that line go? You said 2012.
I scrolled up. If Marvel sold for $4 billion in 2012, what is Dark Horse worth now?
Yeah. So Google says in August of 2008, Disney bought Marvel for $4 billion.
Oof, you big oof article writers at film/film.com. Ryan Scott.
But right away, right after freaking Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk, like right at the start.
Yeah.
Like lost all their chips right at the start.
I was, yeah.
Well, you know, the cinematic universe is still worth money, but the comics, unfortunately, aren't worth shit. Jack shit. All right. Now, we shall continue. I'll be honest, I don't want to cover this next one because it seems like a big topic I don't want to talk about tonight. But let's ask you guys. So the Western version of Lost Ark censors the sexy outfits and blackwashes the characters.
You don't want to talk about this?
Necovolt says, conclusion, we're all improper, your pardon.
You missed the last one that
yes.
she did.
Yes, I know. Conclusion, you're all a bunch of pussies. Now, you would know. Yeah, so I don't want to talk about this because it's goddamn just the longest. Okay, we'll talk about whatever. Fuck it. Oh, okay.
While that's going on, I in the comments section, I put T.T. All right.
Oh, okay.
I have a question in the line of Necovolts. What do you see with that
Crying face.
Yeah,
emoji?
crying ghost.
Is it crying eyes or are they unamused eyes?
Crying.
Crying. Definitely crying.
Crying.
Twin waterfalls of tears.
I see unamused eyes. Those are the eyelids, and the shafts of the T are the eyeballs, the pupils.
Well, I'm gonna show you an original, a Footnum original. Ah, damn it! It's not original. No. Someone else thought of it. Oh well, I'll show it anyway. It's a Lenny without the eyebrows.
What the fuck?
Let's see this. I guess I can kind of see what you're talking about. Okay. Praying that Splinter Cell anime series doesn't suck. Good luck.
That's the thing.
Yeah, they're trying to reboot the game series too. I've also not covered that article. All right, moving on from this. Okay, so let's talk about this. All right, so the Western version of Lost Ark censors sexy outfits in blackwash as the characters. So weirdly, Russia's getting the uncut version, but the European Union and North America are getting cucked hard. So let's talk. Here's the other outfits. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't think that with this particular one, it's a completely different dress, right? And I don't hate the new dress, but I wouldn't want it to exist in the Korean and Russian one, but not allow me to also access the ones that are here, right? You know, like I wouldn't. What I'm trying to say. If the blue dress in the middle, hey, is the dress blue or gold? If the blue dress in the middle is an existing dress in the other versions of the game and not specifically created as censorship to the European and North American one, then it's a major cuckening because you're just getting less content. Because I could theoretically have this dress in the Korean and Russian one if that's the case. Right?
I need to clip that. I could theoretically have this dress or what?
Yeah.
I think the blue one looks better just because the thighs look weird on the naked one.
Oh, bro.
Oh,
some of them
naked.
look so not good.
Dude, are you like Middle Eastern? You consider that naked? Like,
dude, he's just triggered by
naked
the
leg.
fact that the thighs, they hide the
have
feet.
feet.
Right? Yeah, the stockings cover the feet, whereas the naked feet in the shoes are triggering.
I found this one, and that doesn't look like a middle finger to me.
That's a Goku penis.
Oh, damn it! I screwed it up.
Wow, great job.
Yeah, there we go.
Great job. 10 out of 10. Can I pull up CIA emoticons?
Dude, you should just make a mug that has Goku on it and then this emoji on it.
Do you guys remember the CIA stash of dankest emoticons?
No.
You don't. We covered this. They had like a file.
Oh wait, no, we
And
did.
they
I
had,
just don't
like-
remember what the emoticons looked like.
They had a bunch of like, in case you don't know what they are. CIA note: pedo bear, baby seal. Editor's note: this is actually pedo bear. The editor knows. The CIA didn't. Yeah, so there was a whole thing. Anyway, moving on. Right. It was released in the WikiLeaks. Just dumped a cache of information on alleged CIA hacks and tools. Anyway. All right, cool. Back to this because I really just don't want to talk about it, apparently. All right, so social justice advocates who tried to fight colonization have implemented various changes to the English version of action RPG Lost Ark in an attempt to westernize it, as the title has removed sexier female outfits from the start screen and replaced them with more modest ones, changed white-skinned characters to be black, and even removed some character customization options. The censorship and changes were known at least a month ago, but were recently brought up again by social media users and YouTube videos. And considering the game is being published by Amazon Game Studios, this should come as no surprise. It was mentioned that some of the outfits removed from the start screen are still in-game, but must be found as loot. Jesus! Enjoy that dishes you're doing.
He's really doing them.
It was mentioned that some of the outfits removed from the start screen are still in-game, but must be found as loot, though some allege they couldn't find them. And those wishing to play without any of the other ridiculous changes will have to play the Korean or Russian version. Various screenshots comparing the differences between the US/EU version of the game and the original Korean version, and even the Russian version, which is uncensored, humorously enough. Okay, so Korean, American. She looks so hefty. Look at those thighs. Okay, that image is stretched, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Up close, it looks way more stretched.
This
And
one kind of looks like it's in a hijab, the armored hijab. Yeah. So that's a thing. This looks absolutely terrible. Like, just horrendously bad, that one. Korea, North American, EU, all black.
I guess people can't even wear t-shirts. That's too much skin.
Yeah, and then also, this is interesting. The face shape presets not only have been made more black than not black, number one, but entire facial presets have just been yeeted for the character creator.
That third was racist.
Right. It's too bad they've got all these black faces still in here. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry. That's not okay. Then we've got this again. God damn it. Okay. These damn Koreans with their outfits. Chunky, this chick. Look at that. Jeez.
You know what sucks is when these video games with detailed character designs get an anime. It's like, how are they going to animate that?
Why does the Korean version look so low fidelity? It's like the LOD loaded the wrong one. Visual glitch, same as Russian. Okay, gotcha. All right. Yeah, these look terrible. Honestly, I hate the what do we call it? The crotch cleavage. I'm not a fan of this look. What, did they make the slave girl black? What? Oh. Okay.
Is that her actual role?
No, I don't know. I have so little to say about this. Yeah, they just made they made her black. They made this character black. And literally all they did was eyedropper tool, like darken, kind of thing. Like, same there. Anyway, yeah, honestly, I just don't care. I wasn't going to play this game. Seen too much of it.
Well, no, this is just a sponsored ad to not play this game on the podcast.
All right, moving on. Anybody got anything you want to say?
Rip us.
Okay. It looks like Greg Heffley's nose from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Yeah, I guess it kind of does. I'm glad that you're noticing it's actually FDDNM. So you can possess Peter Griffin with that face. Okay. All right. The funny thing about censoring of women for the male gaze is that many women have stated they love the sexy female characters. It is a fantasy after all. I'm sure Necovolts is enjoying them.
They're really cucking out the lesbians. Wow.
As soon as I sent that chat, he got yeeted. I feel like
He yeeted himself. Dang. Okay.
Getting
That was
cut.
embarrassing.
I clicked right on the screen instead of, because
Counter.
I was like trying to click on the article to make sure I didn't do that, but I clicked on the screen share of the article instead because I'm an idiot.
Oh,
There we
okay.
go.
Good job, idiot. That was
All right.
I'm
So
sorry.
Seven Seas has announced Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid in full color, chromatic edition manga. There you are. Wow,
But it's
wow.
a best of, not an
Yes.
actual.
The manga is a full color compilation of the best chapters of the manga adaptation into a single volume omnibus edition.
That's so stupid.
So
Like,
do not
why even
want,
bother?
well, who wants color manga anyway? Where they color it after the fact?
I mean, I do, but not like
I mean,
this.
The Attack on Titan No Regrets full color is fantastic. It's awesome, but it's
Who
the
just-
entire. It's,
Who wants full color anyway? Excuse me?
yeah, carry
Yeah.
on.
Old man says, I never really minded all the buff male characters, but they aren't censoring them. Lol, Lou needs sleep. Good night. Happy New Year. You too. All right,
See
so
ya.
Seven Seas
See you next year.
Yes, Seven Seas licensed Thunderbolt fantasy manga. So if you loved the story but couldn't get past the puppets, well, I've got a manga you could read instead. What if it's literally just pictures of puppets
The
with
screenshots from the show.
Snapchat captions?
That would be actually really, really interesting to see them do a manga that looks like puppets for the characters.
It's a diorama.
Yen Press announces Shadow's House, Mato Seihei no Slave, and more manga. So we've got here Magical Explorer. The girl I saved on the train turned out to be my childhood friend.
Oh.
Studio apartment, good lighting, angel included. Shadow's House.
Yes.
Mato Seihei no Slave. This is the one with the Digimon simp.
Oh.
Yokohama Station SF National. All right, that's it. Okay, moving on. Also, from Mirage Leonardo, if you cared, Kamen Rider Kuga manga gets an English language release. So, Stonebot Comics will handle the manga's English language release, and it will be published in standard Japanese manga format, complete with a dust jacket. Interesting.
Wow, dust jackets.
Okay. I saw this right before I started the podcast and threw it in here, so sorry that you have to read this. So Project Aiko's out, and Discotech put together a thing here of all their features, and I thought they were pretty cool. So the slipcover and new cover for Project Aiko on Blu-ray features brand new art by this person. If you want that classic poster art, no worries. You can flip around the insert because it is the reversible cover.
That's what you want anyway.
But your slipcover,
Yeah.
you can't reverse the slipcover, so
Yeah, I want a reversible slipcover.
it's you just like yeah, it's reversed now. Just peel off the glue and reglue.
It's all white. Whitewashing it.
The English dub is here and has been remastered. The Japanese audio is along for the ride, and we've gone through the subtitles to improve them where necessary. The new remastered video is available in both 16:9 and 4:3. So theatrical presentation or open mat, it's up to you. A few 16:9 widescreen shots off the final disc. The movie was storyboarded in widescreen, and this is how it would have been framed for movie theaters. This is likely how the creators intended for it to be seen. Previously, it only came out on 4:3.
4:3.
So it'll be interesting to see, because did they crop in for the 16:9?
What? No, I'm assuming it's just the raw film reel because it was OVA or whatever, right?
I don't know. Not sure. Not sure about the details now that they phrased it the way they did. Project ACO was animated open matte, which means there was more on the top and bottom that was cropped off for the final presentation. This 4x3 version is also on the disc. So yes, that means that, as exactly as I said, they actually cropped off the top and bottom to give you a view that is 16 by 9.
So the proper viewing is the 4x3.
Yeah, the proper in order you can see more with the 4x3. Basically,
I forget, but didn't they just say the 16 by 9? This is the first time it's been on disc.
No, okay. So to clarify, it was storyboarded in a 16:9 aspect ratio, but it was animated in 4x3. So they made a 16:9 version of it by cropping off the top and bottom of the 4x3.
Who's they?
They orange bricked it.
Yeah, Discotech orange bricked it, right? But unlike the orange brick sets, they're offering you the both. 4x3 version as well.
Nice.
As for extras,
I'm just waiting for the 4K.
As for extras, we had a problem. We put together too much. The extras menu had to be 2 screens. So here's the video extras, which feature commentaries, archival material, trailers and TV spots, interviews and features. They have 2 commentaries by Yuji Moriyama, the animation director and one of the leads behind the scenes of ACO, plus a track with all 3 Japanese VAs. There are also a stack of vintage trailers, commercials, and previews. Some of these we can practically guarantee you've never seen, as even tracking down copies good enough to use proved difficult. Some other videos you've seen before are here and newly captured. We made a brand new documentary about the music of Project ACO. We tracked down the lost, never finished US CD-ROM video game to show you. Vintage motion comics, music videos. The list eventually ends, but it's pretty long. Oh yeah, we had the storyboards for the movie, so we made a version where you can watch the movie side by side with the storyboards.
Nice.
We're only hitting the second page of extras now. This features product art, galleries of archival images, many never before seen, plus trivia / notes, a new essay about the history of ACO on home video and the remastering, and a guide to blink and miss it gags in the film. The galleries feature all the works of art. The galleries feature all the art we could find, plus zoom-ins of the art, production artwork from the making of ACO. We tracked down old Project ACO media releases and got images of those, so you can see as much of the history of ACO as possible. VHS tapes, Laserdiscs, even the VHD, whatever that is. And that's just the beginning of the massive galleries. So,
are these galleries like available digitally on the
No.
On the disc?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean no?
Like I think you said, I thought when you were saying digitally, like for people who don't have the disc.
No, yeah. So if you get the Blu-ray, you go through the menu and you just like click next, right, to see the gallery.
Okay, but so can I put it in my CD player or my Blu-ray player on my computer, open up the files and be like, I want that JPEG?
No, but you could rip the Blu-ray, perhaps, and obtain it in the full quality that it was on the Blu-ray, in the 16:9 image or whatever.
Yeah,
theoretically.
But then it's so if you do it that way, then it's going to be limited to 1080p, right?
Yeah.
That Blu-ray is 1080p anyway.
Yeah, but if it was storing like the digital files, like
he's wondering if there is a way to get the images in the original non-condensed to fit into this frame version, you know. And I would say no.
You pester Discotech on Twitter.
Dixotech.
Well, like there used to be, back in the day, okay, you could get like a video game where if you put the video game in a CD player, you know, there would be extra files.
Did I just chat an illegal chat?
Yes.
Because it has .tech in it.
Yes, apparently I'm allowed to break the rules. Cool.
Rules for thee, but not for me. Sucks.
Yeah.
Or I seem to recall some music CDs that had that too, where like you could put it in a Blu-ray in a computer or whatever.
In a computer, it has the CD-ROM aspect of the CD,
Yeah.
like a part of the sectors that are written for that.
Yakitate Japan's last disc, you can put in your PC for like wallpapers or something.
There you go. So that is what I was wondering.
Oh, sorry.
So it would have to be a
Popped
BD
my
ROM.
sternum on camera or on podcast. So the trivia and liner notes is a guide to various bits of ACO fun you may or may not have known. Then the essay tells you about the entire history of ACO on home video up to the new remaster. The Mischief Gallery shows you where the animators had some fun and or stress. So like when they place their pube on the cell and all that. Project ACO is the kind of
When
film
they strategically deliberately place their pube on the cell.
that is still special and many really love it. Up until now, ACO wasn't able to get the release it deserved for various reasons, but now it
It's
does.
so pent up.
So this is something that I can't believe. Like they must have sunk so much money into this release that I honestly would be surprised if they recouped the loss.
Well, yeah, to like remaster it using those old masters and then like stop halfway and have to redo it from the new masters.
Because they found the actual film.
So that's why they're
that alone would cost.
They're going to milk you for the 4K.
Yeah.
Are they selling a 4K?
Well,
There's nowhere they're not going to.
They captured the film in 4K or in 8K.
Fuck. Yeah.
So there's a possibility that they're going to release
What?
a 4K.
Did you get it, Random 11?
Yeah. I was going to ask you if any of you got it already.
I haven't bought it yet, but I am going to buy it at some point.
I have not bought it. I like. Is this thing even good?
I'd say it's worth seeing.
I don't know. I'll watch it. I'll tell you what I like about it.
I like it. I just like I don't have any desire to watch it again. But
I have a thing for like 80s 90s anime where like if it has the look that I like I'll just buy it because it looks good.
Yeah.
You mean like how you mentioned with Outlaw Star?
I don't remember what I said, but maybe.
I think you mentioned something about the look or something.
Dear
I think
God.
that might have been me.
We have a fucking watch club today. Okay. All right. This is a preview that shows off a tiny bit of everything. Blah blah blah. Anyway, yeah, I just thought you guys might be interested in that. Cool. Moving on.
And so sorry, just quickly, I missed the beginning of that convo. So all of those tweets were about the DVD that's already out.
The Blu-ray that
Blu-ray.
You pre-ordered.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Blu-ray that
just got released.
Okay. On the same page. Thank you.
The one that yours got shipped.
That's got the rounded slipcover.
Yeah, that was a nice. By the way, so I spent $5,400 on my PC, and the Right Stuff order just shipped as well, which I wasn't like I'd kind of forgotten about it.
I know that feeling. I've been there.
And that include ACO memories, which weren't so bad, but then also the Evangelion thing. And something else
actually shipped. Rip
Yeah.
me.
You got cut because that was like that the Ava set was a what deal of the day was like $20 a lot cheaper.
Right? God, what
happened?
There was a deal of the day where they sold that Ava set for $20 less than we pre-ordered it for.
God damn.
That's stupid. Well, whatever. I can't complain too much because I got free shipping and like I guess I could have reordered everything. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. But yeah, so that was like 650 Canadian dollars. And I literally went to go pick up my graphics card today, and I got there and I looked at my bank account and I was like, fuck.
I'm in the red.
No, like I wasn't in the red, but like I did not have enough credit on my credit card to cover
that's what you mean.
The purchase of the graphics card.
So you did the old, let me just transfer some funds real quick.
Yeah, I did that, and it wasn't instant, so I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to call my bank, and I was like, I don't want them to do a credit check or whatever, so I ended up just doing debit, because I had the money in my bank account.
but I that's like the first time that's happened in forever. Where I was
They've
like,
gotten so close to the line. I was like, oh fuck.
So I just
Yeah.
wanna remind you because
and it was because of the fucking right stuff order that I completely forgot
I
about.
used this feature to get Footnum his Ava set. Check out with PayPal, and they take the money out right away.
Yeah.
So when you pre-order stuff, you don't get hit like months later when you're not thinking, oh, that $600 anime that I purchased is.
That's why I make like 2 orders a month, like at the first first end of the cycle, the last end of the cycle. And like I budget. That's all I spend, and I'm not hit with
Yeah, it was
Like,
to be
very-
clear, it was in budget. I'm not going over budget. It's just having
It just
all of
came
that
all. It
hit
just
my
came all
card.
hit all at the same time.
Yeah, I needed to like put some money onto my card. The money is in my bank account. I just needed to move it to my credit card, and I didn't do it ahead of time, so I ran too close to the line.
Like for
that's what I wanted.
interspecies reviewers, it's gonna be delayed probably till definitely into next year.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
And like that order is being held up just because of interspecies reviewers, but I paid for that back in July,
Yeah.
so I'm not gonna be hit by a random.
The surprise bankruptcy. No.
I was going to, because I want to get the sarcophagus millennium piece thing.
Sorry, she was just taking my sandwich order.
Oh, sandwiches.
So
But
that's
if
what they
I
call it now.
That's kind of working in reverse, isn't it?
What?
well, that'll come.
No,
What?
that's
Oh,
perfectly in
definitely
line,
will
Reese.
come.
Like he's making the order, and then
She's making me a sandwich.
I thought when you said she was taking my sandwich away. I was like, I thought
No.
you had.
Taking the sandwich
Listen,
order.
Reese.
taking my
Oh,
sandwich
order! I thought you said away. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. So Reese, she is perfectly fulfilling her
You're-
obligation.
yeah.
Don't you know I'm an alpha giga chatter?
Oh, don't tell me there's gonna be videos coming out. AC, please don't tell me.
No.
About
It's
how your
okay. I
mentorship
DM'd
of
Ricada.
Wait. Where's your book series or whatever it is? Your Alpha Chad how to life guide service. Like that's
yeah.
how we boost the service.
See, I'm such an alpha giga chad that instead I pay other people in YouTube premium accounts instead of having them pay me. All right.
Wait, you need to get an Alpha Giga Chad mug.
No, I that is a copyrighted term by a cuckold I know.
But just
This
quickly,
is-
what I was saying was I was going to cancel my order and combine it into like a big order with those sarcophagus things, but they don't come out till like March or something, and I didn't want to wait. So
Well, that's precisely why Footnum hasn't gotten Ava, because I purchased it for him along with the
interspecies reviewers.
interspecies reviewers.
And
So-
also, that order is why I haven't gotten a certain thing that I was going to send a certain someone for Christmas.
Well, I appreciate you're definitely talking about me. Slate Blu-ray. Here she comes to save the day. The end. Sorry.
Also, speaking of, I see Megazone 2-3, and that has clicked a memory here on my head. Did you guys get the email for the Maddox director's commentary Vimeo thing?
Nope.
I did.
Well, maybe I did, but I just didn't check.
Because what it said to me was like, you are a VIP. You are one of the first 100 people to get this link. And I felt special.
Oh.
Huh.
So,
Gold
No.
star for Random 11.
although it's stupid, it's like you can only watch it for 1 week. So I have to now.
There's a
Download
broken
it,
link.
archive it.
What the fuck?
I don't know if I can download from Vimeo. Like you need an account to download. Like you need an account
can
to
use
watch
the
it.
top secret services that Giga Chad Anime Collector and I use.
But I
the
don't know
one
if
that
that
you-
works.
The one that you what is it? You made fun of us before. You're like,
The one that you
but
pay
when
for?
it stops, the one you pay for, and then it stops working or whatever, and we're like,
Yeah.
bruh,
But
this
does
has
that-
been working for us for the consistently? For
Yes,
the past
okay.
few years."
But does that work on premium content? Because
Why wouldn't it? Whatever. If it's a site that plays a video in a browser, it
But it-
probably can.
it requires you to be logged in and have access to that video. Like your software can't go and download a movie that you
what
bought
about
on you.
the plugins in browsers, because then
I
it
don't
will
know.
just see the video on the page.
I don't know. Anyway, I'm
This
probably
is
gonna just
sounding
watch
pretty
it once.
shady.
It's just a thing I have to watch
Okay,
at some
so
point this week before it expires.
I've got the download message, show original. How do you open an email as a website or whatever?
Usually there's a link at the top that says, having trouble viewing this web page? Click
Yeah.
here.
And enable images and links.
Okay, this will work. Oh God. Okay, I got it. Here it is. Mary McMiss. Okay, it says you are one of the first 100 backers being given a link.
You're
Yo,
being
uh,
you're
You're
doxing
bleeding.
yourself. You're doxing yourself.
Oh
You are
no,
not-
Bleeding
doxing
hard,
yourself.
man.
that's not actually my address, just FYI.
It had your first and last name.
Here, let's just
No.
verbalize it instead of showing it.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Thank you. What? How many hours in are we? This is so fantastic. All right. Anyway, so I am also one of the first 100 to be given a link.
You're equally special.
I am.
Make,
I just
make a
wanted-
note of 5 hours and 29 minutes
Oh,
in
dear
just
God.
to blur that
We're
out.
already too far past it. It's okay. It's okay. Come visit my extended family. I'm sure they're gonna love it. Anyway, back to right stuff. So Slate looks cringe. What is she holding? That is a fucking movie slate? Is that what the name? That's like an old timey, like made out of like what? This is the thing that the clapper.
You can get that on Amazon. One that looks like that.
A new film by Joe Byron, starring action sensation Anja. Here she comes to save the world. I just want to cringe into death. Since she was a child, Yeon-hee dreamed of becoming an action movie star. Despite her amazing sword skills, her ultimate big screen goal always seemed just out of touch. One day, Yeon-hee is hired as a stand-in for a famous action star and goes onto the set, only to be abruptly transported to a chaotic parallel universe where people wield swords and slay each other with impunity. When Yeon-hee rescues some villagers, she is immediately heralded as the protector of her village. To keep the village safe, Yeon-hee is forced to face a never-ending onslaught of attacks and villains. Will she ever escape this relentless, violent alternative reality for the much safer cinematic world? Sounds way less cool.
Great.
Look at- he's got, like-
Live action Chinese movies are getting into the isekai genre.
He's got like an old camcorder. She's weird. Moving on.
Hold up, where does it say you're
Otoboku.
Where does it say that you're one of the? Oh yeah, no, you are one of the first 100 backers being given a link. So get cucked. I'm part of the threesome.
The gangbang
Did-
brigade.
Didn't you back late in the game, Random 11? You were talking about like, oh, is it still open in this?
No, that was for Dirty Pair.
Oh, okay.
Although, well, maybe for Maddox, I don't remember, but definitely for
I-
Dirty Pair.
I could have
pretty
sworn
sure
it
we
was
covered
Maddox.
these.
You're like, oh, is it still going? Maybe it was Megazone. Honestly.
We did cover this.
Unless you
We've
missed
covered
one.
all of these except for Slate. All right.
Except for Slave.
Slate. All right. Moving on. Okay. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie Mugen Train, is the first anime film since Ponyo to rank first in DVD sales over 1 year. Okay, so I don't want to read this article. I just want to say, what's interesting about this is that the numbers, and I should have looked up what they were before because we covered this already, right? But the numbers are exceptionally close to what they were. Like they seem reminiscent to me of what we covered before, right? Like because they're rounding out to 633,000. If there was like 28 more, they're just still going to call it 633,000, right?
666,000.
Yeah. So it's so close that they don't seem dramatically different to me, which tells me that in pre-orders alone, they actually basically like they didn't continue to sell these tremendously throughout the year in Japan. But because of the initial burst that we previously reported on, they maintained and, you know.
Or if you read the top of the third paragraph there, maybe you're remembering the limited edition number?
No,
for
I
Blu-ray?
recall that there's 4 versions of it: DVD, Blu-ray, DVD, and Blu-ray limited edition. So
Okay.
I do recall that. But yes, that good on you for noticing. But anyway, I'm going to move past this because
It's
tired.
bigger because it's a movie.
Also, if you would like to support the OCA podcast and /me, you can shop online at stealthweave.com and buy all this wonderful merch. And also, there is a shop on OCA podcast.com/store. And I'm currently determining the best way to enact my revenge on Arthur Krieger. Stop playing podcast. So that is a forthcoming that is forthcoming merch. But
It's
until
a
then,
tease.
you can buy yourself a nice straight out of Chungus mug. I know you are all dying to drink out of that.
You're dying to
and-
drink some Chungus in the morning.
Yes.
Mm.
Anyway, there's also in random merch news Lego Sonic. I'm not going to read their stupid.
Just look at it. Just look at it.
It's pretty cool. Although Eggman could look a little better, I guess. But
Oh, actually, you know what? Technically, I had another pickup. So my mom was apparently at like the dollar store or something, and she decided for Christmas to throw in like a Lego magazine thing that has a Lego figure on it. And so I'm Reese now, guys. I have a Lego.
Oh yeah,
cool.
what is it? Show it to us.
It was like a ninja or something. He had
Oh,
like a
that's cool.
giant.
I need you
mauler
to
or
take
something.
it and add the 1x1 cylinder piece on top of the stem for the head. So you can have your own Footnum long neck Lego guy.
I need a flesh colored one.
Luckily,
think
the
the set
flesh
looks pretty
color
good.
is yellow.
yeah.
No, they have skin color now.
Do they?
Yeah, they've had it for years since Lego Star Wars.
Wow. So you're telling me that the Legos aren't Asian anymore?
Excuse
hey,
me, is
Brad,
that
was
Sonic yellow? No.
Was your sandwich delivered?
Mhm.
I can't tell.
I'm currently enjoying it very much.
Really? I never noticed.
Is this Guyver?
No, it
This
is
is
Lord Zed.
Lord Zed.
I
How much
didn't-
is this thing?
I
You
didn't
know
remember that he
he's
had a
Canadian,
Z.
right?
I do now.
Well, because it's Lord Zed instead of Lord Z.
Oh,
Please. They use Zed in New Zealand.
Well, actually, I'm pretty sure that they use Zed anywhere that isn't the U.S.
Yeah,
Because-
British English.
Because well, Zed is the proper one because that's the Greek alphabet or whatever. It's pronounced Zed, but for some reason they decided to appropriate to Z because it rhymes when you're singing the alphabet to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Y and Z.
Yeah, okay.
It's $120
$120
with free U.S. shipping starting today,
That's a-
October 22nd.
That's pretty good. Wow, that's
That's old news.
today, October 22nd.
Oh, maybe moving on. I'm going as fast as I can, Mom.
Free anti-embarrassment bags to be handed out at Comiket.
What does that even mean? Oh, because you put your hand.
Has about blah 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 blah
You
blah.
put your porno in it, and you don't have to feel bad because they're gonna
You
give
put-
you a a completely clear. Otherwise, they're going to give you a completely clear plastic bag to put all your dirty books in.
Hazukashi. Oh, you scrolled. Fuck. Hazukashi Kunai Bukaru hope to make the train ride home from Japan's biggest otaku art gathering a little less awkward.
Whoa,
I mean,
I'm
the
not
name
used
alone
to,
is awkward.
I don't think I'm
It's
ready
Hazukashi
for.
Kunai Bukuro.
I don't
And-
see how what I pronounced was any different. Your pronunciation, my pronunciation, they were the same.
So
I
here's the
don't
part
think
I
I'm ready
highlighted.
to live in the timeline where Random 11 reads the articles. Like, that's a lot to take in. Like,
I
Oh,
thought
I'm
he was doing a
sorry.
pretty good job, actually.
no, he did do a good job. I'm just saying I'm not used to it, so I was just like,
He's
shocked.
not used
So-
to the.
It's jarring.
this. Hey, so what do you guys have? Like Second and Charles and like FYE and
We have chapters Indigo.
yeah. So what about Lash and Bang?
Sounds
That sounds like a sex shop.
Yeah.
For eyelashes.
Lash and Bang, a nationwide chain of sex shops.
BDSM sex shop.
Of secondhand stores specializing in otaku-oriented figures, Blu-rays, and other items will be at booth 251 at Comic-Con 99, and they'll be handing out Hazukashi Kunai Bukuro. What are they? They're large blue bags. That's the Bukuro part that conceal what's inside, so that you don't have to be Hazukashi or embarrassed.
erect.
So, really, the only drawback is that by carrying a bag on the train with anti-embarrassment bag written on it in
Everyone
giant
knows.
Japanese script, might have some people.
Kind of
speculating-
defeats the purpose.
Well,
Yeah,
they
so
won't know
basically the idea
specifics.
is-
they'll just know there's something
Yeah.
sus.
So the purpose of having it is so that when you're going on the train, your extremely lewd body pillow of your favorite character with the jizz all over and everything that doesn't have to be exposed to the children around you. Yeah. So
Well, no, it's
I
for
don't
embarrassment, not decency.
I don't know. Did this
dumbass.
ever make it to? Let's see. No, I guess it was at the end of the second grab bag video. I made the realization I shouldn't have ripped open the bags because I had to carry all of that shit in my arm.
Oh wow.
What? A poisonous spider was found at the venue of Tokyo's biggest anime convention 1 week before it kicks off. No!
They're invading. It's arachnophobia all over again.
That's what they planted the next variant in.
What is that? That's not a
I mean, it looks like a Black Widow, but
It's
it's
not,
got
though.
an extended
that's
extended
the
red
new
bit.
model. Double venomous.
Bruh, that's the Delta variant.
They're mutating.
Called redbacks. Wait. A redback spider was found in a planter in the east part of the facility, which likely gives the spider an alibi for the fire that happened that same afternoon at the fish market. Wow, that's a reach. I guess we hadn't started using Sword News 24 by this point because I hadn't heard that one yet. The redback spider is part of the Latrodectus genus, a distinction it shares with the black widow. It is also native to Australia, making it an alien species in Japan. How do you think it got there? How does it have one really tiny leg right here? Why are they tiny? Why is the middle leg so small?
It's the one for smacking
That's not
off.
his leg, it's his penises.
All right. Fetishy Dojinshi. That's an interesting link title. All right. I'm just curious. Like, is it because I see Black Widows almost every day on my job, and I kill
How?
about 100 of them a week.
How are you alive?
Because I
Bless you, man. You're doing
Because
God's
he's a
work.
turbo giga chad.
let the real men kill them for me. No.
What?
Boy, the inside joke we're making that nobody in the audience is probably getting. Probably a redback spider. That sounds kind of racist after I tell you.
You better write that
The
spider a
amount of-
letter.
The disappointment in your voice as you read that. It's just like probably a redback spider. I'm helping. Oh, that sounds kind of racist after I typed it.
Your internalized racism coming out.
So Mirage Leonardo says, Lupin the Third, the First is on sale for $14.96 on Amazon, and you can get an extra $3 off. Well, I already
Is
know.
that the steelbook or the regular crap edition?
Oh,
Yeah. You need to get the Steelbook as fans of the OCA podcast because we were instrumental in making that happen.
And it looks a
Probably.
lot better than the standard edition anyway, and the standard edition probably doesn't come with a slipcover anymore.
Uh-oh. So here's a PSA. If you don't already have this, they make a price tracking plugin for Amazon. So I'd recommend getting that. And you can always check at the historical low. You can also check the last few months or whatever you set it to see, oh, am I getting hosed? Is it up right now? So yeah, go ahead.
Also, be sure to use our affiliate links when you go shopping on Amazon and Amazon.ca and Right Stuff.
Yes.
I may or may not just be trying to do something. Real
Yeah,
quick.
that movie is good. I have considered rewatching it recently-ish, but I haven't acted on it yet.
I haven't watched a single Lupin the Third thing at all.
Well, you're a fucking retard.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, he's
That's
passing it
because-
along.
I haven't.
It's like
I
that
haven't
movie It
clicked on that.
Follows. Now it's on. Now it's on
What,
FDDNM.
now I'm retarded? But
Finally,
Reese.
I'm free!
Reese, I'm not
No
not,
talkbacks.
what would you describe it as? I'm not blue balling myself out of Lupin just because I'm uncultured. I'm blue balling myself out of it because I want to experience it in the best way possible, and I
Oh,
want
you're waiting for the Blu-ray of Episode 0 First Contact. I see. Good man. That's a good way to start.
I want all of the I want to have as much, I don't know, a good chunk available to me in the best possible quality so I can just binge a lot of it.
So we need you to you're gonna need to get on making your Lego because we've already got an Ogloy Lego.
What?
What is this? Oh my god.
Dude,
Horizon Zero Dawn
What the
Legos.
what if we use the AI to put Augie's face on that face? Do you think it'll work?
Is that a legit one, or is that somebody
It's
somebody
probably fan made. It
painted up?
looks way too high quality.
This one looks
Yeah.
high quality. These ones look like ass.
That's the Qui-Gon Jinn hair.
Oh.
Wow, no wonder.
Yeah, so apparently, according to Mirage Leonardo, I heard we're getting a Lego Horizon Zero Dawn set too. Wow. Official Ogloy merch. That's a joke
Shit.
you're probably too new to get. So
Now you have to buy it.
yeah, excuse me while I quickly change to the Ogloy channel where I don't have that thing currently set up so that I can introduce you to. God damn it, there's so many.
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
Uh-oh, that's my cue.
Bye, retard.
You were
I'm-
breathing my air.
Oh, that's a lie.
Uh-oh. We've
I
just
killed
killed the other host.
Apparently, Augie's air is a little bit toxic.
Well, it's a good thing you wanted me to stop breathing it then, if it wasn't good for me.
Oh God.
Oh,
Too small for my big ass. Oh, I didn't see head. It's too small for my big ass.
this is in reference to the Lord Zed helmet. Still
Keep
pissed my
talking.
Red Ranger helmet doesn't fit me.
Yeah.
Lash and Bang sounds like a Chinese prostitute name.
Which Ranger helmet do you have? Have they made a? Because I know there was the Legacy one that Bandai released a few years ago, and then Hasbro took over and they've released a few helmets. I can't remember if Hasbro's actually released a red helmet or not. I remember some of them fit weird.
Okay, so I'm just going to need to, before we close out this topic, most
Not real quick.
venomous spiders list. I need to know why they're taking a massive dump over this. All right, here we go. Well, considering the Black Widow is not... Oh, wait, here it is. Okay. Okay, now this is the exact same image, but the word wrong has been written all over it. Not sure what to... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. I'm sorry if I trigger anybody who's got arachnophobia. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, God! Tryptophobia, too!
Uh-oh.
As
Oh.
long as you don't play any videos, I happen to be
Look,
arachnophobic.
if there's a real spider in front of me,
So this is apparently
I'm
what the red back is,
arachnophobic,
considering it's the
but I
it's the actual image that they used, right? The exact same image. This is apparently what it does to your hand.
wait, for real? Oh,
I don't know.
God.
According to that
according to
YouTube
this
video.
clickbait
Oh,
image.
God.
Yeah.
Well, oh wait, no, that's obviously clickbait. Red circle and everything.
It's a
But
YouTube
dude,
video.
It does that. It really is the worst spider because it'll
That
trigger
sounds-
both phobias at once.
Yeah, right. Brown recluse is number 9.
God.
Brazilian wandering spiders. No image. Yellow sac spider. They're so deadly that nobody's got a photo of them.
Yep, yellow sex
Whoa!
spider.
What? Are you telling me the wolf spider is even more deadly than the brown recluse?
Apparently.
Why do you
Fuck.
encounter those at work too?
All the time in Arizona. That was like our most common spider. When we first moved in, they had done like a sweep of the house with a what do you call them? Pest control. And there was
Pest
a
raper.
when I went into the bathroom when we first moved in, there was a dead brown recluse on the ground. And then
Ugh.
after that, we had live wolf spiders in the area, right? And
Ooh.
I just assumed, they're not that bad because at least they're not brown recluse.
Well, I know there's a spider that looks a lot like the brown recluse that people always mistake for the brown recluse.
I
So there
like
might be a
spiders.
similar one that's close to the wolf spider. I don't know.
Well, it says here wolf spider.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you might have mistook a spider that you thought was a wolf spider for a different spider.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Black Widow is apparently worse.
There are black widows in Ontario.
There's Black Widows.
Thank you.
everywhere.
Now I won't be able to sleep at night. No.
What? The brown widow is even worse? No, these can't be in order.
There's a brown widow.
Yeah, they look like like when you look at the way a Black Widow is structured. Dude, I run into like 10 times as many of these on the job as I do the Black Widow.
What about an Asian widow?
Number 2, AJ
Red
Wood.
Apparently,
Yo.
widows are the only deadly spiders.
Okay, so the redback is number 2 on this list. This is probably not real.
Number
Funnel web
1.
spider. Okay. Let me.
You know what I was told as a kid? Daddy Longlegs was the most venomous spider ever.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like their teeth
But
are so
their
small.
teeth are too tiny to bite
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
I don't know if it's true. I
So-
assume it's not.
I think they
stink like-
tested that. They tested that on MythBusters.
They're like, yeah, let's die.
So what was the number one here? Funnel web spider. Okay, this is a whole different list on this one. Brazilian wandering spiders number 1 on this list. Oh, great! We get pictures of the bites. That's wonderful. 2 is the black widow on this list. Oh God. Okay, well, I'm gonna make you endure this. So here is the bite of the Brazilian wandering spider. Oh no! It's red.
It just made an Ona hole on you.
Here's the black widow. Oh, gross.
Yeah.
Apparently, he got bit multiple times.
Yeah, but isn't that a corpse now?
Yes.
If you've watched the movie Arachnophobia, it is a corpse.
I have seen this movie. He kills the final spider with a staple gun or a nail gun. The brown widow. What the fuck? Really?
Doesn't he burn the house down to kill the spiders at the end?
Oh my God.
Ugh.
Yeah, he does. Okay, hold on. This is blowing my mind because I'm telling you, I run into so many of these on my job. I'll never be the same. I legitimately just believed, okay, well, because, the brown widow is not the black widow. It's the one that's just pretending to be a black widow, so I don't have to worry about that fucker. Apparently. Okay. Yeah,
You need to catch a couple of these fuckers and take them to the houses of people you don't like.
I'll just take them to Big Stuff.
Yeah, just discreetly murder them, Reese. That's.
Oh God! Get it out of me.
I'm afraid to scroll down on this one.
Yep, there's
so
a
they're
blood.
releasing it. Okay.
I know. Just hurry.
Oh God!
Delay
No.
it. Oh
No!
go.
Ah!
Welcome to the spider bite.
God, that's terrible! Oh my God!
That one's not that bad.
That was the
That's
joke.
a joke.
What? It makes your hand swell? Better take off that watch.
No, it's actually the other hand it makes your hand all shriveled.
Oh yeah.
This is not the wolf spider that we had in Arizona.
That you know and love.
Yep,
Oh.
that's nasty.
Ugh.
Red-legged widow spider. That's
Was
creepy.
he like cooming right now?
Yeah, it's a cooming crab.
It's silking, okay?
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ew.
How to survive a black widow spider bite? Well, how do you know if one nailed you? If your ass
Nailed
is-
you. I got nailed last night by a black widow.
Scarlett
Acute
Johansson?
pain at the side of the bite.
Dude, you'd think that Scarlett Johansson, or sorry, not, you'd think that Black Widow in the Marvel universe would be a counterpart to Spider-Man, right?
No, Black Cat is the counterpart to Spider-Man. I know. it
But
makes
Black
perfect
Widow, it's a
sense.
spider. Why wouldn't they make Black Cat the Black Widow or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember the crotch cleavage
What?
in the 90s cartoon.
That was a thing? They had crotch
Did
cleavage
Black
back-
Cat have... Yeah, kind of.
Did you see your camel toe?
I'm looking for it. No, I'm talking about the crotch cleavage.
You're
when it-
looking for the crotch cleavage
when the
right now?
cleavage goes all the way down to like the zipper area. Okay, I got Jesus. Whew.
Is your safe search on?
No, it's not. But
That's what
I'm
prompted
also
the
not.
ooh.
No, I'm. The
Because
thing that
it's
I
not
am
on.
saying that to is like, what am I even looking at here? I'll pull that up separate. Hold on.
Brad, why does your history say Catwoman damn it,
Black
Snatch?
Cat.
Black Cat. Thank you.
Black
for-
cat pussy shop.
Excuse me, it's African American cat.
Black Cat crotch cleavage.
Cats of
90s
color.
Cartoon. I lost the other one now. I lost it. Hold on. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Let me just. God damn! I have so many tabs open on this other window that I can't see the tab. I'm trying to drag over. Okay, here you go. Let's go from that venom to some sugar. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah. So there's the crotch There's the crotch cleaner. All right. Now, let me try
I mean,
to
the zipper's
find.
not going all the way.
Yes, that.
You gotta pay extra for
God,
all the way.
Spider-Man, you are just like, what are you humping? Just like a jacket?
That looks like
Oh no, the clothes are on the ground next to each other for some reason.
that looks like it's Ultimate Spider-Man. If I had to guess.
Nerd.
Nerd.
It took me a minute to figure out what was going on here. I thought they turned invisible.
I thought they were smashing. I was gonna say he's cheating on Mary Jane.
I think that's the point. Okay, so now here's the
They
thing.
were smashing, and then Thanos snapped his fingers.
Here's the thing
What?
that I saw and I was like, oh my god. Well, that's it. No, this thing.
What the?
That's the thing that made me go, ooh.
Fuck.
That's from the game. Yeah,
Yeah,
one of
it's
the
DLC
skins.
costume.
One of the
The
skins
skin.
is
Yeah, I don't think it's
boxes.
DLC. It's just
Oh no, yeah, it's
built
for
in.
beating the game. I think 100% or something like
You
that.
get to just
Yeah.
have him naked all the time with the mask on.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh,
Box.
so they can do that, but
Boxers.
you can't show like 0.5 of a centimeter of skin on a female character design nowadays. That's sexist and misogynistic.
Yeah.
Alright. It's misandrist, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Read a book and
All right, let's address. So he was talking about the Hasbro Pulse Red Ranger helmet, which he paid
Yeah.
$80 for. Well, I feel your pain, Mirage Leonardo 84, because I bought the collector's edition starter box for Shuffle, and those panties don't fit anybody.
Yeah, just rub it in, why don't you? Me and Greenline are.
You
are
wanted to wear them,
determined
No.
to eventually get that.
Brad, do you have an article that we're gonna find that you tried to
Hold on,
delete off the internet?
No, I'm trying to pull up the.
your panties.
I'm trying to pull it up so you can see.
You
For
have
anybody
like a
who's
review
unaware.
on like the panties. They're way too tight. No.
The Hasbro Pulse helmets don't have like a chin. Like I don't know. I don't like the Hasbro Pulse helmets. But then the Bandai Legacy ones that they came out with before they sold the rights were like awkwardly too big. So I don't think anyone's really nailed a good helmet yet.
I don't think anyone's nailed altogether.
Where's with art box? Here it is. This limited edition includes a custom art box and Sia panties.
Nice.
Yeah, Brad. You're just sitting there like, God, these panties suck, and me and Greenline are like, damn it, I need those panties.
I don't know why.
Give me your pantsu!
There you go. That's them.
like you see them and you're like, I need that as a collectible.
I
can't
legit don't
not
have any idea where they are. Okay, here's what you need as a collectible.
You don't know who's wearing them now.
one time at Anime Expo, I think it was in 2011, my wife and I went to the Atlas booth to buy a plush prinny, and they asked us what free gift or something we wanted, or like you get something if you spend $2 more. Do you want a poster or something? And I was like, I don't need it. It's like, you sure you don't want these Disgaea prinny panties?
It's like you posed a good argument.
Let me just. This should be in the. This should already be in the clickable things, but God damn it! This is the only thing that this show is good for. Is this reaction? Not gonna lie, we paid $2 more. Oh, you can't see it. Damn it! I didn't like. You son of a bitch! I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we paid those extra $2. Those ones fit my wife, so we got about.
Oh,
one
you
use
wore
out of
them?
Well, she tried them on.
I miss anime conventions.
Right?
Stupid coronavirus.
But-
it would
But
make
you
me so
spend
happy to
5
have a
hours
meetup.
trying to find the place you're looking
Hey,
for,
X.
and then by the time you get there, everyone's not there anymore.
I don't have that problem because I can read the schedule in map.
Yeah, let me pull up real quick before we leave this topic. Arizona wolf spray. Yeah, this is what they look like. No, that's not what they look like. Oh God, that one has a ton of babies on its butt. I don't want to look at that one.
What?
They were just kind of like hair. Oh! No thanks.
You know,
Anyway.
I'm okay if we stop talking about spiders.
Let's just continue with the show. Anyway,
I'd be okay with that.
all right. Yes, let's. I'm just leaving this open so I can add it to the doc because I covered it, sort of, somewhat. All right. Yeah. So, life-sized new Gundam towers over Fukuoka becomes the largest Gundam in Japan. So, it is now the tallest. It is 67.3 feet from its head, but it's 80 feet if you count this funnel
Penis.
something or other gun thingy looking majigger. It's the biggest one, and it moves. I don't know if you noticed. The arm moves.
Pretty sick.
Yeah,
Ooh,
but
but can
can
it pick up that rifle and shoot it?
Well, they're just waiting for when.
Whoa.
They're just waiting for the right opportunity.
Howdy. Okay,
Hello.
welcome.
Uh,
There you are. You're gonna
We're getting a
have to
bit of echo, I think.
deal with that echo, I guess.
Oh,
How you
crap.
doing?
I'm still sick, but I was like, fuck it. We're it's back.
Dude, have you been
Let's-
sick for 2 weeks too?
2 weeks. Like,
it sounds almost
6
like
months?
that specific thing we can't talk about on YouTube.
Do you got
Hey.
Omicron?
he has the
I-
gay.
gotta feel like ass.
I only just like today feel not like shit from feeling sick last week and the week before.
Well,
Do you have
I'm
a-
just gonna put it like this. I feel like someone beat the living fuck out of me, which isn't a feeling you want to relive in your life. But
Do you have
When-
Omicron?
I have no idea.
But are you an alpha giga Chad?
I am a
An
super
Omega
Chad.
On the chat.
Omni Chad.
All right, we're probably gonna have to do something about that echo. Okay, cool. Sounds like it's been fixed.
Is it coming from mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Hold
was, but it sounds better now. Don't worry about it. Japanese professor develops a TV screen that
Ew.
emulates food flavors.
Yeah, you thought
Exactly
feet
what
was
we're
bad,
thinking.
Random
Thank you,
11? Look at
Senkaku
that.
Complex. Look at that.
Ugh.
That
yeah,
works.
he
Feet
should
was
have been
bad.
looking for feet instead.
Exactly what we're gonna use it for.
A Japanese professor has invented a prototype TV screen that can be licked, so watchers can taste the situation or object being projected onto the screen for a multi-sensory viewing experience. The creation allowing otaku to be one step closer to realizing their dream of licking anime girls. Now, I will just say
Look.
right now,
It's gonna change the porn industry.
There's a certain guy who is going to live stream that for quick money and make thousands of dollars.
yeah, he's
when
like,
a site
quick,
fails or
lick her.
whatever.
Oh no, the guy's jizzing. No, get your tongue away.
Get your tongue away.
You're a major massive cock now. You're an alpha giga chat. So I would just like to point out that, of course, it was a Japanese professor. Because let's be real, he made it for this exact scenario. Because
But
think
why?
about it. Okay, look, no, just for real. Okay, how do we make television more engaging? Well, we can spray scents in the room so that it kind of smells like something's burning.
3D.
When you walk by something that's burning in the movie. What about taste? Like maybe we could do taste. But I don't think it's actually that immersive to walk up to your television and lick the goddamn screen.
Why would you even want to
What do you?
like
That's almost
taste
like
it?
What if you're watching?
Why don't you just have like a
Force Raiders or
scratch
something?
and sniff, a scratch and sniff card?
No, but like,
Guys.
why would you ever want to taste something you can't actually eat?
It's
What if
clearly
you like
it
walk?
only has
Go
lewd
back out to the house
implications.
and go back to that.
I feel like I covered this. Japanese professor. What more is there to answer? There's my echo.
Guys, what if you like walk in to a horse stable? And not, and if you're watching like a horse show or something, all
Yes.
someone takes a dump.
See,
what
Why
are you
would
gonna
you
do?
want?
Start smelling
So
shit?
then, why would you lick your TV?
Yeah, the question. No. See, he's right. You're watching a steamy sex scene, and you're getting into it. You start licking the screen, and then it jump cuts. It jump cuts from the Game of Thrones bath sex to the Game of Thrones steaming pile of dead bodies.
It's like the scare, like those like, pay attention, like watch for the change, and then the scare videos that they used to put on YouTube all the time. Now they got that with shit.
Now
for
you're
taste.
licking
Like
the
you're-
screen, and Rick Astley comes up.
you got a nice picture of a cake. You're licking it. You're like, oh yeah, cake. Oh nice. And then cut to shit.
This is like. Can you imagine the dogs that already lick the screen? Like you're never gonna get away from there.
Oh no.
And how sanitizing is this? Like, are you gonna let
not
other
at
people
all.
lick your TV? Just share licking your TV?
Yeah, the restrictions nowadays with what do you
Can we
call
have a
it?
rule where tongue per TV, please?
6 feet apart, sanitized down after every lick.
So, what if you could have?
Yeah,
like, you know how
TV,
you've got-
TV.
You know how you got like VR goggles? What if instead you had a goggle like type thing that just slipped over your tongue? And when you point your tongue at different parts of the screen, you can taste it.
Jesus.
You have a tongue condom that just like drops little bits of taste on your tongue.
Condom.
Yeah, what if you have
I
to
think you
lick the
better
TV
write all
for a
these down
dental
and send them to the patent office.
So the in development device is called Taste the TV and operates by having 10 canisters jettison flavor into a hygienic film and then rolled over the screen, which the user can then sample with their mouth appendage.
Is this like a gender neutral term for
The
tongues
frontal.
now? Tasting appendage?
Pleasure her front.
Some people might have artificial mouth appendages. Okay.
Oh.
Or
But
they
how would
might
you
try and
taste
taste it with their dick.
Oh,
Meiji
that the
University's
taste
Home Miyashita. Miyashita. A professor.
you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So Meiji University's Homei Miyashita. That is a troll name if I've ever heard of it. Homie Miyashita. A professor explained the invention could possibly educate cooks or sommeliers remotely, and that producing the TV commercially would give it a price tag of about $875. For what size? Tongue sized?
Wow.
Miyashita also stated that his goal is to make it possible for people who have the experience of something like eating at a restaurant on the other side of the world, even while staying at home.
Without actually eating anything.
Without actually eating any. Thank you.
why not just take the flavor packets from the
Yeah,
TV and
here's-
just down those?
You're going the wrong way, dude. Freaking Elon Musk's Neuralink is just going to be able to inject chemicals in your brain that trigger it to think you're tasting something. It's going to be way easier.
It's terrifying because they could do the same thing to make you feel like you're shitting yourself.
Yes, I will be the Togusa of the future. No cybernetic implants. He actually
I
got
like this guy.
cybernetic.
He's not getting the full course meal. He's getting herpes.
Miyashita also stated his goal is to make
By the way, I still have,
oh dear
I still have a
God.
little great fever. So
Ever
God.
licked a TV screen? Reuters,
No.
why? I hate
Guys,
Japanese people's tongues.
Why did they lick the
why
dust
the
off the screen? Like, at least clean the
That's-
fucking
You,
thing.
you could Dude, you're
Oh,
gonna walk in
no.
there and look at your TV, and all of a sudden there's just gonna be like
Taste
these
the
kid,
TV was-
marks all over it.
So I bet you the Taste the TV thing is going to be like
See
a
the
smartphone
TV,
screen.
taste the.
Wow, Lance's audio's really hot.
Yes.
It is.
Like I don't need a blue pill for that. How hot the audio is.
You know, that's the way she likes it.
All right. Anyway, now that we've brought this to a screeching halt,
Once again, I am too big.
I hope you rewatch the podcast to get all the references to the blue
Is
pill.
maybe Brad is
Perhaps.
too low.
What?
Maybe your input's just too low in contrast to Lance.
No, Lance is a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, right now, Random 11, you're louder than Brad, so maybe this whole
Okay,
time
so,
Brad's just quiet.
Here's the thing. You know how we try to edit the mic settings? I found that they don't sound anything like they did on podcast in the video on demand. So I think
What?
we should just automatically adjust the mic volume every time and trust that it's going to be louder on podcast for the people watching. Just throwing that out.
Well,
Well, as long
here
as
Here
long as
comes
each
the bloody
person.
ears.
Yeah, because you sound fine at DDNM, but in every podcast I've rewatched for like the past 4 weeks, you're like so faint and far away.
Oh, well, I can move my mic closer.
Well, to be honest, that actually sounded a lot. That sounded a lot damn better because you really do have it. You have a lot of I'm blanking on the word, but your voice is mildly distorted from being so far
It's
from the
very
mic.
sensual.
I'll tell you
now,
this,
and-
Lance. If you wanted to just call in with your cell phone, it would sound so much better. than what you
I am
hear
on my
right now.
cell phone.
That's
Yeah.
probably the problem.
Okay, well, if you want
I swear to God, I don't have the energy to get up and turn on the computer.
if you want to splurge and buy a smartphone and not a Razor flip phone from the 90s or whatever.
To his credit, it is a modern phone type phone.
Brand,
Okay. All right.
it's
Maybe
probably
it's his inline mic, so maybe it's just the headphones.
is it echoing?
It's
It
not
just
echoing.
sounds like ass.
It's like crackling.
It sounds
and
like
super loud.
if you were to try to talk out of your butthole.
That's called ventriloquism.
How about now?
It's better, I guess. All right, man. Okay, so sorry, I just had to. Oh God! I reverted to sitting, and apparently one side of the standing desk decided not to actually click into.
But I
place.
thought vehicles because people were losing their ability to walk.
Yes. I don't know what you just said. All right, so currently in discussions with manufacturers, the professor intends to try having the technology be used for amplifying the taste of toast. Wow.
What?
And it is said Miyashita envisages a world of downloadable taste content. News sites are naturally touting the licking technology as a way for the cowardly to interact with the outside world amidst the fear-mongering coronavirus pandemic.
I
What?
feel like licking technology is something Pornhub already had.
Oh God! You know, I bet you if you're licking your phone while on Pornhub, it probably already tastes like disgusting sweat. So it probably that feature's built in.
Yeah.
That would literally be the weirdest JOI instruction I've ever heard of. Now lick your phone. What the fuck?
Just rub your sweaty hand over it. It's the same experience.
Lick your palm. Now smell it. All right. A video from Reuters summarizing the device. Yeah, we got. Okay. Anyway, so that's a weird thing from Japan. Now, Danny
that
shared
should definitely
this.
be in the thumbnail whenever we actually do that.
Yeah, totally. We're just gonna have to find a way to get the blue pill in there. When the chips are down, McDonald's rations fries in Japan. Now, I wasn't going to
What?
share this because I saw the Sword News 24 article and thought, let's not. But I've got a follow-up article that we will read.
I'm gonna try this headset mic. If you guys can't hear me, let me know.
All right. Don't let them know. American businessman promises urgent flights of potatoes to Japan to ease the French fry shortage.
The hero we deserve.
A golden ray of salty hope shines from across the Pacific. December 21st was a dark day in Japan, and not just because, as the winter solstice, it marked the low point of daylight hours. There was also an emotional darkness clouding the nation's hearts, as on that day, McDonald's Japan announced its decision to suspend sales of medium and large-sized orders of French fries, at its restaurant. You know, I am just now realizing that French fries has a capital French.
Well, it's a proper noun, I guess.
You don't hear me?
Yeah, I guess
Yes.
French. Yes, we can hear you. I guess French is like. I never thought about French fries as actually France fries, right? Anyway, okay.
Wow.
The thing is, I don't think they originated in fucking France.
So, yeah, I don't think they call them that in France either.
They call them chips in England.
Yeah, don't they call them like freedom fries or something in France?
Chips.
Well, I guess you wouldn't
fries?
call them French fries in France. That'd be like calling them. Yeah,
I mean, I have to ask you this, mildly off topic. Do you go into a pizza shop, order a cheese pizza?
Oh, what? Pizza.
Do you
Oh, God,
order
dude,
a talking out of my butthole pizza?
I think it might just be my connection going from cell phone, Wi-Fi, and back and forth depending on all cuts.
Yeah, you're crackling up, but you're also like doing this weird like double speak thing.
Yeah, you're like delay speaking, and it's like you'll say something, like it'll come in like a couple times. It'll just like.
I don't think I'm hearing that.
You haven't heard him
say the true effect of the virus. I have.
This is the true effect of the virus.
I would recommend Lancey boy go to bed.
Oh man, he's asking me to leave. I see
Lance, you're with us in spirit. Unfortunately, when you hear the podcast right now, you're like, God, it sounds so good, because you hear your voice, but we hear the mic's interpretation of your voice, right? And the mic has decided that your voice is a butthole. So I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
All I hear is blah 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 blah.
We love you. We hope you get better.
Hey, if there's anything that we can do to help you improve in your illness, just let us know.
You guys? All right.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
But unfortunately,
if only you'd have done this like 8 months ago, I'd have like $100 in my pocket.
His answer should be, get me a new phone.
Ouch.
It's unfortunate because half the time you sound fine, and then as soon as I start reading, there's an echo that comes in, and then the blaps come in.
That's all right, man. It's just me being overwhelmingly sick. And it's the internet gods going, do not be there. I'm going to give you the blades.
Oh,
all right, I'm out.
You're giving us something. Oh, the AIDS. All right, I'm just going to make sure that I mark down that Lance was here for a good hot second. All right. Yeah, everybody got their proper credit on this podcast. Cool. All right, back to this. Who's playing with a Rubik's Cube? All right. I don't know where I was. Let's see. For the last 2 years, hold on. McDonald's Japan announced its decision to suspend sales of medium and large size orders of French fries at its restaurants across the country. For the last 2 years, whenever we're deprived a source of joy, we're quick to assume the coronavirus is to blame. And indeed, pandemic-related disruptions of the supply chain are part of the problem. The potatoes McDonald's Japan uses for its fries are grown in the U.S. and shipped via Canadian ports. And a 3-nation voyage is a difficult thing to coordinate in the current health climate. month-long flooding in Canada's British Columbia, which includes Vancouver and its spud shipping port, was also a major factor. Actually, it's not that the port in Vancouver is flooded and that like they can't send ships out of a flooded port. It's that they can't get to the ships with the truck shipments of potatoes. Eventually, the anguished cries of fry fans grew loud enough that they were heard by American businessman Ryan Peterson.
That's not Donald Trump.
As far as I know, flooding doesn't really affect boats.
Exactly.
I think I remember that one thing when they fry. I can't get over how good that was.
When they fry. Why are the tweets not loading? There they are. Why?
Well, apparently they don't fry now. I know that much.
Okay, whatever. Okay, so eventually they blah blah blah. Who tweeted about the situation on December 23rd, one day before McDonald's was halting sales of everything but small size fry orders. One of the fun things about working at Flexport is that for any company in the world you want to learn about, someone at Flexport understands their operations at an incredibly granular level.
Oh,
this morning,
so they make
I'm learning about
and Flexport.
This morning, I'm learning about McDonald's French fry shortages in Japan. Peterson isn't just any businessman, though. He's the CEO of San Francisco-based international freight forwarding / customer brokerage company Flexport, which puts him in a unique position to help find a solution to Japan's potato problem. 6 days later came a follow-up announcement that Flexport will be flying 3 747s loaded with potatoes. I just like the idea that he went to Costco and he bought a bunch of stacks of potatoes and there's just one per
He just
seat.
9/11's into Japan.
There's a potato famine and we need to save them.
That's the irony of this, is that I find it funny that back in the day it was like, potatoes are the only thing we can grow and make food of, and Japan's having the inverse problem where it's like, where's the potatoes? We can't find potatoes.
Japanese billionaire develops rice French fries.
That might actually taste pretty good if you could food science that shit out of that.
I wholeheartedly agree. Actually, it'd be like French fries the size of rice. The grains of rice.
A single grain of rice is one.
No. They have to split each rice grain like they do potatoes, right? So you have these mini microscopic fries, and there you go.
Like a grain of dust. Okay.
What are these fries for ants?
Yes. So the Flexport will be flying 3 747s loaded with potatoes to Japan to help the country cope with the crisis. Like, oh God, how will they survive?
You want some copium with those fries?
Potato Express is inbound.
Just contracted to fly 3 747 loads of potatoes to Japan. It's just unbelievable. Emoticon, potato, airplane, Japan. Popcorn? Oh, French fries. Ah! Peterson, with tongue-in-cheek, joked that there had been some internal debate as to whether or not the influx of French fry ingredients should be handled by Flexport's division that manages humanitarian relief efforts, while explaining that the potato planes are, in fact, part of Flexport's for-profit operations. How dare you have profits? In regards to the efficiency of shipping vegetables by airmail, Peterson explained. Well, I mean, yes, we're not going to just catapult them. So we brought.
That'd be pretty funny.
We shipped them to Russia, loaded them on the trebuchet. In regard to the efficiency of shipping vegetables by air, Peterson explained that the planes were otherwise scheduled to make empty return flights to Japan. So rather than have them fly across the Pacific with their cargo holds empty, are you playing Moncala on my watch? That is the loudest game of Moncala.
Sounds like Reese is making, I don't know, Legos.
I'm not doing
but he's-
shit.
Sounds like he's playing jacks or something.
It sounds like he's dropping Legos, just pretending he's making Legos, just
Right in
to
front of the
Urka.
mic.
My phone is on one end of the freak, as far away from me as I can, and I'm not doing shit anyway.
I mean, someone's dropping a bead or something, and whoever that may be, whether it be Reese or Greenline, I don't know. If
Yourself.
Greenline's
Or
muted.
yourself.
Then maybe
Greenline
Reese
has
could
plausible deniability.
maybe Reese could mute his mic
While
until he decides
fiddling with toys.
until he decides
I've
to
been
speak.
muted for a little bit now, so I can't.
Well,
be
then Reese has no excuse.
All right. Someday, I would love to have a podcasting studio where we podcast together in person, like a
Yeah,
regular
so
podcast.
like all those other podcasts that are big.
Because those aren't shit, because people are looking at each other when talking and not what the bullshit we're doing where we're like, oh, am I delayed? Hold on. Wait,
I'm almost done rubbing this one out. Hold on.
Are you gonna move to Canada so me and FDDM can join?
No,
Yeah.
I'll move you to the United States. You work from home, bitch.
We'll have a central headquarters.
We'll be
near
right on the
Toronto.
border. How about that? You think I want to
Lance
move to
just
Canada and have
texted
your
me saying,
your
"I'm laughing
cancer
so
internet?"
hard I am crying. I really sound possessed."
Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
Balls in your court, Lance.
Okay, so rather than have them fly across the Pacific with their cargo holds empty, filling them up with something the country is undergoing a shortage of seemed like the better idea. Yeah, except you had to waste more fuel. Did you think about that? No. Oh, my dreams online. Wow, thank you, Pornbot. Wow.
All right, let's delete dot online. Oh, that's
How
wait
about I
on
just
the
block
9.
user?
09. Onin. Onine.
I think it's a lowercase L and a capital I.
That's
Yep.
true.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can't wait to smack off to your Russian porn botting.
Well, I'm gonna mute myself and shut it up.
I think we should have a
Smacking off competition.
no, well, I mean, besides that, we need to make a smacking off shirt that has like a guy that's like the perspective
Remember,
is-
Valentine's Day is in 2 months.
There's like a perspective here. I can visualize it for us.
Please
No, I
visualize
can't.
it.
My cam's not connected. Actually, no. I can just change the device. I changed the device because I thought maybe that's why my internet was AIDS, but I was proven wrong. All right.
I
let's
mean,
see
you
if this
haven't
works.
gotten kicked off in a while.
So we should have
Wow,
some
you're
sort
about
of
one
shirt
pixel. Cool. Tell us.
where the guy's like back like this, and it's like, and there's the nut button where he's like with the action lines, right? Wouldn't that be like smacking off all day or something?
Oh God.
Re-dramatize that for us again. Dramatize that for us again.
Ah,
Oh.
yes. I'll add to the exposed video.
Oh.
Just like head back and it's like smacking off all
So
day.
what's that? I'm picturing that meme face where it's like, you know what I'm talking about? Isn't there one? I need one with that expression without the hands there. With just action lines going across the screen with like a couple of hands drawn in there.
Yeah. No, you mean it looks exactly like this.
Oh.
No, the one with Hercules.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could do that
That's
expression.
practically it. Yeah. All right. Whew. Okay, where was I? So as for how many large size orders of fries those potatoes can be used to make, one commenter did the conversion and came up with 2.2 million orders.
Wow.
Okay. That's great. It should be pointed out that at the same time that McDonald's Japan announced the suspension of large and medium fry sales on December 21st, the fast food chain also promised that the sales of those sizes. So, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry. It just clicked for me that my joke from earlier, where they used the 747 and just loaded up each seat with a sack of potatoes, that they actually used a passenger set. That actually is what they did. Like, I'm sorry, I'm slow. It just hit me. Anyway, all right. So, it should be pointed out. Yes. Okay. Yes. I'll have you know I am highly skilled at the art of kung fu. Yes.
But he's a white belt yet.
So, in the original kung fu, in karate, actually in karate, I believe, your belt started white, and then training,
got corrupted.
By training your whole life, it slowly became black over time.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I was actually right when I say it got corrupted.
Yeah, from the sweat of your body and stuff from all the training you did. Right?
Yeah.
So if you didn't wash it, especially, you get black belt even sooner. And so
but in this case, it whitens over time.
It turned white.
Yeah, white.
It's your rag that you use to clamp your enemies, right?
I don't know if I could get in trouble for showing a picture of the cum rag on the podcast.
Oh, God.
Isn't that a thing?
What do you mean the cum rag?
Are
you going to show us your personal collection?
Well, apparently these are things you can buy on Etsy.
It's called Kleenex.
It's called tissues because Kleenex is the corporate brand.
Apparently these are a thing.
It's just that. What the hell? There's a vag rag as well.
Why would you? Why would you? Like, how would you have to wash that in the freaking sink? Or you're not gonna want to wash that with your regular laundry?
Why not? You spread the love.
So safe search is off, and oh god, oh my god. So this bleaching concept you guys are familiar with apparently is a thing. As the
bleaching
photos...
your asshole.
Oh what? Dear God!
I'm sure that's exactly what we said just now.
But you didn't know about bleaching your asshole?
No, I didn't know about this.
No. He knows about it. He did it in the one episode.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Poor soul.
All right.
I'm good to move on from this picture. Anytime.
I'm just gonna delete my browsing history because of the other.
Ejected anal gases? What?
What? Oh, damn it!
He was saving that for later.
Where did the spider one go? Okay. All right, let me finish this because I am dead exhausted. I'm telling you, we are not going to get through many more articles because we have a watch club. Okay. Fuck me. I am so tired.
That's your wife's job.
Yeah, as the Giga Chat.
It should be pointed out at the same time that McDonald's Japan announced the suspension of large and medium fry sales on December 21st, the fast food chain also promised that sales of those sizes would be resuming on December 31st. And no change to that timeline has been made. McDonald's Japan has also not made any public statement that it is the recipient of the Flexport potatoes, especially considering that Peterson's first tweet about Japan's potato shortage was not appearing until December 23rd. Flexport may or may not be the specific spud savior responsible for putting medium and large fries back on McDonald's Japan menu. On the other hand, Peterson not talking about the situation until the 23rd doesn't preclude the possibility that someone else at Flexport was already taking point on the deal before the CEO's involvement in the project, and blah blah blah. Done. Don't care. All right, let's talk about anal gas. So you'll notice that this article is from December 16th, and that is because I do not want to cover it. But
you're late and gay.
Unfortunately, it is the most on-brand article I think the podcast has ever seen. So here we go.
She took a page out of Belle Delphine's book.
Yeah. How much did Belle Delphine make out of her bathwater?
Probably a ton.
But did she make $50,000 a week?
Well, her Patreon or her OnlyFans, I think, was pulling in $1 million a month.
You know, back in the day, I used to think like, what is it? She should be held accountable for like the people. I don't know if this was a fake article that was talking about like people buying her bathwater are getting sick or whatever.
I was thinking fake article, I think.
Well, in either case, my perspective was like, oh, she should be responsible. Then it occurred to me, I'm like, wait, you're not supposed to drink bathwater.
What the fuck's wrong with people?
So I feel as though, like, what is the draw with Belle Delphine specifically?
I don't.
Says the person that's like cute Nezuko. You don't see the draw.
I haven't. I've never. This is the first time I'm actually seeing a picture of her. But
this
I'm
isn't
looking at
Belle
Delphine. That's not Belle Delphine.
No. I'm looking at a picture of her on this other screen because I'm trying to find out if people got sick, and instead I came up with this article. First of all, that's pyrocynical, isn't it? That's pyrocynical on the right. Yeah, pyrocynical tried. People are drinking an Instagram star's $30 bathwater and calling it salty and candy-like. So here's the thing.
Why?
I'm just going to say this real quick. I feel like the draw of Belle Delphine is probably the fact that she wasn't doing porn. Like, that was kind of part of it, is that, like, people were enamored with her. And,
the Twitch thought era?
Yes. So I feel like there's going to be diminishing returns on the OnlyFans where she now is doing porn.
She's no longer on OnlyFans.
Precisely. $1,000,000 to nothing.
Well, I mean, the account might still exist, but like she doesn't post anything. I've been told.
Is Pyrocynical still on YouTube?
After getting well, it was fine because after the whole what was that behind after the controversy, he did he was in a collab with the Internet Historian, which was hilarious to me because I'm like, what, he didn't cancel that? That's kind of funny. Which I'm not expecting Internet Historian to do that because he kind of just doesn't care. Actually, to be fair, his controversy was his controversy was on like Jack levels of like, whoa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't know about it?
No.
I've never even heard of this guy.
So I apparently unsubscribed because I started using the Anime Collector as my main channel for browsing YouTube, and my other channel is the one I was subscribed to him in, and I just
now hold up. Okay, so the TLDR is basically he was like I don't know, flirting with a minor or whatever, this and that. I can't remember. But hold up, it gets even better. It was a male. So he basically we found out he was gay, but he was also really into furry hentai or whatever.
All right.
Which explains why his intro is like he takes the TV off and he's like a furry or something. And I thought, like, okay, that's kind of cringe. I don't know why it's like that for the longest time.
There are a lot of hot takes coming out right now. First of all, Maras Leonardo says she's not even that attractive, to be honest. Oh, she does porn? Yeah, she released a Christmas sex tape last year. Wasn't even hot. I watched it and fell asleep. It was even more boring than Watchmen. And that's not an exaggeration.
That escalated quickly.
So you're telling me it was more boring than floppy blue balls?
Were you upset because you paid full price for it? or something?
How
Like,
was
Yeah,
her bathwater,
Mirage.
Mirage Leonardo?
Yeah. How did it taste, man? You gotta let us know.
It takes a lot of balls to out yourself watching porn in public.
So to round things off,
Yeah, please.
Another thing he did was like he'd occasionally have these like, I don't know, comedy videos where one was called like Thick Souls or something, where all of the characters were like comically fat,
Right.
I
Dude,
guess
his
there's
content is fucking hilarious.
I guess there's this weird fetish that's like the absurdly obese
Massively
type.
obese.
Yeah. So it turns out he's into that as well. So it's like morbidly, absurdly obese furries, and he commissioned art from this miner or something and stuff like that. Like,
she got pounded by the BBC. I watched it for free on the BBC. I don't find anal attractive, but that's just man. I mean,
that's a shame
forgot
because
that they show porn in Europe.
No. That's a shame because at OCAPodcast.com, I guess you won't be giving us anal.
Oh! Hey,
wow.
Well, I mean, are you sure you didn't accidentally stumble on blacked.com and see Piper Perry get blasted by 5 guys or whatever it was? By the way, if anybody needs a template to Photoshop whatever they want in there, I photoshopped out those black guys and got photos from. Okay, hold on. Let me just go ahead and properly take care of this with a visual aid. If anybody needed a meme template, that's not it. Dropbox, anime collector, thumbnails. God damn it! Let's see a podcast clip. No, not the fireman seaman. Fuck me.
Fireman seaman. Double min.
Well, I found it. Okay, here we go. Just to toot my own horn for a minute.
Well, that's very on brand for the article we were talking about.
When I made this, note the stains on the pillow, by the way. Yes, I guess they should be bleached. I didn't think about it. Yeah, on the pillow, there's some stains.
I could barely notice until you told us.
Also, it was very fortunate for me that Ultraman has a little dick bulges because I thought it was funny. Anyway, so when I made this, I actually photoshopped the guys out. And what I did is I found the photo set that the image was from, and I got pictures of what you see through the window behind them from other photos and matched it up to the parts you could see. I went all out for that clean play. So if anybody would like to make something with it, be my guest. I will send it to you. Also, watch this video on the channel. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
It is easily one of the funniest videos we've ever made. Okay, anyway, please, now that I will stop touching
yourself,
I will close my eyes and listen to the pyrocynical story. Please tell me about how he raped furry
well, I can't remember what actually transpired in the DMs if he wanted to like. It sounded like he wanted to meet. I don't think there was anything explicit about Smash or something. I don't know. You'd have to look it up, but for the gritty details. But that's kind of the gist of it. It's like pedo tendencies. I don't know. Don't keep me liable. But
don't at me, bro.
But yeah, the fetish part was the big drop. The other biggest part of it. It's like, what in the
What's going on? I'm looking.
I told you they're like ungodly obese furries.
Yeah. Okay.
Why?
So, speaking as somebody who had at one time experienced a lot of his content, I kind of feel like that's not actually a real thing. Like that's a part of the meme.
I thought you were going to say, speaking as someone who likes fat furries.
No. No, but if I were one of those people, I would deflect and throw him under the bus.
But no. I think it's one of those like in plain sight things. It's like it seems like a meme, but like
it could be.
That was
it
the
very
reaction
well could
I
be.
had. It's like, I thought that was a meme, but it turns out he's actually.
So look, I'll just say, I think it would be really hard to get any work done. if you stop to edit all your videos and were so turned on by your weird fetish that you'd never get anything turned out. Like it just never. You'd be like me, not ever able to release.
You'd never crank anything out because you're cranking out too much.
There you go. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Is that why you don't put any videos out?
Which
I didn't know we turned you on, PC.
So I have to address this. Oh God, thanks for burning that image into my mind. Jesus, I hate you so much. God damn it.
Oh, you're
spoiling the Ultra Brothers name. No pun intended.
Oh,
I think you need to watch the video.
I didn't realize how big a revelation that was for him because he's super into Ultraman. Right?
Yeah, are you not a fan of the Ultra Comes?
Of
the 5 Ultra Comes? Please watch the video.
Watch the video before you.
Somebody needs to like that. Somebody needs to like the video in the chat.
I need to make it a wait, what is that video called?
5 Ultra Comes.
Dude, it's like the first in the clips playlist, isn't it? Also, I love how I can see the eye holes the more I stare at this.
I photoshopped them out. What?
There's eye holes on the middle guy at the very bottom. There's eye holes on the left guy very clearly in the center.
Yeah. I thought I wasn't sure if those were actually eye holes. So
well, good thing for you. You can edit out and post because thumbnails can always change.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. I see the guy in the middle. Okay, here you go, Mirage Leonardo.
Don't come too much.
Fuck, I sent it to everyone.
Well, it's worth sending to everyone. Let's be real.
Send it to your family and friends.
Oh, an error occurred the moment I tried to post it to Facebook. The second time.
The gift that keeps on coming.
Yeah. All right, so there you go. Yeah. All right, anyway, so I was deflecting there and forgot what you're accusing me of. Cranking it out while editing. Yeah, apparently that's something.
Well, what's the fetish, Random 11, that is preventing him from finishing the videos?
I guess he just likes our faces. I don't know.
No, it's the extreme masochism of making things take fucking forever.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Jason just walked in on this. What the fuck? I'm surprised Bosch hasn't gotten his computer jacked by FBI, considering the fact he went on stream and said that they need to lower the age of consent to 11. Surprised Twitch hasn't perma-banned him. Hey, they did for using the term
cracker.
CN word. Wow, you can't say it. We're on Twitch.
You're right. We're on Twitch too.
He was only banned for a week, I think, though.
Oh,
Mirage
okay.
Leonardo,
We'll be back
I'm going
in
to
a
have
week.
to invite you to.
We don't have a show in a week
YouTube
anyway.
Channel. I just sent you the link to the video. Please come subscribe to the YouTube channel. Just in case we get banned off of Twitch, you'll still be able to stay in touch. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Surprised Twitch hasn't perma-banned him, but I think to myself, oh wait, they allowed Hassan to be racist to whites and gave him a brief slap on the wrist. Yeah. Oh no, I think they both got temporarily banned. Yeah, for using.
Well, Bosch, it was seemingly like, his is indefinite,
I believe anyway.
Where the other one was like a week suspension.
Oh, is that the case? Okay.
Well, see, the thing about Twitch bans is they're just suspensions. They don't have permanence to them.
I gotta say, you said before that you knew nothing about Hassan. Really didn't have an opinion, but like, right. God, he has nuclear bad takes. Oh God, that's it.
Right, it's so salty. I guarantee you that Pirate Cynical is literally just making your content.
Bubble bass with a man bun.
I apologize for that. Let's get back to this article. I don't want to actually.
Yeah, you're skirting around it so much because you don't want to read it, but it's just taking 5 hours longer to actually read it.
Reality TV star pockets $50,000 by hawking her ejected anal gases. Shall we play her videos so you can hear her TikToks?
I don't know. We'll get copyright struck.
I love how It's a Gundam, when he covered this, had to put like a emoji over her.
Oh yeah, her cleavage window.
Yeah, and it's like all of her videos, which are presumably monetized, have her tits like in the thumbnail. So great job.
Yeah,
YouTube.
like her own video.
Her
That's
own
no
videos
problem.
are fine, but when someone makes a clip out of it, they're like, boobies,
honestly,
boobies. Must be.
They're
What?
so unappealing to look at.
Not the one you're thinking about, Jason.
We're talking about Ritz crackers.
Yeah,
that's how you get away with it, right?
Yeah.
Come get me, Twitch. So deranged Westerners have shown an inhuman level of obsession that might even rival Japanese otaku. Hey, you don't know that she's been selling these to Westerners? As it has been learned that reality TV star Stephanie Mato, she's Japanese, supposedly made about $50,000 in a week by selling her flatulence in glass bottles. Something that Seiyu in Japan could likely learn from. Podcast clip incoming. Because they've already done that. The actress gained attention on social media after she appeared on the show 90 Day Fiancé, a tasteless reality TV show that has two people paired together to see if they are willing to get married after being with each other for 3 months. Though now Mato has spontaneously delved into the hobby of selling her natural gases. Something that they didn't mention is the fact that on 90 Day Fiancé, she was the first quote-unquote lesbian couple, but then now she's dating a guy who previously derided her on YouTube, and that's a whole big thing in itself, so apparently she's not actually.
Well, the thing is, like, they...
Assume your dominance and convert
Gundam,
lesbians.
I think Gundam showed like a video of like behind the scenes or whatever, or no, maybe it was.
I'm afraid to learn what this is.
Whatever that is, like I don't know if it was messages something, but the idea was that like the other party was not seemingly, I don't know, happy with their relationship, and yeah, it seemed like, yeah, she's not really lesbo.
Reese, it sounds very much.
I'm sorry, I touched my Takikoma.
Your what?
Takikoma. It sounded very much like you had a Hot Wheels car. You were pulling it back and picking it up so the wheels.
Wait, he did have Hot Wheels cars, the Lupin ones. Exposed. Right. Also, yeah, so she wasn't this. Hashtag relationship goals.
Sasha Grey, the porn star, got killed by a rooster on Sekiro Shadows Die Twice.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant in real life by a rooster. I was going to say, God damn.
Okay.
That's a way to go out.
All right. I'll just say both. Just you watch. Kuraka.
Ah.
Well, now I got to look that up too. Great.
Wait, oh, yeah. In Australia, Japanese is like the language they learn, isn't it? Their second language or something?
Kuraka Kapu.
Kaku?
Kulaku.
Yes, thank you. Amazing. Yes. Japanese detected. English. Kuraka. Great. What filthy, disgusting thing is Kuraka? It is the official of the Inca Empire who held the role of magistrate. Pingas. I can't. Here's the Hindu one.
What? Sorry, why are you looking up these terms?
Because he typed it into chat. Like I'm not supposed to look. Okay. Anyway. Yes, the clip was. Yes, I'm sure it was fantastic. I know. I laughed my ass off while making it.
Oh, I see. You cheated on us with ourselves. I see how it is. You didn't want to watch us live.
So
we're not good enough.
That must be the Australian spelling of it, because this is what I found, and this is the only thing I can think of. Actually, maybe I'm going to scroll down first and double check there aren't images. If you're telling me to search with safe search off. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There's no images. All right. So this is the spelling that Wikipedia takes, which is with an E.
Not
says,
Jen Coom.
It's a purported inhalant and hallucinogen created from fermented human waste. Failed verification. In the mid-1990s, it was reported to be a popular street drug among Zambian children. Fuck. So when Trump called them shithole countries...
He had a point.
I'm going to come.
They would... They would reportedly put the feces and urine in a jar or a bucket and seal it with a balloon or lid, respectively. Then leave it out to ferment in the sun. Afterwards, they would inhale.
You know what I'm eating?
I'm going to come.
This is not good eating
material
conversation.
For the skateboarding magazine, see Jenkum magazine.
So one, they might want to change their magazine
Uh-huh.
label, and
Whoa,
two, I don't think this is a good conversation.
In November 2007, there was a moral panic in the United States after widespread reports of Jenkum becoming a popular recreational drug in middle and high schools across the country. Though the true extent of the practice has since been called into question. Several sources reported that the increase in American media coverage was based on a hoax and on faulty internet research. What the fuck? Yep. Anyway, so
in
back
the
to
book,
this.
Children's of AIDS.
Children's of AIDS?
Fine, I'll read it. Jesus Christ. The name derives from Jenkum, a brand of glues which had become the generic name for all glues used by glue-sniffing children in South Africa, where the drug originated and is most popular on the African continent today. Jason South, I am curious why this is a portion of your vocabulary.
He said...
Don't ask me how I know about this. Well, I want to ask you how you can't spell it, because clearly you know about it. No, that's... Oh, no, good night. Good night, E. Castro. I also am about to throw in the towel, and I don't want to talk about Itsudatte, my Santa, any more than I want to talk about these anal gases. Anyway, in the book Children of AIDS, Africa's Orphan Crisis by Emma Guest, the making of Jenkum is described. Fermented human sewage, scraped from pipes and stored in plastic bags for a week or so until it gives off numbing, intoxicating fumes. What the fuck?
We can move on now. I think.
Okay.
Random 11, you were the one who told him to read that paragraph. You are only self.
Children of AIDS just sounded like a funny book title. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to get through this. Collecting her rancid fumes in glass mason jars, Mato sends such jars of impending doom to willing buyers. What if they're getting fermented on their way there? She's sending them to willing buyers through the mail at an exasperating $1,000 each, which will surely have other internet thoughts looking into pursuing similar trades, much like a certain female who sold her bathwater. The woman claims to have secured 50,000. I'm sorry, you mean genius, certain genius who sold her bathwater. The woman claims to have secured $50,000 through this side job in a single week. Certain to have some wondering if she's inflating the number in an attempt to generate more interest from mentally ill perverts. So here's a comment from Mato in an interview with BuzzFeed. Of course, BuzzFeed took her for an interview. Tell us about your new business. Quote, working on my own adult-friendly platform these past few months has made me very aware of the different types of niches and markets that are out there. Over the years, I've gotten a few messages from men and women wanting to buy my worn bras, panties, hair, bathwater, etc. I thought farts were super niche, but also something fun, quirky, and different. It's almost like a novelty item. Well, I know somebody who would buy them. Videos of the so-called actress explaining how she is able to produce it. Hello, thank you for...
You came in at a good time.
You don't want to be here. This lady sold her farts in jars. Okay. My wife brought me some cookie dough to munch on.
Made freshly with one of her jars that you
Nope.
bought online, right?
No. Let's not say that.
Yeah, let's say that. Let's totally. With the fermented shits and peas and farts.
Welcome,
morning,
Seb. You came in at a good time.
Did you have a good 6-hour rest? So, pardon me while I swallow the frozen cookie dough.
I thought you said she brought you cookies, not cookie dough.
Cookie dough.
Oh.
All right. So videos of the so-called actress explaining how she is able to produce enough gas in perhaps too graphic of detail.
It's
to keep up
called
with the mood.
faking it.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you ensure that it's even
A
contained?
day in the life of a girl who sells her farts in a jar. Schoolgirls in Japan, however, are already quite ahead of Mata when it comes to the occupation of selling filthy objects. Would anybody like to say anything about the state of the world right now?
We've said it all. It's all burning down.
You know, I think the reason I didn't want to cover this is because, yes, it's on brand for the podcast, but it's on brand for the meme. It's too real. This is too real. And I'm going to push this again because my head is splitting and I don't want to cover it tonight. So we're going to jump straight to these. Oh, fuck. No, I'm going to skip this too. Skip that for a minute. We'll cover this. And then we'll do the Watch Club. Okay. Westerners uphold the annual tradition of Christmas anime girl shrines. So, nobody gives a damn. But, Seto Kaiba, that's your Christmas tree.
Blue
right?
eyes, white tree.
All right.
Oh, dude, he has all three blue eyes in the tree.
Yep. All right. A story in 3 parts. More than half of Japanese men in survey spent Christmas alone. Followed by Japanese fast food chain offers lonely Christmas meal packs for the dateless this December. Followed by Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men protest against Christmas on streets of Tokyo. So, yes. Finally, a cause I can get behind. Canceling Christmas because you're lonely. So, building a brighter future for those who aren't popular. It's been 15 years since the Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men formed in Japan, and every year they've been faithfully bringing their special brand of anti-love sentiment to the streets of Tokyo. Hello. Thank you for the water. Oh, and what are these? For my headache. Best wife ever. She got me 3 Tylenols.
Wow.
Anyway, this year, the group got together to protest Christmas, a time of year that's synonymous with romance in Japan. Santa, after all, is very sexy. Over here, Christmas Eve is traditionally viewed as a date night where loved up couples go out to dinner or stay in for romance. And singletons scramble to find themselves a date so they're not alone on the most romantic night of the year.
Actually, I would disagree.
Okay.
That's the couple right there. Like all these single people, like that's their romantic night out.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Okay. All right, yes. The Revolutionary Alliance of Unpopular Men think all the love-related fanfare surrounding Christmas is nonsense, and their mission is to crush Christmas and other related romantic holidays. These modern-day Grinches say they're fighting for those who find themselves disillusioned by the holidays, like the broken-hearted, those who have to work during Christmas, and people who aren't popular, especially when it comes to love. So basically, it's an army of incels setting things right in the world. If we can't have love, nobody can. The organization claims to provide a mental safety net for people all over the world who aren't popular, with their goal being to overthrow love capitalism and build a brighter future for the unpopular. So they are love socialists. They want everybody to get equal love.
Equal love.
Which means that up until now, the 50 billion unpopular will now have a girlfriend. You have to share your hot girlfriend with them. That's how socialism works.
Hey,
they don't want the uggos.
maybe some socialistic girls will be out there and they can actually like meet some people.
Socialistsingles.com.
See, the problem is that socialist girls are hideous and they don't. They're worse than being alone.
I mean, these guys aren't gonna get any. Anyways, they might as well go with a girl who doesn't look that great. And it's
what about this girl also protesting with them? How come nobody's spending the night with her? Are you guys just picky? Oh, yeah. Seb says he's seen these guys. They protested on Valentine's Day too, and he posted a video in the Discord. Well, thank you. I mean, fuck all those happy people, right? Yeah. What? 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 Pardon me. While I click on this image of Incel Wolverine.
Incel Wolverine.
Incel Wolverine shirt when. Oh dear God. Oh, what?
Wait. Hold
The
up. Hold up. Random 11, you're telling me there's a DDR5 now?
Thank you for freaking doxing me.
What?
I doxed myself like twice just now. Okay.
Okay. Why are we looking at feet? And two, what is DDR5?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
I checked the Discord because
for the RAM? DDR5 RAM?
And I thought you were talking about Dance Dance Revolution 5 for some reason.
No. No. Like, I saw your RAM or whatever because you posted the rest of your pickups on the wrong channel. Dumbass. No.
Well, it was after, so I figured it didn't matter.
Okay, so.
But yeah, I didn't know there was a DDR5. So you're telling me that if I want to upgrade to my 64 gigs of RAM, the reason it's so cheap is because DDR4 is irrelevant now.
Yep.
Well, right now, actually, DDR5 is like pretty on par with the current DDR4 RAM because it's not optimal. They haven't got it efficient. The timings are actually pretty shit on it versus the current DDR4.
So that's why you got it. But your board has to be compatible with the right slot. So
correct.
I assume that's why you're future-proofing it. So it's
correct.
Like, okay, well, I'm set.
Yes.
Oh, and that's the new fancy Intel core or whatever?
So
yes.
This is a very cringe fourth wall breaking panel here. You know, you're shorter than I imagined. I always figured you're a tall guy like that actor, Hugh Jackman. But you're actually pretty short. Hell, I think I might be taller than you. Wow. No wonder he has to drink her bathwater because she thinks he's a manlet. Yikes. All right. Incel Wolverine it is. Okay.
Wolverine is in a three-way relationship with Jean Grey and
that's
he's a Giga Chad.
and Cyclops.
He's a giga incel.
Alpha giga incel.
He is literally the cuck guy.
I need to know something in the private chat that you are not going to read out loud.
And
Still
yes,
waiting.
The Core
I'm typing.
Core i9 12th gen 12900K CPU that I bought.
Okay,
That is why, and the
I'm sending
DDR5
this
is
private
why
chat.
my computer costs $5,000 because DDR5 is fucking.
This is a very serious question.
That's
private
the important questions tonight.
Oh God. Well,
I gotta go with number one. Number two is bad, but I gotta go with number one.
in the same way that the logic that Drex used, it can always be worse if you combine.
Our power to combine your Bennett.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna finish reading this one because I every article we cover from here on out is going to be shit in terms of like the quality of getting through it. So I'm just going to read the rest of this one, and we're going to jump right into the Watch Club.
All right. I'm tired.
Yeah, me too. They're gonna. Fuck this.
You're gonna.
I'm done. Let's skip it. Okay, let's.
Tokyo restaurant explicitly bans couples from dining on Christmas Eve.
I'm sure that was a related article, probably.
It was in the sidebar there. Rip that restaurant, I guess.
So here's the thing. You guys talked about Outlaw Star last podcast.
We did without you.
Yeah, that's cool and all. I took a timestamp of several moments where I had something to say. So I'm just going to listen to those timestamps real quick. This one. What triggering things did you say?
We said all the triggering things.
You said that it looked 90s.
Why don't you just play it so we all hear, so we all remember what we said?
Fine. If you care to hear your own voices so much.
Oh no, that's so cringe hearing my own voice.
All right, let me.
I
almost hit end broadcast. That would have sucked. I really don't want to talk about Itsudatte My Santa next week. By the way, I watched it twice because I remembered so little of what I watched.
Well, it's a good thing it was only 2 episodes.
Yeah, it is. Okay, you guys ready to hear it?
These are some nice, informative timestamps you got there.
Yes.
It's like it looks 90s or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily look dull. It looks, I think it looks more saturated, but just the colors they're using are more.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say here. I know what you're gonna say.
Whereas,
what am I gonna say?
I say, hey Reese, do you remember if there's any shots in the day with Dio?
Actually, that's not what it is. But yes, you were looking for a shot of Dio in the daytime, and I was like, "You fucking idiot! Dio's a vampire."
So there's your answer, Random 11. Because he is never in the daylight, he never has good colors. Therefore, it is bad. No.
Isn't that how they kill him?
Okay, look up that scene, and we'll find it.
I'm not sure if that's what. I don't remember why I stopped that one, but
I would argue that the original JoJo does the hue or the saturation shifting thing that I'm telling you about. And the new one probably, if anything, doesn't do that. They do the shitty super thing.
Well, I thought this was an interesting
thing. If anything, I haven't checked.
About
but
the
if anything, they would do the super.
I don't know why I put that in there.
Well, no, I'm saying, what do you like? What would sell someone on this show? Like, what's the big selling point? What's
Okay, wait. I don't need to hear it. Hold on.
Because you want to give your
well,
own
let's shut it. Okay. I think the thing I remember you guys talking about had to do with the concept of looking at Outlaw Star and Cowboy Bebop as which one is better or whatever, right? And I feel like Outlaw Star, when you look at it in terms of story, doesn't really give you too much to take home. Like, it's a pretty simple story. Not a particularly great or groundbreaking story.
It is a story that's like the overarching thing of the whole show.
Yeah,
at least.
But what I feel like the series gives me personally is an enjoyable ride, right? Like, I feel like it's one of those things where I'm not watching it for any particular reason other than I like the characters and I like the interaction. It's kind of like that ASMR thing we were talking about, where you watch Hunter x Hunter and then you watch Promised Neverland, and you kind of want Christina V to voice Ray or whatever.
I don't see the comparison of what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm talking about like when you hear when you hear certain voice actors. Okay, I'll come at it from a different angle.
So are you saying like you associate aspects of it in such a way with like other things that you like? You really like the show for that?
Like this. So I was thinking about the concept of liking filler episodes in Dragon Ball, right? And the idea is that there's the story, and the story is great, but the character development and stuff oftentimes happens in some filler, right? And it's like there's a point where it's a nostalgia thing, where the reason we have nostalgia is because we experienced something during a point in our life where there was no stress, right? We were carefree. And so when you watch, for example, Dragon Ball Z, the filler episodes don't have any like impact in the overall story. Like there isn't like, okay, when during the Cell saga, when there's this looming, Cell threat, right? But then there's the episode where Gohan stays Super Saiyan for a whole day, right? Or whatever, like just stays in Super Saiyan
for over
That's the
4
exact
hours.
one that I was thinking of.
And he saves the town or whatever in that one thing that's it's like nobody in that town is any threat to him, right? So you get to experience that break from the tension of they're going to go up against Cell. And it's just like a carefree experience of getting to enjoy that. Like, same thing with them learning to drive, right? And stuff like that. Like, so I think that what Outlaw Star kind of gives me for most of it is that many of the episodes are literally just like, I don't really fear for the lives of any of the people, and I'm just kind of enjoying it like a roller coaster rather than
there's that one episode where they were literally brooding the whole episode about like, I might die in this too.
When I rewatched it, there was a bit more serious moments, but the thing is, when I originally watched the show, I watched it on Toonami, right? So I saw a lot of reruns and stuff, and
they had moments where it's like, no freaking way, man.
So basically,
you missed the best episode.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, when I originally watched it, the majority of my viewership of it has been repeats of inconsequential episodes. So my overarching experience with the show has been enjoying moments that didn't have any stress attached to it. So it's almost like an ASMR experience of enjoying anime. Like, you get to experience the fun part of the shows without any of the stress that can come along with a character dying or this or that, right? So I just like, that was something I observed.
Counterpoint, literally, like episode 3, Hilda dies.
Yeah, but you don't give a fuck about Hilda because you know her for 1 second.
She was the best character until
also
she
you
died.
go through the entire rest of the anime thinking she's not dead. She's
no,
coming back.
I didn't think that because she bit down on a tactical nuke in her tooth. Okay, you're the only one who thought that.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Brown.
I thought she was coming back so much.
Yeah. So, old
You
man
don't
says,
walk
did you
off a
guys
tactical nuke.
watch the English dub of Outlaw Star? I remember the voice actors Brienne Siddall playing Jim, having a very distinctive voice. Yes, I really like her as Jim. I liked the dynamic of Gene and Jim. You guys last podcast talked a lot about wanting to know the origin story about like how Gene and Jim got together, how they were working together.
Yeah, I did.
These are all
I didn't
things
care about
that
that.
I don't personally care about. Like for me, I just like to experience it because literally what I'm doing is it's almost like I'm putting on the TV and not watching it. You know what I mean? Like for me, a lot of entertainment is just experiencing like the hum of the show versus the actual content, right? And so I don't know, like this is literally just something to do with my brain, especially when I haven't had adequate sleep for weeks and I feel like shit, but I can't like fall asleep because I'm also drinking copious amounts of caffeine to make it through the day, where I just start to get into this hum of experiencing where noise has to be on constantly for me to not go insane. And I feel like that's what certain shows give me. And Outlaw Star for me is one of those shows where the experience of watching it isn't so much the overarching story or even caring about them getting to the galactic ley line or anything. It's more just like the interactions together. The sound is, you guys talked about that. That's one of the things you brought up, the aesthetic. You were referring to the aesthetic exclusively as a visual thing. And I would argue that the aesthetic of the show is more than just visuals. It's the sound design. It's the attitude of the characters. One of my favorite lines in the show is the first episode, which they butchered in the English dub, where the guy says, "Do you always run when you don't have a gun?" And Gene says, "Only when I don't have a gun," and pulls out a gun on the guy, right? And stuff like that. Like I like the snappy dialogue. And I don't know why you guys hated Aisha Clan so bad, but
Whoa. I thought she was the best character.
Best girl, yes.
It was just her speaking of Aisha
Katara.
Clan of the Katara.
Yes.
It just got
the
grating
Katara
after
Katara
a while.
thing.
It's just a constant repeating it in the dialogue of that.
So anyway, yeah, I like it. God, you're okay. All right. Anyway, let's just address these real quick and we'll go on to Itsudatte My Santa. This just reminds me of that scene in Clannad where they're adding shit on Tomoya's name, Alpha Giga and Silly Turtle.
I love
that Wolverine comic show. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! So it's clearly different what he's doing because he's like raised by wolves, Wolverine, right? So he like drinks from the running water like an animal would, but she just happens to also be bathing in it.
Dude, what we have to do for the thumbnail is
hold on.
edit.
Hold on.
Okay.
I have to look up this thing real quick again.
Okay, I'm just saying for the thumbnail, just edit out that bikini girl and just put Belle Delphine.
Yeah.
So Wolverine's just drinking of Belle Delphine's bathwater.
So hold on. I have to remove my screen. So here's the question. See, I needed to double check because I wasn't sure if the water, if it showed it flowing. Because I wonder, like, if he's upstream, he's not getting her bathwater. But I can't really tell. It almost looks like he's drinking
there is no flow.
water.
It's a pond.
He's sucking in her direction, so you know he wants
Sucking
it.
in her direction.
Boy, Incel Wolverine sure isn't cool.
Yeah, Random 11. He wants her feet water. He wants her foot water.
All right.
Oh yeah, Random 11's just like, if so many feet have been in that
All
lake,
right.
I can't swim.
Random 11 gets his order of Belle Delphine's water. Then he has the uncomfortable realization her feet have touched it. That's good. Okay, so let's talk about Itsudatte My Santa.
I
watched
thought
it?
for the most part, like it was just kind of a short and sweet. Like
It was
done
2
with,
episodes. How do you see it for the most part?
It was
Well,
a
you
thing
can-
I watched.
I'm saying
So-
if they had more time, they could have, I don't know, had it
Yeah,
less.
it seemed like they
condensed.
had wanted to do another episode that didn't ever materialize.
I feel like that was just a joke in itself because this was based off of a one-shot manga that
Okay.
dude did.
That also did. So you guys know that I'm not a fan of Love Hina or Negima or any of those, and
It
I
stays
tried.
true.
So I'll be real with you guys. I tried really hard to distance my hatred of Ken Akamatsu's other work and come at this with my love of him as a free speech advocate. And I immediately remembered why I hate his work as soon as I started watching it. It was pretty terrible.
It was what?
I did not enjoy it one bit. The story was crap, and both characters simultaneously being Santa. It kind of almost made me think of like the concept of Santa Inc., right? Like they've got all of these like employees.
Did you watch Santa Inc.?
No, but just what
okay.
I imagine it would be like, you know. And yeah, I was very not into it, and I thought it was like.
Hey,
absurd.
I completely forgot the premise of Guy or whatever. So when he's like, "My idiot parents named me Santa," and that got me. I was just like,
Yeah.
"Oh my! I can't believe that. I forgot this."
Or when I was like, Santa wants to bang Santa's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
All right, so I wrote my thoughts down in the Discord. Watch Club
in
discussion.
the Discord that you can join.
I can just read it. You don't need to pull it up. Unless you want to pull it up. But so
there's images, so
I did post a few images.
yeah, for the panty shots, I feel like it would be a shame not to.
The
Shame not
within-
to share the wealth.
within the first few seconds of the anime starting, she shows up. I forget her name now.
Santa?
Santa? Oh, right.
Santa?
Santa in
Mai?
training, but she has a name.
Mai?
Yeah.
She shows up, and they use every excuse in the book to get her panties to show as she chases down Santa and tries to abduct him for the night.
That's what's so great about it, though, is that they don't care with the show. They're just doing it so overtly.
I made fun of the fact that she's very serious.
Yeah.
She is very serious about Pedro.
The nip count is at 1 edited.
Wait, what? Oh, sorry. This was in progress.
I had said tit count, and I forgot. Yes, the correct term is nip count. The cut, the commercial break, the my Santa. The transformation scene got me. The boobs out, ass out transformation scene was.
I thought she looked better before.
Fucking hilarious.
She got big old fake tits, looking.
I like the idea at the end that Santa is actually not one person; it's millions of anime girls flying around. That was kind of cool. On to the second episode, I was surprised to see that they literally traced half of the anime from the first episode and just redid it in very slightly different situations for the second episode. They had the whole I think you're misunderstanding my weird, proclamation in public, and I'm gonna accuse you of being a pervert. That all happened again for the second time. The whole thing with
then it's like this
guy.
God, it's like every trope that I hate is like, okay, and then there's the misunderstanding.
Dude,
and then
this
it
was written
turns
in
out,
97. Come on. It wasn't that oversaturated at the time.
I'm not saying that it's oversaturated. I just hate the trope. I hate seeing it. I hate sitting through it.
Okay. This is give me 2 seconds just to do a complete offshoot here.
Go ahead.
My friends have all watched the show Arcane on Netflix.
Oh, that.
It's a cartoon or animation, whatever.
Legends.
of
With
League of
Jinx.
Legends.
Yeah.
Yes, main character is Jinx. They all praise the shit of the show. I am on episode 4, I think, 4 or 5. I am not getting it, but whatever. I am struggling through it because they all praised it so much. And they did the trope, and it drives me nuts.
What's the trope again?
The one character it's not the one that AC is talking about, I don't think, but it's very similar. One character is standing outside of a room, eavesdropping on two people,
and misunderstands,
and hears half of a conversation, and then walks away. And then, as soon as they walk away, more context is added to the conversation to make it realize.
They're like yeah, I raped Jinx last night.
Then
they walk away, and then it's like in Call of Duty.
The conversation is literally like her. I forget her name. I'll just call her Jinx. She goes by a different name when she's a kid, but they're talking about her, and they're like, "Oh, Jinx is so bad. She always screws up. She's always blah." And this is a guy character talking to another female character, and the female character is like, "Yeah, Jinx has her problems," and then and then she's like, "Jinx can't do a lot of things," and then Jinx hears that and then gets all sad and walks away. And then the very next line
is this right before she goes to that thing and rage punches the punching bag?
No.
Okay, because
I'm literally on that scene. Actually,
that would have been really funny. I've seen that scene from when it was in a Sankaku Complex article that I don't think I actually covered, or maybe I did. I don't know, but anyway, that would have been so funny if that entire like punching out your problem scene came from her hearing that people thought she was kind of a
no. I literally just got to that scene. It's on pause right now, but anyway, so as soon as Jinx walks away, she's like, her sentence was yeah, Jinx has a lot of problems,
but
she has not but like
she cares too much.
Basically,
she's too reliable,
not being too complainy, and all this shit. And it's like, can we just be done with this trope? Like, I never want to see it again.
When in the history of the world has that ever been resolved in a way where like, oh wow,
that one just serves as wonderful.
Instead, you have
an
to
outlet
think
for melodrama.
In my opinion, fucking hate it. Yeah. So anyway, in Itsudatte My Santa, which by the way, I want to reiterate here real quick. The literal only reason that I okayed us doing this is because I wanted to mark it off my watch list on Anime Planet.
Well, it's also 2 episodes.
And I was so fucking cucked that I went to Anime Planet after I suffered through the whole thing. And I had already marked it as watched because I had already seen it before and forgot everything about it.
Oh, so you can put your rewatch to value to 2 times.
I don't record my rewatches though.
That's cheating. Yeah, that's cheating.
It's cheating.
All right, so my continuing thoughts of episode 2 is she meets Rival on the beach, and they're all enemies, and they're fighting each other, and fuck you, get off my beach, basically.
Get off my beach.
And then she's like, bitch,
get off my beach.
Yeah, she's like, bitch, go home. They want you home. And then they go talk to the what's her name? Nova? No, not Noelle. Miss Noelle. No. And she's like, yeah, you have to go home. Oh, what happened?
Nothing. I just put the screen over it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She's like, yeah, Miss Noelle's like, oh yeah, you got to go home. The council have spoken. You have to go home. Yeah. Say goodbye to all your friends. And then right after that, Rival friend is like, oh my god, she's my best friend now. What? And we've been best friends since kids. Wait, what? How is this a thing?
Yeah, and then it turns out that it's not Mai who needs to go back to the council. It's Mai, the girl who's eating ass here.
That's the post-credit reveal, right?
Yeah, and it's like, oh god. First of all, they're like, yeah, fuck Mai. We didn't want to hang out with her anyway.
Hold on.
When I saw that, I was like, run, you little shit, run!
That post-credit reveal makes 0 sense, okay? I went back.
How do you guys not get it? It's the joke. The joke is that like they went through all that for nothing. So it's like,
Obviously,
oh,
that's the joke.
happy ending.
It's not a
No.
funny joke.
But it doesn't make any sense. Because, okay, look, I went back and I watched the scene with Miss Noel a second time to make sure it was not a miscommunication between Miss Noel and Mai. She flat out tells Mai, like, no, you are going home. So the miscommunication was on, like, it'd be one thing if, like, the rival girl mistook it and said, oh, like, I'm here to replace you. But no, Miss Noel also mistook it. So, like, how does that happen? And then also,
did
that little
say
two,
it better?
that little bitty two in the thing.
sorry, what'd you say?
let's-
FDDM?
Did the sub have a different translation?
Oh, I watched the dub, but
I know, but did you compare it? Because
Okay,
you're
I did.
demanding
let's
your
also
diligence
address
here, right?
while
No.
we're here.
What? Just one last thing. So the other thing is, if it was actually supposed to be the little sister, why send a second Santa to replace the one that's there?
Yeah,
It made zero sense.
So the thing that made zero sense for me, I think this is what I thought when I watched it years ago, was even if she has to like go to boarding Santa school or whatever, it's like, bitch, your little sister's been here the whole time and she wasn't invited. You come uninvited?
So I'd like to bring up the fact that. Damn, I lost it. Oh fuck! What were we talking about a second ago?
Santa, not ink.
Miscommunication. Miss Noel would have known.
The stupid thing about she can make anything that starts with son. Like that sure didn't work in the dub.
Oh, they tried. I
I
think they tried.
I think they're
I'm glad I watched it subbed because of that. It was like,
So
God.
just finishing up my my critique here.
Yeah.
The rivals transformation scene was less epic, less nip count. Luckily, we did get the original transformation scene again at the end of the episode for Mai, with nice boobs and ass. Yep.
Luckily,
well then.
luckily we weren't cucked.
There was a whole long diatribe about them saying like, "Oh, we can't stop time," like whatever. And then at the end of the episode, they stop time so that
Did
they can
say
have
they
like.
can't stop time.
I'm pretty sure in one of the the rival is telling Mai like, we can't stop time, we got to keep moving on, like blah blah blah, like you'll see him again, whatever. And then they stop time. That was.
Well, maybe they meant like you can't stop time like permanently or something and live in this forever.
Even still,
I
the
think
idea.
it was just a turn of phrase.
Yeah, fair enough, but it's notable that like literally I'm watching it, I remember them saying we can't stop time, and then they stop time. So it's like, okay.
Well, ironically,
yeah, and that was about it.
Ironically, I think I enjoyed this 2 OVA in the same way that Brad describes the Outlaw Stars. That like you don't think about it too much; you just watch it, and it's like,
yes.
Oh, the
I enjoyed this as Brad enjoys the Death Note Netflix show.
Oh, so actually, what Random 11, what I thought you were getting at with the whole Arcane thing was, I enjoyed this more than Arcane.
Oh, I haven't finished Arcane yet, so I can't say that. But so far, I did enjoy it better than what I have so far watched of Arcane.
Okay,
that's interesting.
Arcane has
My brother has been smacking off about it. He's like, "Bro, it's so good. I want to watch it again." And he's in this like this mood where he just doesn't watch like any anime. So then it's like, yeah, Arcane comes out because he's played League of Legends and stuff, and he's like, it's honestly like great.
This was stupid and dumb, but it was 2 episodes, and it wasn't that bad.
I definitely tolerated it a lot better than Love Hina. There's only one episode of Love Hina that's good, and that's the one where they're like in the RPG. But,
I've never watched Love Hina.
Yeah, so the thing that I dislike about it is like, if you're gonna do like the panty shots and stuff, like you're gonna have to make them appealing, right? Like you got to go full bore ecchi, where you can like see the little line You know,
I was about to say,
you gotta
Brad,
go
I was about
hardcore
to
with
say,
it.
I was about to say that you'd hate to love her then until you said, "Oh, you need to make it look
No,
real or
see,
good."
I would say that
So
To
now
Love,
you
To Love
actually are
Rue-
making a case that you
Look.
would love to love her.
To Love Rue sounds like it's the epitome of ecchi in the sense that like they're not just going to do any excuse they can to have every single frame show a panty shot during a run cycle. Instead, they're going to have the girl trip and she's going to like land on the bar of soap and then she's going to scoot around the room and it's
And
going to
then
be
the guy's head will be shoved up her ass, and it's like,
exactly.
oh no, it slipped.
The best,
It's a
the best
misunderstanding. I swear.
there'd be a lot less clothes during this show.
I thought that was a really funny shot. It's like, how did that is so like on the nose.
You know, I think
on
part
the
of
ass?
the thing I don't like is just the energy level. Like, just like every character is like screaming all the time and like fucking kids show.
I think
It's
that
the thing
came
I
in
don't
when,
like about it.
Blondie came in. Like, there was a lot. It got more shouty.
I liked the Mai character. She just was ridiculous and funny. And I was like, oh, of course you did a naked transformation sequence with this.
Oh yeah, by the way, the official nip count. I think it was
one.
4.
4.
What? No,
The random
I think it was
11's nip
4.
count was 1.
Because there was like what, 1 in the shower, 2 in the transformation sequences, and 1 discreet hidden nip from the hot springs. Because there was like 2 frames when her towel fell off.
God bless you for really going after that.
I need accuracy.
Accuracy, yeah. Oh boy. Okay, so
so basically, yeah. What I'm saying is like short and sweet. You know, you just kind of sit down. It's like 2 episodes. You can't do like much at all.
Yeah, if it was like 12 episodes, I think I'd be like pulling my eyes out.
Exactly. Yeah. No. So look, I said, you know, I said like I remember why I didn't like Love Hina and all that, but the thing is that I can tolerate an episode or 2 of Love Hina, but trying to just get through it and when there's more than 2 episodes is pretty bad. So it's like it wasn't the end of the world to watch this, but I'm just saying like the elements in it that I could see getting on my nerves long term were there. So yes, I'd like to point out. Literally, the only interesting thing I can say about Itsudatte My Santa is that it has been released twice by Funimation, once in 2007 and once in 2008, because the original release's box art incorrectly labeled the show as TV PG.
I'm jealous that you got a copy of the PG version because I wanted that initially, but the one
this
I
is on
ordered
eBay.
was
I took this image off of eBay.
Oh, you don't have that?
I do. I'm just saying that you can get it like TVMA.
He was too lazy to go grab his, so he just
hold
looked
on.
a bit
No, because they're in the storage unit. God.
Now hold up. How
I
much
see
was
that. I
listing?
still say that's lazy.
How much was the listing for the PG one?
I don't know. I could
because when I checked Amazon.ca, it was like over $100 to get even my version.
Jesus.
So it's like,
well, Amazon.ca is just a bunch of scalpers for third-party shit.
sometimes
There's a bunch of cucks up there.
real.
But
They
yeah,
don't call us cucks for nothing.
I find it
Cucks
funny.
for nothing.
I want like a very conservative, like Christian person to like rent this or buy this thinking it's PG.
Yeah, TV PG.
Oh my god, yes. Please.
It's not even like that. Like I mean, I've seen
Not even
so
that
much shit
satanic.
nowadays.
And like the second episode is a little bit worse, but the first episode, if you're just watching the first episode, like there's bad shots in terms of like nudity and shit, but like it doesn't happen often. So like if you're a Christian person and you stick that on and you're like, here kid, watch this cute little anime, and like if you're not
model types,
if you're not like the mom that appears when like the nude shit happens, like you know the meme, you could be watching the most wholesome anime and they have the one ecchi scene and your mom shows up, that always happens. But if you don't have that mom, like there's a very good chance that they would just miss all of the bad stuff in the show.
If you don't have a mom at all, you're good.
Hey,
that too.
You can bid on this one. It's $650, 0 bids.
650?
No, $6.50.
Oh.
FDM's like $6.50. Oh well, I don't want it anymore. I thought it was rare or something.
Well,
I'm sorry, it's $5.50. $6.24. That's €5.50.
That means it's not high priority anymore. Not that it was really high priority.
Well,
I guess,
some of them are expensive, but that's because people know they know. This
that's just a starting bid too. You know, how much longer on the
3 days and 15 hours, but it has 0 bids.
Someone's gonna snipe it for like $600 for sure. Sure. FGM better get a bid in now.
Yeah. Better link that to FDDNM so he knows what the
I did. Fucking get on it.
Now that he said it on the podcast, people are gonna be clamoring for it. The price of that error print is gonna go way up.
Do you want this one that I also found that is also a reasonable price?
Old Mint says he has that PG My Santa.
I have the TVMA one.
Here it is again. $34 version. There you are. Sent it again. Okay.
He's posting it in private chat for people unaware.
Yeah. Nobody knows because you're gonna bid on it and steal it from him. All right, so I gotta address this. Mirage Leonardo 84 says, "What was the worst anime film you've seen?" For me, it's Tekken. Bruh. You're telling me that the worst anime film you've ever seen is one that has invisible raptors in it?
What?
Come on. You know that's the best anime you've ever seen.
I think if Ichi the Killer counts, Ichi the Killer.
Or Ninja Resurrection. X the movie was trash too.
Garden Words.
Is X the series is the one with the amazing opening, right?
That's the one with the amazing. They had to cancel the new anime because it was
Tokyo Babylon is what you're thinking of, but it is related to X. So yes.
Is X the movie? Sorry, is that Rurouni Kenshin stuff?
No, X the movie is the anime titled X.
This is Clamp.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking of Garden of Words, not Garden Words.
No, you're thinking of Samurai X. What the fuck?
Random 11 said Garden Words, and I'm saying Garden of Words.
I may have cut out, but I definitely said Garden of Words.
Okay.
I that is the one that is the forbidden movie. It looks good, but it's the forbidden fruit. It's just shit. Do not watch.
View count was always 1.
Garden of Words is only 50 minutes. That's a fast watch club.
You talking about my Twitch view count? Because yes. Rent a Girlfriend is nothing but misunderstanding tropes. Nobody seems to really talk to each
so
other.
they cuck you both literally and...
it is insufferable, that show. Although, I got to tell you, the girl with the short hair is kind of cute. The worst anime I ever watched was Final Fantasy Unlimited. There's a trash anime. Yes.
No, but that's like the only actual Final Fantasy anime.
No. Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystal Chronicles.
But that's only like 4 episodes.
So you picky.
I'm talking about like a full-on series.
Yeah. So you want it to be a
12
terrible
to
one?
24 or whatever episodes.
Well, the question was film, so you can't do series.
How come Legend of the Crystal Chronicles hasn't gotten a DVD release?
Good question. Maybe Discotech will get that. I remember it's basically Tales of Fantasia.
I remember being a child and seeing this VHS in Tower Records. I saw it at Tower Records all the time, and I'd always walk by and look at it the whole time I was walking by. I never picked it up or anything.
Because you're like, Cloud's not on it.
No, my parents were not into Final Fantasy. I was not allowed to like Final Fantasy.
You're not allowed to like Final Fantasy?
No, I think it was like a misunderstanding. Like one time
they walked in on the shower scene.
No. One time my mom had people over or something, and Ghostbusters the cartoon was coming on, and I asked my mom,
if the original Ghostbusters cartoon or the real Ghostbusters?
I don't know which one it was.
Did it have a monkey?
I didn't watch it because I asked my mom, "Can we go watch Ghostbusters on TV?" And she said no.
It's too
Later,
satanic.
I found out she thought I was talking about the movie on TV, which has adult humor and stuff in it. So she was saying no to that, not knowing that I was asking about watching the cartoon.
Well, if you happen to be thinking of, since you don't know, you don't know. But if you happen to be thinking that you were going to watch something related to Ghostbusters and you were actually watching the Ghostbusters, she saved you from watching a show about a monkey that has nothing to do with the movie Ghostbusters.
Well, no, it was definitely real Ghostbusters then.
Okay.
So regarding Final Fantasy, there was probably something to do with, like, I don't know that my parents even knew the term Final Fantasy, other than actually, God, I remember this thing. This is all coming back to me. For Christmas one year, my older cousins, my parents bought them the Super NES game, I think, of Final Fantasy 3 or something. And so I don't know. I don't know where my memory of Final Fantasy being banned in my household comes from. But basically, I think the game was rated teen. And when this VHS was out, I was not a teenager yet.
You were an adult.
So I didn't, I wasn't able to, it was outside the realm of possibility that I'd be able to get it. So I didn't ask about it. But anyway, there's another one. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I think it's another Final Fantasy one. And there's like the box art has the character doing some weird like rune magic thing with his hands that's drawn really crazily. That one is also burned in my memory because it's a VHS that never got a physical DVD release afterward. Let me see. Final Fantasy VHS. No, not the Spirits of Oh, I found it! I found it! That's the other one. I'm sorry. Why does this say DVD on it?
What?
I'm sorry, what? What is this bootleg that I need to own?
Oh.
I don't know. Okay, so this is the image.
You'd think that they could put it on Blu-ray.
It says VHS tape.
No. I'm saying the original scans because it was made in the 90s or something.
No, but
right?
I'm saying that when I clicked on it, it says VHS, but the image on Amazon is of
DVD.
It says DVD on it. I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing I can't show. Okay.
Did you actually watch this? Is it any good?
I've never seen it, but it's just one of those things that I've
always... so you're recommending it down my throat and you don't even know if it's good.
Right down your throat. See this image I'm talking about? With the hands?
I've never seen it, but I mean...
Okay, yeah. You see it now?
I don't know,
like
man.
A
I don't
fucking
think I see
spider.
it.
Can you feel it now, Mr. Crab?
Right-click, open image in new tab.
I tried that.
Control plus.
All right. So see how it says DVD in the corner here? No, you
Whoa.
don't.
Her hands are giving me some real tryptophobia.
That's a guy.
I don't know.
Well, that's giving me some... I thought there was a ponytail or something at the back.
2.0 English.
Probably is. Still a guy.
Anyway, yeah. So this is I have distinct memories of this. Seeing it at fucking Tower Records. Anyway, that's my life story with Final Fantasy. Yeah. Let me just go back to.
We are at 7 hours and 54 minutes.
I know.
It's that guy there.
We're ending it. We're ending that shit so hard, so soon. The worst anime you ever watched is that. Yes. Kaido Maru is probably the worst movie / OVA Seb has seen. Yes, that one that said from the creators of Blood the Last Vampire. A big piece of heaping trash. Or Pupa. Nah, that's not that bad. Oh, what? Apparently I said it was ass.
It was ass.
I haven't watched it. In Final Fantasy, they drew the backgrounds as simple as possible. One world was made of mushrooms, and they redrew the same simple mushroom 4 times. Dude, you're completely overlooking the part where the stupid caster shell shit from Outlaw Star is in it, and it's the same goddamn 3D rendering 10 times an episode with a different freaking color. That thing was like the absolute worst, most obvious waste of animation ever. Seb has Pupa on Blu-ray, Japanese edition.
Pupa.
Every world was the same with it's absolute trash. It has nothing to do. There's a Kokobo in it once. Chocobo, whatever. Chocobitch in it once. Anyway, yeah,
Chocobitch.
It's pretty awful. Okay.
Chocobitch.
So, in the interest of not making this the longest podcast we've done, I think we
also
should.
One of the only ones in the recent memory that I haven't crashed on.
Amazing. That's all we had to do.
Well, that's because we're still within your bedtime.
I'm going to sort this by longest first and find out what we're at. So podcast 94, banned worldwide, is the longest still.
Yeah.
Followed by Kino's Journey, followed by the No Game No Life one, titled You're Losing Your Virginity. Congrats. Followed by Cowboy Bebop, podcast 174, and Sister Simper, where we talked about Ariane. Then followed by And Our Dicks Are Out. Actually, no. Followed by this podcast, because that is currently where we're. Oh, no, this is longer than the last two I just read. All right. In virtue of ending
censorship.
Anybody have anything else you'd like to say about Itsudatte My Santa? Good.
What is the shortest?
Let's figure that out after the podcast.
I can tell you right now. I think it's podcast 82 or 72 or 85 or something.
Or the false start.
I know. It's podcast 82. Daddy wasn't there. Because I wasn't there.
That was the joke.
Yeah. Because that was the second podcast I wasn't on, and
that's the one we covered Metropolis,
and I cut out as many articles as possible because you guys couldn't show the Sankaku Complex ones, and it was the best.
So
anyway.
I did want before we go. I did want to say that with not having my laptop this last week has been a curse and a blessing at the same time.
How long have you not had your laptop for?
Like
all of November.
We have a minute and a half left already.
The week we did that night we did the Distrotech stream when it went out. That's basically when it started, and then like the following week I didn't have it.
What a Chad! Just
clearly I can't fucking figure out how to send a super chat.
Thanks, boss.
That should put you over your fucking 7.
Absolutely. Sure. But anyway,
I'm sure that only brought us up 2 pennies in the U.S. dollars.
But anyway, so I watched. Like,
1 minute left.
I watched Mugen Train, No Time to Die, all of Lord El Malloy's The Second Case Files, more than half of Loop on the Third Part 3. I'm at episode 26 now. Case Closed, episode 1, or the special that we did the Watch Club on. I rewatched that. Loop on the Third, Tokyo Crisis.
You mean you've been productive because you've been raped into watching your own stuff?
But no, because I
finally time to watch my own Blu-rays.
But that's not the, like, I'm not sitting in front of my laptop that has immediate access to the internet, so I'm not getting cucked out of because of my ADD.
So he's not smacking off between each episode.
or
it's 8 hours.
Every time the iCatch comes on.
Oh, dude, I was doxed 3 hours ago.
I thought the limit was 6 hours.
Oh yeah, 2 hours ago. Yeah, dude, I would look. That's not actually.
What's the next? Next watch club. Next watch club. What's next watch club?
Anyway, next watch club is Space.
Boku no Pico.
Oh God. Okay, let's cut it off here. Good night, everyone.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
See you next year.
Thank you for spending this moment with us.
See you next Tuesday. Oh wait, that's the wrong.
Oh, Facebook just failed us. I guess we can't stream for longer than 8 hours and 40 seconds on Facebook. All right. Well, fuck Facebook. Goodbye, everyone.